when the cycle of reincarnation invades. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151. I'm not a dog. Of course, it was right not to doubt Lin Zhu. She was his sister who had depended on him for many years. To be honest, Lin Zhu played an indispensable role in keeping the former Abin from growing crooked before Lin Bin traveled through time. The two of them spent every day together. If she was really a traveler, then she must also be a reincarnator. But in fact, there was no reincarnation watch on her wrist. Lin Bin knew this very well. And her legs were uncomfortable, and everyone knew it. If she was really the traveler, it meant that she was likely holding an S-level item in her hand. She had the means to heal herself, but she endured not healing herself for several years. What kind of terrible willpower could be required to do this? You know, the treatment over the years was not without effect. Lin Zhu was now able to go in and out of the kitchen and help Lin Bin do some work that was taken for granted, all thanks to the effect of the treatment in the previous years. The money was spent meaningfully. But a few years ago, she even had difficulty taking care of herself. Lin Bin really didn't think anyone could stay paralyzed in this way. Even if she didn't heal herself, it should be okay to at least make her condition better, right? Don't worry, your sister is even less suspicious than you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have tested you first instead of your sister. Raymond's words made Lin Bin feel relieved instantly. So it's just a coincidence? Didn't you provoke Tang Yufu? I see. Thank you, Director Lei. It seems that I was too concerned. Don't worry. Tang Yufu is clean. Lin Bin said distressedly, but I just confirmed that Lu Lin should be innocent. In this way, all 7 people are cleared of suspicion. Raymond sighed. After eliminating all the impossibilities, no matter how absurd the remaining possibility is, it is the only truth. From this point of view, the time traveler is indeed Zhao Minimum. Lin Bin was surprised and said, he mastered S-level items and still died in the secret realm. Don't underestimate the danger of the secret realm. Zhao Minimum is a saint-level reincarnationist. The difficulty of entering the secret realm is not comparable to that before the extraordinary. An S-level item cannot make the reincarnationist sit back and relax. Which secret realm did he die in? C-132 Secret Realm. Lin Bin silently memorized the name of the secret realm and nodded. I know. Thank you, Director Lei. I'm just speculating. I've advised you before that it's better to improve your own strength and then enter a higher level secret realm to find a higher level of healing medicine than that S-level item that may not be able to heal your sister's legs. As long as you follow the steps, it's only a matter of time. It's been so many years, why rush it? Yes, that's the only way. Lin Bin smiled bitterly. The clues ended here, and it seemed that he really had to pause. However, another idea emerged in his mind. This S-level item can't be found, but the Apostle organization has destroyed countless secret realms, and they must have a lot of S-level items in their hands. If it's a healing type, there is also plane walking. If you can get familiar with the people inside, it's not a bad way. After hanging up the phone, Lin Bin clicked on the information about plane walking, sent back by a liar. There is not much content. Obviously, for a reserve who has not yet made up his mind to join them, there is no need to give too much information. But the purpose and mission of the organization's existence are described very clearly. Plane walking. It has been established for nearly 100 years. It was actually much later than the existence of the reincarnation space. But the existence of the time travelers was actually known to the reincarnationists at that time from the very beginning. It's just that these time travelers must kill the reincarnationists and obtain their reincarnation tables before they can return to the real world. And a considerable number of the time travelers are actually passive counterattacks. Especially at that time, the reincarnationists were of varying quality, resulting in many time travelers being victims. Therefore, the attitude of the reincarnation space towards these time travelers is very good. Not only did they not pursue them, but they also gave them the same treatment as the reincarnationists, which can be called equal treatment. In addition, the reincarnation space will also give them additional benefits, allowing them to consume their secret realm times and return to their original secret realm. Although they still have to complete the task and there is a time limit, it also allows them to see their loved ones who they miss day and night. The reincarnation family is the product of this strategy. They have obtained the opportunity to enter the secret realm outside the orthodox channels. In fact, all the reincarnation families are basically first passed down by the time travelers, and naturally have channels different from the mainstream. This is the case with the Tang family, the Lin family, the Li family, the Feng family, etc. In this process, the reincarnation space is very fair. If the traversers are honest, the reincarnation space will naturally give preferential treatment, and those traversers with bad intentions will also be cleared out. Until a few decades later, with more and more invading secret realms, especially the rise of apostles, the secret realms have been greatly damaged, resulting in a surge in the number of traversers. And because the apostles are also reincarnations of the reincarnation space, the credibility of the reincarnation space has dropped significantly. Although these traversers rely on the reincarnation space to live, they no longer trust the reincarnation space. They spontaneously formed a group and focused on the apostle organization. The destruction of the apostle organization many years later was due to the contributions of the plane walking. After the destruction of the apostles, the plane walking also disappeared into the dark. So, after the traversers came to this world by chance, there were only 3 ways to go. The first is that, because of committing a mistake, the reincarnation space assigns the reincarnation to eliminate. No matter how strong the traverser is, after all, he is unfamiliar with the place and isolated. In addition, the reincarnations are numerous and powerful. No matter how strong he is, he can't escape death. If Yu Huashan can come to this world, I'm afraid he can't escape this path. The second is to follow the old tradition and become a formal reincarnation. For example, Beiyuki and Feng Qingshan took this path. But if you don't want to join the official, you can join the plane walking. The reincarnation space is actually quite considerate of the plane walking. As long as you complete the task on time like a normal reincarnation, it's fine. There are not many words, but there is a lot of content. Lin Bin finished reading it quickly, but after reading it, he couldn't help but murmur in his heart. I already felt it was very strange before. Although the reincarnation space is called this name, there are actually 2 words association at the end, which means that this reincarnation space is actually created by humans. But all kinds of signs show that the authority of the reincarnation space has obviously exceeded the limit of human power. It can even control whether the traverser can return to his own world. Could it be that every reincarnationist who comes to this plane has a unique secret crack, which is also a privilege given by the reincarnation space? It seems that this reincarnation space is very complicated. Lin Bin muttered. He didn't think about it further. He is a small reincarnationist. How can he have the time to consider these issues? It is better to say that as a soldier in the reincarnation space, the greater the power of the reincarnation space, doesn't it mean that his upper limit is higher? This is a great thing. But a liar is still too conservative. The information given is too general introduction and origin, and the actual organization structure and members are not mentioned at all. But it doesn't matter. Lin Bin has other channels to go. He called the phone of Qian Qian. Soon, the other side answered. Lin Bin asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm shopping." Inside a 96 supermarket, Canon wore a pure white slim fit sportswear, which perfectly outlined her slender waist and long legs. It was too awkward to be barefoot in the real world, so she specially kicked on a pair of white canvas shoes. Her long ponytail bounced, looking particularly youthful and beautiful. As she piled things into the shopping cart, she said, "I'm going back to visit Master ZHU, so of course I have to bring her more gifts. And sanitary napkins and bras are so convenient. Bah. Why am I telling you these things? I have a task for you. Find a way to get me a list of the composition and personnel of the plane walking organization, especially the list. I don't need to find out anything else. I just want the names, but the more people the better, understand?" Canon was immediately furious when she heard this. She shouted angrily into the phone, "Don't go too far. You just assigned me such a difficult task last night, and I haven't had time to do it yet. You want it again? Do you really treat me as a bootliker? No, I don't even dare to order bootlikers like this. I still have to coax them. She was so angry that she didn't even have the self-proclaimed name anymore. I'm just telling you what to do next. If you do it well, I will naturally not lose out on your benefits. If you feel indignant, I can also coax you into doing it. Yes, I understand. Don't coax me. I don't intend to be your bootliker. Okay, remember to come back soon. Linbin hung up the phone, as ruthless as a scumbag who had just done something. Hearing the beeping sound, Xiangxin wanted to throw the phone in her hand. But looking at the expensive phone given by the bootliker, she could only gasp desperately and comfort herself softly. I'm the one who wins. I'm not losing. Really not losing. Damn, I want to rest for a while. Now it seems that I will not be free until the essence in the evil emperor's relic is absorbed. But it doesn't matter. After I squeeze you dry, I will definitely teach you a lesson. By then, my strength will definitely break through the 18th level, and it will be more than enough to teach you a lesson. Thinking of the pride, Xiangxin laughed sinisterly. The action of sweeping the sanitary napkins on the shelf became particularly large. She put all of them into the shopping cart in one go. It was not easy to go there, so she naturally had to bring enough for her master. The shelf was empty. She was facing the ordinary middle-aged woman opposite. The other person turned away naturally. One also turned her eyes away, her expression unchanged, but her heart was shocked. Today's day quickly emerged in her mind. She got up at 10 in the morning, ordered tequila and drank milk tea, stayed there until 12 o'clock and had lunch, drank milk tea after lunch, ate cake after milk tea, bought clothes after cake, drank milk tea after buying clothes. She has been to many places so far, but she has seen this ordinary face at least 4 times. Once or twice is a coincidence, 3 or 4 times is deliberate. Damn. I'm kind to others in this world, living a miserable life, and I'm so cowardly that, even if I abandon those licking dogs whose wallets have been drained, I will take the way to make them feel inferior and retreat on their own initiative. It is impossible that someone hates me to the point of tracking me. Could it be? One suddenly remembered Lin Bin's warning. Could it be that Tang Sanchi's family has discovered me? How did they do it? Obviously my disguise was so cautious. She continued to pile up supplies without leaving a trace. But the corner of her eye had already judged the situation around her. The security guards in the distance were standing in the wrong position, 1 on each side and 2 on each side. It didn't look like they were standing guard, but more like they were surrounding the place. I was afraid there was something fishy going on. The shopping guides around were shouting at the top of their lungs. How long could they keep shouting? Or would they just need to shout for a while? And the expectant mother who was buying baby formula next to me, wasn't a light figure a bit too much? The inharmonious places that I hadn't noticed before were now clear to me. I was still careless. I thought I wouldn't be exposed, but I stupidly stepped directly into the enemy's encirclement. Immediately took out her mobile phone, answered the call and said loudly, "Hello, Captain. You don't have to come in. I'm almost done with the shopping. You just wait outside." Yes, I'll meet you in just a minute." As she said that, she pushed the cart to the cashier with a natural look. Along the way, her movements were extremely natural. Until she came to the counter and started to pay, she saw that the cashier's scanning of the code was also very unfamiliar, and her pupils suddenly shrank. Even the cashier has been replaced. Could it be that all the people in this supermarket are actually the enemy as well prepared? Damn it. I shouldn't have said 1 minute. She might not be able to hold out for 1 minute. At that moment, without any hesitation, while handing over the goods, she directly raised the double blades of the devil in the storage bracelet and chopped the cashier's neck with lightning speed. Although the opponent set an ambush, they didn't expect that one would take the initiative to attack. Moreover, the distance between the 2 sides was very close. Caught off guard, a head flew directly into the sky, and blood was sprayed. One paused, and the whole person rushed out of the supermarket like lightning. But before rushing out of the door, the roller shutter door of the entire supermarket fell down at an extremely fast speed. Xiangxin kept moving, holding a knife behind her back with one hand, to guard against attacks from behind, and slashed twice in the air with the other hand. The knife energy formed an X shape, slashing on the shutter door, and then her whole petite body curled up into a ball and crashed directly out from under the X. She escaped. The little demon girl is really cunning. Chase her quickly. She can't run away. Tighten the encirclement. The reincarnation family does not show off its mountains and waters. But in fact, it has been passed down for generations, and it has its own secret space. As long as you can become a reincarnation, you can get the best resources and equipment at the first time. Tang Sanshi was able to get 2B level matching equipment, of course, because he was Tang Xianheo's biological son. But if all the reincarnations of the Tang family were not given preferential treatment, how could he have monopolized 2B level equipment? And Xiangxan just rushed out with murderous intent. I still had time to feel annoyed. Since the supermarket was full of traps set by the enemy, I should have stuffed those things into the storage bracelet in advance. Wouldn't it be free? It was too difficult to have sex with that Abin. I had sex with him for free a few times, but he grabbed my vitals and let me rub them. But aren't these things simple? But just after I broke out of the encirclement, I suddenly felt a sense of alarm. I quickly dodged, and a bullet passed by her waist. There was a bang on the ground, and blood splashed. Kyan Kian was shot in the waist. No. I obviously dodged it. Kyan Kian gritted her teeth, and endured the pain, knowing that it must be the effect of the secret realm props. The other party dared to use the secret realm props in the real world. It seems that he is really determined to win. Looking in the direction of the trajectory, I was about to find the sniper. Another shot came. I dodged again, but my right arm burst into blood again. It's the shadow. He shot my shadow. In a flash, Cannon came to her senses instantly and looked at her injured shadow in shock. But there was nowhere to hide at this time, and seeing that the other party was about to fire the third shot, she could only turn around again and escape into the supermarket again. Chapter 152, Red Essence Enhancement. As soon as she was forced into the supermarket, several scorching winds hit her limbs. Laser beams. They want to cut off my limbs, but they don't want to hurt my life. In an instant, Kyan Kian thought of the only value in her, the passage leading to the secret realm of the Tang dynasty. The enemy came prepared. Facing the crisis of life and death, Kyan Kian's body was as soft as a willow supported by the weak wind. At the critical moment, her limbs avoided all the laser beams, but when she moved, her heart was directly hit by one of the lasers. Seeing that she was about to be killed by the opponent hurriedly withdrew his hand. Kyan Kian, however, took advantage of the situation and did not spare the opponent. The heavenly demon ribbon was infused with true energy, and it was as straight as a gun. In an instant, her eyes were several meters away, and she directly killed the tall and strong man. You want to capture me alive? Do you really think I grew up eating dry food? One smiled charmingly, hanging the bloody heavenly demon ribbon on her arm, holding the knife in both hands, and said, who kills who is really a problem. She is at the end of her strength, no need to waste time talking to her, just do it. Kill. All the customers, staff, and even the cashiers in the supermarket were indeed arranged in advance. The secret realm props can only be used by reincarnationists, but they can teach ordinary people the strengthening methods they obtained from their reincarnation space, so that ordinary people can also have the ability to threaten the lives of reincarnationists. There are definitely reincarnationists among the enemies, and they are hiding among these dead men. One was extremely alert, but her hand holding the knife did not stop at all, not caring that most of these people were ordinary people. If she killed them, it would produce red essence, which would greatly increase the difficulty of her next experience. Let's survive the present first. Although the heavenly demon double blade is short, it is as agile as an extension of the arm. Especially during this period of time, in order to squeeze as much money as possible from Linbin. She acted like a spoiled child, did everything she could, and the effect was remarkable. Now her skills have already accumulated to the 17th level of the heavenly demonic art, even compared to Zhu Yuan. In fact, if it weren't for the concern that there might be real masters lurking among these people, if Xiangxan really let go, these people would have been killed long ago. And when the fight was fierce in the supermarket, in the security room on the second floor of the supermarket, Tang Xianheo had a gloomy face. crossed his legs, and smoked deeply, but his eyes were fixed on the reincarnation watch on Xiangxun's wrist. It was his son's watch. Sure enough, she killed Xiaoli. It's really amazing. No wonder Xiaoli died in her hands. Tang Xianhao clenched his fists tightly and said, hurry up. If the people from the reincarnation patrol team find out, it will be difficult for us to explain. Understood. Tang Renji responded. She whispered a few words into the phone. On the other hand, the pressure on Qian Qian suddenly increased. A woman in her 30s, who seemed to be inconspicuous, suddenly became extremely agile and easily dodged all her attacks. Countless spider silks shot out from her fingertips and entangled Qian Qian. What? Qian Qian exclaimed in surprise, and her feet were directly entangled by her. Another strong man shouted and opened his arms to hug her and strangle her unconscious. Qian Qian used her feet to push hard, but she couldn't get rid of the elastic spider silk. Seeing that she was about to fall into the siege, she shouted softly, raised her head suddenly, and her hair entangled with the heavenly demon ribbon, just like the flying spider silk, directly entangled the strong man's legs, and the man, who was originally burly, suddenly pushed the golden mountain, and worshipped the jade pillar and smashed down. Open it for me. Xiangxun released her demonic energy with all her might. Under the demonic force field, all the people trapped around staggered and lost their footing. Under the demonic force field, the demonic energy was overflowing, as sharp as a knife, directly chopping the spider silk into pieces. Seeing that the woman who had just moved nimbly was unable to break free under the demonic force field, she shouted delicately and was about to pierce through her with a knife. The other party was also very fast. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, she actually flicked her finger and shot out a spider silk bullet. If Xiangxun didn't dodge, both of them would be injured. However, Xiangxun's eyes showed determination. She knew that this woman didn't understand her demonic force field and came so close. If she let her escape, it would be difficult to kill her again. She risked another bloody hole in her chest. A knife pierced through the chest. Both of them vomited blood and retreated at the same time. One died and the other was injured. Xiangxun staggered back 2 steps and saw the body lying on the ground. This was definitely a reincarnationist, and her movements were agile. Obviously she was agile. It was just a pity that she encountered the demon force field and lost her balance. She was taken away directly because of the discomfort. Under normal circumstances, it would take a lot of effort to kill her. And with the tragic death of the spider woman, Tang Xianhao's expression of watching a play slowly became solemn. Although the spider woman was a reincarnationist in the extraordinary realm, she was extremely powerful and could be regarded as a leader in the extraordinary realm. This time, the woman was arrested because he released some information in front of the elders, such as this woman was a time traveler with a complete world behind her. Catching her was equivalent to mastering this world. Therefore, the elders sent his cousin to assist him. To put it bluntly, there was also a bit of surveillance. Although Tang Xianhao was the patriarch, they did not want to be completely unaware of this matter. But I didn't expect this woman to have such a trick up her sleeve. Tang Xianhao shouted angrily, push her out of the supermarket and let Shadow deal with her. Understood. Everyone immediately understood what Tang Xianhao meant through the communicator in their ears. The sturdy man roared, and while getting up from the ground, he didn't stand up straight, but crawled on his back like a stone. He was cut on the shoulder by a knife from Qian Qian, but his skin was thick, and the knife was not fatal. Behind him, others pushed hard, more than a dozen people together. Qian Qian's injuries accumulated several times, and were already very serious. Caught off guard, with a bang, Qian Qian was pushed directly out of the rolling door. His body staggered in the air for several meters before he finally stood lightly on the ground. But the warm sunlight shone on him again, which made Qian Qian's heart suddenly startled. Sure enough, the next moment, she seemed to hear a very slight mechanical sound, as if even time had slowed down. In the crisis of life and death, she instinctively raised the heavenly demon double blades to protect the shadow in front of her. But as the gunshots rang out, a bang, a sound of metal clashing rang out. A sword was directly across the chest of Kankan, accompanied by the sound of friction with the bullet. Although the enemy has the ability to attack the shadow, this time it is not attacking Kankan's shadow. If no one rescued her, Kankan would have died from this shot. The man was wearing knee jeans, a pure cotton short-sleeved top, and a beige netted cardigan on the outside. Although he changed back to modern clothes, his face was gentle and quiet, and Kankan would never forget it in his life. She screamed, "Shifiksan, why are you here? Senior Sister Zion, come with me." Shifiksan called out softly, and reached out to grab Xiangxin. Only then did he realize how weak she was. He used a little more strength, and took her away. But before they ran far away, Shifiksan hugged Xiangxin tightly, and the two women disappeared at the same time. This time, even the assassin hiding in the dark was stunned when he saw the target suddenly disappear, and Tang Xianhao's face changed even more. He stood up angrily and smashed the monitor in front of him with a fierce punch. He knew the best opportunity had been missed. This time, he took all the initiative. Abin didn't know that he had mastered the other party's information, so he would not have any defense this time. But if the assassination failed, he would be facing more than just this female traverser if he wanted to take action again. This female traverser is already so difficult to deal with if there is another Abin. After Tang Xianhao vented, he slowly sat back in his chair, muttering to himself, "If it doesn't work this time, there will be opportunities later, but we can't let this Abin come out to cause trouble. We must make him unable to spare his hands. Fortunately, I have found the information I need." He lowered his head and glanced at the information in his hand. The data of the exchange items of the reincarnationists is absolutely confidential, and no one can query it. But many of this guy's things are not exchanged through the reincarnation space, but through the application process. This gives Tang Xianhao an opportunity. For example, the martial arts he is practicing now. Tang Xianhao murmured, Abin, I have given you a huge benefit here, so please don't cause me any more trouble, so that I can kill this woman peacefully. No, the biggest trouble this woman is facing right now is not just me." At the end, there was a bit of coldness in his eyes, but he also knew that this female traverser was already so difficult to deal with. If he provoked that Abin again at this time, especially if he provoked Raymond behind Abin, at that time, it would be easy to lose more than he gained. After all, there was a personal grudge between the two parties. Tang Xianhao knew his son's character too well. If he dug it out, he would be wrong. So, he couldn't make a big fuss. The attack was quite a big fuss at the time, but in fact, not long after the battle ended, the broken things in the supermarket were quickly cleaned up, the blood was wiped off, and then the guests who had been arranged in advance entered the supermarket and started shopping. The people outside who were watching the excitement were also quickly dispersed. Soon, the supermarket returned to its usual order, as if the assassination that happened before was just an illusion. Linbin had no idea that Kyan had walked between life and death, and strictly speaking, it was because of him. Although it was just a misunderstanding at the beginning. But who would have thought that Tang Xianhao, with a bunch of wrong clues and intelligence, would actually find the right target by accident? Until the next morning. "Grandpa, that grandson called you again," accompanied by a harsh ringtone. Linbin, who had been practicing cross-legged all night, picked up his mobile phone and saw a strange phone number. "Hello, who are you looking for?" There was silence for a moment before a familiar voice sounded, with some hesitation and a gentle tone. "Excuse me, is this Brother Bin? Feizuan?" Linbin's eyes, which were originally calm, suddenly widened, and he asked with half surprise and half joy, "How did you appear in the real world?" Shifiksan said softly, "It was she. He sent me here. Because of the limited number of reincarnation tables, I'm the only one here at the moment. You came here, but didn't contact me. Isn't that too polite?" Linbin's tone was intimate, with a bit of rebuke without any hesitation. Her attitude towards Shifiksan was much better than that towards Kyan. In fact, when looking at these two women from a third-party perspective, it is naturally the playful and cute Kyan who is more likable, while Shifiksan, who always talks about the common people in the world and has a compassionate face, always exudes a sense of hypocrisy. But after really communicating with them, the cunning and calculating Xiangxin who kills people at every turn is obviously not as easy to communicate with as the honest and easy to bully, simple and honest Shifiksan. At the very least Linbin bears to trust Shifixuan with his back, but he is not confident to trust Xiangxin with his back. Shifixuan apologized. I'm sorry, I haven't contacted you during this period of time, mainly because I don't have your contact information. This is the information I got from Senior Sister 1. Have you seen 1-1? Yes, she was assassinated, and she may be, in danger of her life. If you have time, come and see her. Lin Bin's face became serious and asked, was it the Tang family? Were you discovered by them? 1-1 said weakly, who else could it be except them? Brother Bin, I'm dying. I need the evil emperor's relics to recover. Please come and save me. From your tone, it seems that I can still survive for a few decades. Wait a minute, I'll be there soon. Lin Bin ran to Lenzhou to report. He got out of the car and drove his H9, and then drove towards the destination. Half an hour later, Lin Bin parked the car in front of a hotel. After parking the car, he immediately ran to the 7th floor, knocked on the door and said, Fixun, Xiangxin, it's me. The door opened. Inside the door, Shifixuan looked a little timid. She didn't even know why. When facing Lin Bin, she always felt inexplicably guilty. Obviously, she was the one who was bullied. Not only was she ruined by him, but even the sect she grew up in, Detafeng, was completely destroyed by him. But facing Lin Bin, Shifixuan couldn't be tough. Seeing Shifixuan's clean and simple outfit, Lin Bin couldn't help but brighten his eyes and smiled. Fixun, long time no see. Well, Brother Bin, please come in. Shifixuan slightly turned aside and motioned Lin Bin to come in, then closed the door. At this time, Xiangxin's shoulders were half exposed and she was wrapped in layers of bandages from the collarbone down, and traces of bloodstains could be seen. Seeing Lin Bin coming in, she turned around angrily and complained, I have known you for so long, but you are more friendly to Shifixuan than to me. I'm angry. If you don't let me use the evil emperor's relic for free 3 times, I will not easily forgive you. Senior Sister 1, now is not the time to fight with each other. The trouble you have caused is big enough. Shifixuan scolded with an unhappy face. Lin Bin asked in surprise, oh, is the injury serious? It's not the injury, but a red essence. Shifixuan said worriedly, Senior Sister 1 has killed many ordinary people. The difficulty of her next secret realm training may increase to an extremely alarming level. Oh. Lin Bin was immediately surprised. Chapter 153. It was obviously me who started it. The injuries that Kankan suffered were not light, but most of them were superficial. They looked scary, but after a month or so of recuperation, they would basically recover to about 80% to 90%. Moreover, due to the charm attribute of the heavenly demonic art, there would not even be scars left. This is why she is still lively and angrily yelling. Seeing Lin Bin coming, she was like a bullied daughter seeing her father. She complained angrily. She said angrily, damn it, you only know how to plot against others by relying on the strange props. If you have the guts, just show off, call for helpers and fight openly. You even have the nerve to seek revenge on others. It is true that he killed his son, but regardless of the facts, doesn't he have any responsibility for this? The remarks of a typical scumbag woman. Lin Bin said speechlessly, you are right in this matter, so you don't have to rush to shirk responsibility. Oh, by the way, we forgot that Tang Sanchi was a lustful person. He acted recklessly in the secret realm and was killed by us. Even if it is according to the rules of reincarnation, he deserved to die. We can even be considered as getting rid of a scourge for the people. Canon seemed to know that her credibility was a bit low with Lin Bin. He said to Shifixun, by the way, Junior Sister Fixun, you and I are from the same world, so you should have heard about the tragedy in Jinshu town, right? 13 members of the Qi family were killed, and only the new bride survived, but she was also defiled by him to the point that she can't take care of herself. This was done by this Tang Sanchi. Shifixun nodded and said, Fixun has heard about it. It's really too cruel. When we learned about this incident, we sent disciples to capture and kill the reincarnationist, because this kind of unscrupulous reincarnationist is the most terrifying. Wherever he goes, he will bring tragedy, so he must be cleared out as soon as possible. But we didn't expect that when we arrived at the place, there was no trace of the reincarnationist at all. It turned out that he was captured by you. Ha 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 ha. We in the Yin GUI sect are better at seducing men, especially for men who are lustful. We have too many methods. In order to prevent the reincarnationists from being unable to defend themselves, we have prepared 3 combat plans. He fell for the first one, and then we realized that this guy had been staying at home for too long, and he let himself go when he came to the secret realm. Naturally, there is no need for us to keep him alive. One laughed triumphantly. What a joke. You've been exposed, and they are clearly seeking revenge. You'll be miserable in the future. Linbin scolded. Didn't I tell you to be careful? Try not to be exposed. How come they found out so quickly? One's face turned confused when she heard this, and she said, I'm also distressed. I think my disguise is perfect, and I've been keeping a low profile during this period of time, and I haven't even developed new liquors. How come the enemy is so powerful? As she spoke, she seemed to remember something. She fished out a brand new box from her storage bracelet, threw it to Shifiksun, and said, here you go, as a reward for saving someone's life. This is the latest model, 512 GB crystal white. I just sent a message to a group of people saying I liked it very much, but several dog owners bought it for me. I kept one for myself, and sold the rest to make ends meet. There happened to be one left that I haven't sold yet, so I'm giving it to you. Shifiksun sighed softly. Senior Sister 1, this is at least a token of someone's kindness. Can dog owners be considered human beings? One said disdainfully, and Shifiksun, you're doing too badly. You're still using an old phone. It's ridiculous. Shifiksun blushed and explained seriously, this is not an old phone. The staff promised Fiksun that, as long as she handled their business, they would reimburse her a sum of money every month. In the end, the total amount reimbursed was more than what she paid. Besides, this phone was given to her by them for free. You country bumpkin must have never used a good cell phone. Why don't women treat themselves better? You are so beautiful, you can coax her, or lie to her without even showing your cleavage. Take it. Canon said that we, the little demon girl from the Holy Gate, never owe favors to anyone. You saved me, so I must show my appreciation. Then she forced the cell phone to Shifiksun. Shifiksun looked at the phone with a blurry screen in her hand, then glanced at the exquisite packaging box, and asked for help. Brother Bin, please talk about her. Linbin said, get me one next time. My sister's phone should be replaced. It's quite expensive. No problem. Shifiksun looked at Linbin, who quickly became involved with Kankan, and said angrily, did you guys make a mistake? Sister Kankan, shouldn't you be worried about Han Yun's problem now? The difficulty of your next secret realm will probably increase to an extremely terrifying level, and you still have the time to give away mobile phones. And you, Brother Bin, in Fiksun's heart you have always been a gentleman who never takes away what others like. Linbin waved his hand and said, Kankan also said that licking dogs is not human. Xiangxin said proudly, you don't know this. I just came out of the secret realm a few days ago. The next time to train is long. Anyway, it's not a problem that needs to be worried about now. Maybe I have died in the hands of the Tang family before I even entered the secret realm. That's not right. She thought about it and changed her words. The Tang family doesn't want to kill me. They want to capture me alive. To be honest, if they really want to kill me, I may not be able to escape, but I have killed his son, and he still wants to capture me alive. I'm afraid only the passage to the secret realm can make him temporarily let go of the revenge for killing his son, right? Shifiksun was stunned by these words. Obviously, she had never thought that there would be such people in the world who don't think about tomorrow after today. But after hearing the end, she asked, Sister Xian, are you talking about the passage deep in the lake behind Kyanan Mountain? Xiangxin blinked and said in surprise, how did you know? No, how did you say it? Aren't there no outsiders here? Shifiksun said innocently. As for how Fiksun knew, Fiksun actually came out from there, but a little later than you, and at that time, she saw from afar those people walking in the plane taking you away. Fiksun didn't want to join an organization without understanding any situation, so she didn't show up. Xiangxin stared at Shifiksun angrily. She painstakingly hid the secret passage as her last trump card, so that she could return to the Tang Dynasty plane at any time. Therefore, she didn't even tell Linbin. But she didn't expect that such important news was still known to Linbin, and it was Shifixun who said it. Such a big favor can't be done directly by this woman. If she had known earlier, she might as well have said it herself. At least she could have exchanged for 3 opportunities to enjoy Linbin. Sure enough, the way he looked at her was not right. No, he had never looked at her the same way since he saw her. A rare sour feeling rose in Kian's heart. It was obviously me who did it first. Whether it was cooperating with him, practicing, or even buying a car for a test drive, he always took me with him. But why is Shifixun, who is just an enemy, so favored by this little bad guy? Damn it, quickly remember your Sehunjing's hay that was destroyed by this little bad guy. Linbin ignored Kian's little thoughts, but he did get a lot of useful information from Shifixun's words. For example, the 2 women obviously traveled through time in different time periods, but they appeared from the same place. It seems that, no matter how many travelers there are, the crack can only produce one extra one. I don't know if it is the rules set by the reincarnation space or some other reason. In this way, the preciousness of this crack is even more precious. It is understandable that Tang Xian Heo wants to survive. The only thing that can surpass the father-son relationship is probably the benefit. Moreover, they found Cannon through the plane walking, but didn't know about Shifixun's existence. Maybe it's because they can't locate the traveler, but can sense the occurrence of cracks. So Shifixun was missed. These are just some common sense information, which may be useful in the future. Now it can only be regarded as a broadening of horizons. Linbin sighed. Forget it. Come with me next time you enter the secret realm. It's not good to watch you die. My presence may increase the success rate, but I can't guarantee it. Although there is the advantage of foresight. But unless you open up the land, the advantage of knowing the plot will be reduced to a minimum. Shifixun's eyes lit up, and she obviously has been paying attention to Linbin. Zijing asked, are you asking senior sister Zion to join your S team? Zion rolled her eyes and said, after they join, we can change the name to SM team. Shifixun asked curiously, why? Because there was only one S originally, and then there was an M. No, I was forced to be M by him. Shifixun shook her head and said, Fixun doesn't understand what senior sister Zion means. Zion looked at the smile in Shifixun's eyes, and was immediately annoyed, thinking that she must know, but was pretending not to understand. Linbin instructed, anyway, remember, it is impossible for you to compete with the Samsara family alone, so at this stage, you should hide. I will go down and drive you back to your organization. Don't come out later. Just wait for the next experience. Zion said dissatisfiedly, are you going to hide forever? First get through this Hangan crisis. Linbin glared at her and said, I'll go drive. I'll take Brother Bin. Shifixun followed Linbin closely. The 2 of them went out. Not long after they walked, Shifixun asked softly, Brother Bin, how do you plan to deal with this matter? I'm not sure yet. Linbin thought that he still had to find out what the Tang family was planning. Since they could find Kian, they must have found a lot of information. Then what was his existence to them? Did they regard him as an enemy and wanted to kill him as soon as possible? Or did they really just regard him as a lucky person who accidentally got the double dragon demon shadow sword and the azure rose? Especially when he rejected Tang Xian Heo before. He said that there was a hidden reason for him to get these 2 weapons. Isn't this a direct and clear statement that these 2 weapons were not taken by me by killing the natives? Damn, I was too honest at that time. I really can't tell the truth. Just thinking about it. The phone suddenly rang. Linbin answered the phone. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he nodded and said, I understand. I'll go back to work now. As he said that, he hung up the phone. Shifixun asked curiously, Brother Bin, do you still have to go to work? If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten that I still have to go to work. The boss has arrested someone. It seems that the task of sending him away has to be handed over to you. Move immediately. Don't hesitate. I'll give you my car. No, I have a car. Shifixun pursed her lips and smiled, and said, it is said to be one of the top 10 brands in China. The power is sufficient. It can run for several days on a single charge. It's a bit of a stretch, to take the three of us, but it's no problem to take senior sister Kyan alone. That's good. I'll leave it to you. By the way, Brother Bin. Shifixan hesitated for a moment and asked, Brother Bin, it seems that you have also practiced the sword manual of my Sehunjing's Hei, since I saw you again this time. Oh, you're talking about this. Lin Bin said calmly. Sehunjing's Hei was destroyed under the siege of the demon sect. When Queen Yin was cleaning up the battlefield, she accidentally discovered the sword cannon. She realized that the sword cannon and the heavenly demonic art were both from the heavenly demon strategy, and they were from the same source. So after analyzing the skills, she gave them to me as the price for bringing Xiangxin to this world. So that's how it is. Shifixan breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, it seems that the two of us can often sit down and discuss the Dao and the future. She got the answer she wanted, no matter whether it was true or not. Shifixan was obviously relieved and said, I'll urge senior sister Zion to pack up and leave. As she said that, she trotted back. Lin Bin sneered and whispered, I didn't know how to deal with you. After all, I'm fighting you to the death for Kyan Kian. My friendship with her is not that deep. But I didn't expect you to regard me as their accomplice. You have already calculated me first, so don't blame me for standing on their side. Lei Meng asked him to go back to the World Bureau, because someone was looking for him. Gu Yun, a veteran reincarnationist at the saint level. He is very powerful. He specially found the World Bureau and asked to see the reincarnationist Abin by name. Lei Meng couldn't refuse. He could only call him to go. And the eternal life secret was brought out from the Tang dynasty plane by Gu Yun when he was still a reincarnationist in the extraordinary realm. When he exchanged the eternal life secret at the beginning, Lei Meng warned him not to reveal his own skills casually. But now, he knows. In this sensitive period, especially since Lin Bin is confident that he has not told anyone about this matter, it can only be someone's investigation. It happened at such a coincidental time. No one would believe you if you said you had nothing to do with the Tang family attacking me. This matter is not over. Lin Bin felt gloomy. The slight good impression he had on the Tang family because of the Tang family's wife disappeared instantly. Just as Lin Bin was driving to the World Bureau, two beautiful women with peerless beauty drove to their destination in a small scooter, one in front and one behind. One of the two women was quiet and gentle, and the other was eccentric. Everyone passing by was stunned. They just thought, how could there be such a beautiful girl in the world? Obviously, beauties of this level can only appear in the world of selfie beauty. But Kyan Kian had a face full of complaints and dissatisfaction. She said angrily, I'm injured. Shifixan, can you not pick the bad roads? It hurts so much from the bumps. Speaking of which, I'm curious, why did Lin Bin promise to send me personally before, but he suddenly stopped sending me after you went out once and asked you to send me on this broken electric donkey? Because Brother Bin's boss has something to ask him? Shifixan said, so he entrusted Fixan to send you. Don't worry, Fixan will send you to a safe place. Humph. Nonsense. He must have seen an enemy approaching, so the little bad guy took the initiative to distance himself from the matter. Xiangxin grimaced in pain. It would be fine if Shifixan rode an electric bike, but she also obeyed the traffic rules and never went on the motorway. However, the non-motorway side was full of cars, narrowed by half, and there were many people. Naturally, it was not as smooth as the motorway. Stopping and starting, swaying, Xiangxin was injured. She didn't even blink when she was injured before, but now she was hit and rubbed, and tears were about to fall. Maybe there was a bit of grievance that she herself was not aware of. Shifixan explained seriously, Senior Sister Zion, you misunderstood. Brother Bin is not that kind of person. He will never ignore you. That's because you don't understand what kind of person he is, especially I. Xiangxin snorted and complained, I feel that this kid must be thinking about how to shirk responsibility. Although he said cooperation, our cooperation has always been limited to verbal cooperation. It has never been in depth, you know. But Fixan thinks that he will take care of this matter to the end. Huh. Shifixan, you are too naive. If he really wants to take care of it to the end, I tell you, I, Xiangxin, will kneel down and lick him without hesitation. Shifixan was stunned for a moment and instinctively asked, is this kneeling down Tilling a verb or an adjective? Xiangxun's eyes were stern, and she said angrily, Shifixun, you really know everything, but you pretend to be pure and stupid in front of that Linbin, right? Shifixun, senior sister Xian, you misunderstood Fixun. Enough, enough, enough. I'm tired of you saying that you misunderstood me. That Abin is not here. Why are you pretending with me? Canon covered her ears. Chapter 154, Great Benevolence and Righteousness Linbin. Meanwhile, Linbin had already driven to the World Bureau. Hey, Abin, you're finally here. The security guard Laokin saw Linbin, smiled and said hello. You're really a busy man. I haven't seen you here for a long time. Isn't it because there are too many things to do? Linbin laughed twice, and his old face couldn't help but blush. Although the other party didn't mean that, he always felt that the other party was saying that he was a salary thief who took the salary but didn't work. He was polite twice. After parking the car in the parking lot, he saw the front desk Lei Jun on the first floor, who was working with dumbbells. Seeing Linbin, his eyes lit up, but he didn't come forward, but pointed upwards and reminded, someone is looking for you, remember to be careful. I understand. Linbin responded, knowing that the other party should be ill-intentioned. By the way, since you are here, let's have a few drinks at Leo ZHU's barbecue stall tonight, and help me write 2 reports. My fingers really don't listen to me. Understood. Linbin laughed. He remembered the reason why he was originally recruited here. Wasn't he just a clerk who wrote reports? The reason why Lei Jun had a very good impression of him was because someone finally helped him write reports. Unexpectedly, he turned into a reincarnation. Then Lei Jun was sad again. He took the elevator and went to the 7th floor. When he met staff along the way, they would take the initiative to make way for him with a smile that was half respectful and half respectful on their faces. In just 1 year, Linbin has transformed himself and has more prestige than those senior old reincarnations. He smiled and greeted them one by one, and even exchanged a few words, until he arrived at Lei Meng's office. Linbin straightened his clothes, and knocked on the door and said, Director Lei, are you looking for me? Is it Abin? Come in. Yes. Linbin pushed the door and entered. In the office, there was only Raymond and an old man. The old man looked quite old at first glance, but upon closer inspection, he was only in his 50s or 60s, but his hair was all grey, which made him look much older than he actually was. His eyes fell on Linbin, and his eyes suddenly shone. Raymond smiled stiffly and said, Linbin, you came at the right time. Let me introduce you. This is Gu Yun, a reincarnation master at the saint level. He can be considered your predecessor. The eternal life secret that you asked me to exchange for you before was actually brought back by Brother Gu from the reincarnation space. I heard that you have made a name for yourself in practicing the eternal life secret, and he came to discuss the secrets of the practice with you. In just a few words, countless information was released to Linbin. Linbin immediately understood that the eternal life secret was exposed because of the double points reward at the time, which led to him only being able to exchange it from Raymond, and Raymond needed to go through the procedures for review. So it gave people the opportunity to find out. Linbin nodded, bowed his head, and said to Gu Yun, Hello, Teacher Gu. Gu Yun stood up, glanced at Linbin, and exclaimed, The reincarnation of Bin has become famous in the past year. I didn't expect that his true body is such a young man. It's true that the waves behind push the waves in front. The wave in front, was beaten to death on the beach. Teacher Gu, you are too modest. I'm just lying on the credit book of my predecessors. Just like if it weren't for you, I would not have been able to obtain the practice of the art of immortality. Alas. It seems that the art of immortality has helped you a lot. Gu Yun didn't seem to be as hostile as imagined. Linbin was quite surprised for a while. Raymond had reminded him before not to expose the fact that he practiced the art of immortality, which was obviously aimed at Gu Yun. And Tang Shai and Heo also let Gu Yun know the news in order to deal with him. Linbin thought this was a very difficult person to deal with, but he didn't expect that the old man looked very kind. Gu Yun sighed, you have made some progress in practicing the eternal life secret, which is not in vain for me to hang the eternal life secret in the exchange area of the reincarnation space. It's just that I brought this technique, and I was the first to practice it, but in the end I was the only one who had to bear all the consequences. Everything I have was ruined by this technique. Little friend Abin, I beg you for a favor." He stood up, bowed to Linbin, and said, "I also know that my request is too presumptuous, but I still want to ask you to teach me how to practice the eternal life secret." Linbin was surprised and said, What? Raymond said, "You may not know yet, Brother Gu was also a proud son of heaven. His reputation at the time was not much worse than yours. He also practiced the martial arts strengthening system, and naturally saw the mysteries in the eternal life secret, so he practiced it forcefully, which resulted in his origin being injured. If it weren't for this incident, he would at least be a supreme reincarnationist now. I can't compare to little friend Abin. The main reason is that I'm too proud of my own talent. As a result, I forced myself to practice the technique and became possessed." Gu Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "Not only has my future been ruined, but if I can't find the correct way to guide it, I'm afraid that even my lifespan will be affected. This is why I came to ask for it immediately after I knew about little friend Lin's existence. Do you need my experience in practicing the technique?" Linbin suddenly realized. So that's how it is. The method of practicing the technique is the most private secret of everyone. Although Gu Yuan was polite and had his own difficulties, it was really a bit difficult for him to ask for something that he could not tell others. And if he refused, since the old man said that his life was limited, he would probably do anything to get this thing. At that time, the two of them would inevitably become enemies. This is a naked conspiracy. Gu Yuan may not know that he was being used as a gun, but the opportunity to change his life was right in front of him, so he didn't care, even if he was used as a gun. Alas. Teacher Gu, you really put it in a difficult position for me. Linbin sighed and said, Teacher Gu, you are also a reincarnationist. Naturally, you should know that the foundation of the strength system is the most fundamental thing for a reincarnationist, and it cannot be told to outsiders at all. It is very difficult for me to ask for it so bluntly. Gu Yuan sighed. Alas, I also know that this is really embarrassing for me, and I really have no other choice. Either I lose face, or I lose my life. If it were you, what would you choose? I'm willing to give everything I have, and I only ask that you never hide anything. So no matter how difficult it is, how can I make it difficult for you, Teacher Gu? Linbin said righteously, I have been taken care of by Teacher Gu. If it weren't for you, how could I have easily obtained the eternal life secret? It concerns your life, Teacher Gu. How can I cherish it? Teacher Gu, don't worry, I will definitely tell you all the experiences and secrets of my cultivation, without hiding anything. Raymond looked at Linbin in surprise. He hadn't said anything from just now until now, because even he didn't know how to say it. The other party's request was too clear. If he gave it to him, he would reveal his own trump card, and if he didn't give it to him, he would offend the other party. Compromise or refuse, there is no third way to go. But he didn't expect that Linbin would agree so straightforwardly. Really? Gu Yuan was also overjoyed. He put the eternal life secret in the exchange area of the reincarnation space, and he wanted to use the experience of others in cultivation. But over the years, many people have exchanged for this technique. But these people didn't make any name for themselves. He was going to give up, but he didn't want to hear the name of Abin suddenly. Although the reincarnationist Abin is not very experienced, he has made a great reputation so far. And there is also Raymond, an old guy who protects his son, behind him. Gu Yuan originally held the view that, if you don't succeed, you will die. If you are grateful to me, if you don't give it to me, I can only force you to fail. No matter what you plan to do, I will destroy you, until you cooperate actively. Although it was shameless, for the sake of survival, what did this matter? He had anticipated countless possibilities, but he did not expect the other party to agree so readily that he could not help but wonder if the other party had some conspiracy. Of course, since it concerns your life, Teacher Gu, even if there are some inappropriate things, we have to do it out of necessity. Gu Yuan said gratefully, oh, my friend, you have done this sincerely. I can't repay you for saving my life. In the future, if you need anything from me, Gu, I have nothing else. I have lived for so many years, and I still have some connections. As long as you need it, I will definitely do it for you. Speaking of this, I really want to ask you for help with something. Lin Bin sighed. I have been troubled by this matter for some time. My sister was once involved in a dispute among reincarnations, which caused her legs to be eroded by an unknown force in the secret realm. She still can't walk. I have tried my best to heal her, but it still doesn't work. I wonder if Teacher Gu knows any magical props that can bring the dead back to life. Ha 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 ha, it's a small matter. I have nothing else, but I still have a lot of connections. Although I don't have it for the time being, I can inquire and find it for you and guarantee to deliver it to you. Thank you, Teacher Gu. But, Gu Yuan sighed. After all, I have been tortured by the technique for too long. Can you? Teacher Gu, don't worry. This is not a deal. It's just that the junior has something to ask of the elder. Whether it succeeds or not, the junior will tell you some of the junior's experience in cultivation. You guys are busy. I have something to do, so I'll leave for now. Raymond looked at Lin Bin deeply, turned around and made room for the two of them. He didn't know what Lin Bin was thinking, but since he was so clean and neat, he naturally didn't bother to be the bad guy. For Lin Bin, the secret of immortality is indeed precious. Normally, he really wouldn't tell anyone. But after the addition of the Heshibi, the secret of immortality is no longer limited to the secret of immortality, or its upper limit has long surpassed the normal 4 great books. Even if the method of practicing this technique system is completely exposed, it will not have any effect on him. It may even cause some misunderstandings from the enemy, thinking that although he is powerful, he only has this little thing. And even if he was taught, it was still unclear whether he could learn it, but at the very least, Tang Xianhao's idea of making the two of them enemies was completely useless. As Raymond left, Lin Bin also began to formally teach Gu Yuan the eternal life secret. Of course, in order to save his face, Lin Bin gave him full face in the name of mutual discussion. But these words shocked Gu Yuan. What? You can't have any internal force when practicing the eternal life secret? The many signs of going astray are actually normal reactions. It's just that the eternal life secret absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body, from the outside to the inside, so it is different from the internal and external exercises system. But what should I do if I have already cultivated true energy? It must be done with the intention of not intending. The more you want to practice, the less you want to practice. After listening to some of Lin Bin's remarks, Gu Yuan, who had just heard this, was sweating profusely. He said in shock, no wonder I went astray. After the immortal ki in my body had developed a little bit of momentum, it started to be completely incompatible with my own ki. I couldn't even transform my original ki into immortal ki, and even if I gave up cultivating it, the immortal ki in my body would grow stronger on its own. It turned out that it was absorbing the spiritual energy from the outside world. I thought it was absorbing my vitality, so I kept suppressing it with my own Mingai magic skill. As a result, it grew stronger the more I suppressed it. He asked, what should I do now? Lin Bin shook his head and said, I don't know about that. I can only tell you some of my insights in the process of practicing the skills, but your situation is different from mine, so I can only throw out some ideas. It's up to you to decide how to do it. Gu Yuan smiled bitterly. He had been exposed to the eternal life secret for a longer time than Lin Bin, and he was also a veteran reincarnationist with a wider experience and vision than Lin Bin. Naturally, he could tell whether what Lin Bin said was true or false. But because of this, he was even more troubled. And just as Lin Bin and Gu Yuan were exchanging their cultivation experiences, B185 Tang Dynasty Plain, another wave of reincarnationists entered this secret realm for training. But this time, all the staff were replaced by Tang Xianhao's own people through various means, so that he could do what he wanted more conveniently. Thank you for your assistance this time. If it weren't for you pulling Tang Dao and Tang He and the others into your team, I'm afraid we wouldn't have the opportunity to enter this secret realm and find the lost props of our Tang family. This is a great favor to us. Regardless of success or failure, when you come out, I will personally host a banquet. The two brothers must be present. We won't leave until we are drunk. Very familiar lines. I seem to have said it once, but this time, Tang Xianhao's tone was extremely relieved. Behind him stood 4 reincarnationists. These 4 people had different faces and expressions, and were of different heights. Standing together, inexplicably, there was an extremely gloomy feeling. Okay, Master Tang is too polite. Selling one's body, but not one's art, and Little Mushroom who picks girls were both flattered. They didn't expect that the master of the Samsara family would be so polite to them. Thank you. Tang Xianhao smiled kindly and said, I'll wait for your good news in the present world. Master, don't worry. We won't miss such a good opportunity. Among the 4 people, a tall man who looked like a black iron tower said in a buzzing voice, we will definitely get the props back this time. The 6 people stepped into the Samsara space one after another. Tang Xianhao sighed with relief. These 4 people are experienced apostles. They are well trained and powerful. They are indeed different from the flowers in the greenhouse in their family. This time, there is no possibility of failure. He turned his head and looked at the staff next to him. One of them was not tall, thin, and capable. Isn't he Zufeng, the 12th apostle? The 2 shook hands. It's a pleasure to work with you, Patriarch Tang. Don't forget what you promised me. Don't worry, as long as we get the S-level item, everything will be fine. The 2 people with ulterior motives looked at each other and smiled with relief. And behind Zufeng, a tall man with a long cloak covering his face remained silent throughout the whole process. Wait until it was time to leave. Zufeng turned around and said regretfully, you should have gone to the secret realm this time, the extraordinary secret realm, and you can witness the birth of S-level props with your own eyes. You must know that you are my designated successor, and you will be familiar with these sooner or later in the future. Deng Yang smiled bitterly and said, my physique is not good, and I can't see the sun. It's okay to act alone, but if I go with them, won't I be a burden to them? Alas. I was in a hurry to strengthen your strength, but now you are restricted by your physique. It's my fault as the eldest brother. No. Brother, if you hadn't strengthened my bloodline, I'm afraid I would have died at the hands of Lin Bin with Lord Wangling. I can't thank you enough, brother. How can I blame you? That's right. Zufeng looked at Deng Yang thoughtfully and said nothing more. Chapter 155 The Apostle arrives. A familiar flash of light flashed. When the vision returned to normal, they had already arrived at a cemetery with interlaced tombstones. Reincarnationists would appear in places related to reincarnationists. Obviously, even if the people lying in these tombstones were not reincarnationists, they must have something to do with them. After the 6 people arrived, they quickly figured out the surrounding environment. This world is unique. I didn't expect the death rate of reincarnations to be so high. It seems that these natives are hunting us reincarnations. We have to be more careful in this training. The little mushroom of the girl picking advised the 4 reincarnations. Although this is the first time we all work together, we are all old reincarnations and should know the importance of things. I'm lucky to be the captain, and I will never push you to death. But in return, I also hope that you will give me a favor. After the mission is completed, I hope the 6 of us can get together in reality to celebrate the victory of this mission. Selling one's body, but not selling one's art nodded and approved. Captain is right. Don't worry, we will all obey your orders. I'm just worried that there will be casualties in the mission. Among the other 4 reincarnations, the tall one, Tikui, sighed. If we can't get together by then, I'm afraid we will be more sad than happy. The little mushroom of the girl picking said seriously, as long as we have the same strategy and strength, there will be no casualties. As the words fell, another older reincarnationist, Yunju Ayanshu, slashed with his knife. A deep cut was made on the necks of selling body, not selling art, and Zio mushroom of K-girl at the same time, and blood sprayed like mist. The 2 covered their throats in pain, making a series of hoarse sounds. They stared wide-eyed, unable to believe that their teammates would actually swing knives at them. Aren't they afraid of punishment? Look, isn't this a reduction in personnel? Tikui sneered. Killing teammates. You will be liquidated. Zio mushroom of K-girl spoke incoherently and finally finished a sentence, then fell to the ground with a plop, and there was no more sound. Of course I know I will be liquidated. Yunju Ayanshu sighed and took off his glasses, as if he couldn't bear to watch the 2 fall. sighing, so, I don't plan to leave this secret place alive. Old Yun, it's time to start. Another female reincarnationist, Zuwu, said to him. I know. Yunju and Ianshu took a deep breath and slowly wiped the bloody knife in his hand. He said, I hope you keep your word. Zuwu said, you can believe in the tradition of our organization. If this tradition cannot be followed, our organization will fall apart. Who will be willing to sacrifice at that time? Tikui also sighed, there is no way. High-level secret realms are entered by high-level reincarnations. They have many means, and do not need to pay too much to destroy the world, but this extraordinary secret realm is the most embarrassing. We do not have the ability to destroy the world, so we can only find another way. Don't worry, when we get the S-level props, this prop will fall into the hands of your son and he will inherit it. At that time, he will also be qualified to run for the apostle. Okay. Yunju and Ianshu heard his son, and a bit of determination appeared in his eyes. He had been seriously injured in the previous training, and was about to die. It would be better to use his life, to pave a way for his son. Determination appeared in his eyes. He roared softly. The roar turned into a painful wail. Swing the knife hard. The arm with the reincarnation watch had been cut off from the elbow. As the blood spurted, another reincarnation doctor hurriedly took out a spray from his bag to help him stop the bleeding. Then, he took out a syringe and said, without the suppression of the reincarnation watch, I will inject cell activation fluid into your body again to increase and strengthen the various bacterial pathogens in your body. We are immune to these pathogens, but in this ancient time, when medical equipment is extremely backward and a cold can kill people, these pathogens are incurable diseases. You commit suicide when your cells are enhanced to the extreme. After you die, we will dismember your body and send it to densely populated areas in major cities. At that time, the virus coming out of your body can easily destroy the world. Yunju and Ianshu said painfully, tell Xiaofeng not to be sad about my death. Also, remember to make good use of the props I left behind. That is the last thing I can do for him as a father. Don't worry. The doctor started. Yunju and Ianshu was injected with the syringe with pain. Then a look of pain appeared on his face. He growled and slashed his heart fiercely with the knife. Then, he fell to the ground helplessly, but his body was different from ordinary bodies. It was purple and black all over, as if he was poisoned. Let's get started. Got it. I'll dismember him right away. The doctor took out a saw blade and began to operate on their companions. Tikui said, let me see our mission this time. Prop recovery? Let us recover a prop called Zhangling Sword. This is a bit difficult. If it is aimed at the natives in the secret realm, we can always find clues through investigation, but we have to find out who has the prop. This is really difficult. Zuwu said, if it is not difficult, just give up. Isn't it just a punishment of 1,000 reincarnation points? As long as we can successfully destroy this world, then the reward we get will be more than just a few thousand reincarnation points. The doctor sawed his companion's body and said, I don't agree to complete the task either. Next, we have to send Yunju and Ianshu's body to various places before it rots. We have to go to places such as Seiwei and Korea. The virus has been strengthened and should be fatal to these ancient people. In addition to its terrible infectiousness, theoretically 1 month is enough for everyone to test positive, but as long as we work hard enough, this time may be shortened. I always feel that Tang Shai and Heo has impure intentions. If we complete the task ahead of time, we should be able to catch him off guard. That's right. Next, let's act separately. Well, the previous intelligence shows that the main plane here is mainly Central Plains, Turks and Korea. It happens that the three of us are responsible for one place each. When we encounter a big city on the way, we will throw a body and wait for it to spread on its own. Okay. The three of them quickly agreed on a plan. Take out the storage warm bag that has been prepared long ago, wrap up Yunju and Ianshu's mutilated body, and then disperse and fly in different directions. At the same time, Chang'an City. Inside the main residence of the Yingui sect, a beautiful young woman in white was sitting cross-legged and practicing. She looked quite peaceful, but suddenly, as if she had suffered a nightmare, beads of sweat gradually appeared on her forehead, and her breathing became rapid. Suddenly, Zhu Yuan woke up from her meditation. Her eyes were panicked, and she looked around instinctively, as if there were some monsters surrounding her. What's going on? Where did the palpitations just now come from? Zhuan murmured to herself. Since she and Linbin have been practicing together for many days, and she can be fed by Linbin's true energy every time. Zhuan's digestive ability is much stronger than that of Xiangxin. Therefore, she eats much more than her. The heavenly demonic art, which has already reached the peak of the 17th level, has not yet broken through to the 18th level due to the accumulation of a large amount of the same source of true energy, but it has almost broken through the realm of the void by taking a different approach. By now, her skill level has surpassed Shi Zixun, and is almost close to that of the evil Emperor Xiang Yushan. She believes that there is no one who can fight her in this world. She has focused all her attention on those reincarnationists, just like the last reincarnationist. Shi Zixun wanted to seize the reincarnation watch, but he didn't expect to be sniped by Zhuan. He was destroyed in Sehongjing's Hay. After cooperating with the Li family, Zhuan unified the entire demon sect. She was powerful both in the open and in the dark, and she had the best of the time, the place, and the people. In a fierce battle with Shi Zixun, although she didn't gain any advantage in the fight, Zhao Dayan and others successfully helped her seize 2 reincarnation watches. It can be said that she had an absolute upper hand in the confrontation with Shi Zixun for the first time in her life. Could it be that another reincarnationist has come? With this level of strength, a sudden impulse must have a source. Zhuan had an ominous premonition in her heart. Looking at the reincarnation watch in her hand, she inexplicably thought of her only daughter. The frequency of these reincarnations' arrival began to increase again. Did something happen to Kaina? Or maybe this world is really not a place to stay for a long time. We must have enough foundation in the world to ensure safety here. Zhuan said. Kinga, Master, the disciple is here. Go to Ryukyu and ask Mixon to come to see me. Tell her that I have something important to do. Now is not the time to worry about old grudges. You must come, otherwise I will kill Shan Wanjing. Understand? Yes. Baking turned and left in a hurry. At the same time, in a quiet little house in Chengdu, Sichuan, Shi Zixun has settled here for half a year. The last time he fought with Zhuan, he didn't expect her strength to improve so fast, which caught him off guard and made him suffer a lot. It seems that the holy relic should have fallen into her hands. Sitting quietly in front of Xiuxin's grave, Shi Zixun shook his head and sighed. Xiuxin, your old rival has changed. On one hand, he shouted that I would never snatch the holy relic from you, and on the other hand, he secretly hid the holy relic, crying thief. The previous Yuan would not do such a thing. Although she was a seductress, she was very proud, but your husband was no less. I pretended to be interested in all the reincarnations, and finally compromised, and got a reincarnation table. She might have thought that she had won this battle, right? Unexpectedly, your husband had already achieved his goal. Now King Suan and I both have the reincarnation table. We just have to wait for the next reincarnation to come, and the 3 of us, father and daughter, can be reunited. There was a hint of regret in his tone, and he sighed softly. It's just that I can't take you with me this time, but even if we go to the real world, we should be able to come back. Don't worry, Xiuxin, I will take good care of our daughters, and never let them repeat our mistakes. When they are settled, I can go to find you. By then, even if I face you, your husband can hold his head high, and hold his chest high. Daddy, lunch is ready. Inside the bamboo house, Shi Qingsun, wearing a green shirt and graceful, walked out from inside, with an apron tied around her waist. After several months of getting along, especially with the addition of a younger sister, Shi Qingsun's thoughts of family affection were aroused. During this time, she could also see Shi Zixuan's deep affection for Xiuxin. Although the gap has not been resolved yet, she can already call him daddy very naturally. Hey, here they come. Shi Zixuan put away the sigh on his face, stood up, touched the tombstone, and said with a smile, just one more wave will do. Xiuxin, the day we part is not far away, and the day we reunite is not far away either. He turned around and walked back to his daughter. The wrists of both father and daughter under their long sleeves were wrapped with reincarnation watches. Real world. Beishu City. Grandpa, that grandson called you again. The harsh ringtone of the mobile phone was actually intended to prevent him from missing the call. But he didn't expect that in the past few days, it almost became his soul-stirring death. Without even looking, Linbin knew who the call was from. Linbin answered the phone with some annoyance and said, "Hello. Is that you, little friend Abin? I'm Gu Yuan. Regarding the eternal life art, I just had a sudden thought and came up with a new idea. Can't the eternal life art absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for its own use? But it doesn't matter what kind of spiritual energy it is. Then, the Mingayuki that I have cultivated can be regarded as a part of inferior spiritual energy in some ways, right? If I reverse the practice and then use the eternal life art, can I transform the Mingayuki into the Changshenki?" Linbin said with a dull expression. "This is also a direction to consider." Ha 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 ha, that's what I said. After all, it's the result of years of hard practice. It would be a pity to waste it like this. Moreover, once my strength drops greatly, but my rating is still there, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to survive the next secret realm. So this is the most suitable path for me. Gu Yuan on the opposite side smiled and said, then turned to worry inside. It's just that there are still 4 places that are difficult. Alas, I can only discuss it with you, little friend Abin. Linbin had a blank expression. What he said was a very normal thing. But if they didn't have more than 20 calls a day, with an average of 1 call per hour and half an hour per call, it would be better. He now understood the deeper sinister intentions hidden by Tang Xianhao. He thought that by simply teaching him all his skills, he would have cracked his conspiracy, but Linbin really overlooked the persistence of someone who had been desperate for several years, but suddenly encountered hope. No matter what, no matter when, even if there was a little bit of inspiration, Gu Yuan would consult Linbin. Moreover, this guy was very thick-skinned, and didn't care about Linbin's various excuses. He would talk to him whenever he got caught. After all, he was a saint-level reincarnationist, so Linbin couldn't refuse too much, especially since he had taken several screenshots for Linbin, which were all chat records of him asking his many old friends for healing props. He was indeed very sincere. As a result, Linbin could only respond with HMM and R, and most of his time was spent like this. But he didn't know what to say. So Tang Xianhao must have considered this point. He didn't dare to offend me, so he let this old guy hold me back. In the past few days, I didn't even have the chance to see Xiangxun, and I didn't know how her injuries were. And Fixun, how she spent the time. Since she came to the world, I didn't have time to ask. But I think her life was not very good. She used an old-fashioned mobile phone, rode a small electric donkey, and wore some cheap clothes. Unlike Xiangxun, the most luxurious mobile phone is to use 1 and collect 3. At that time, the look of looking at the mobile phone eagerly, but not wanting it, because of the principle of being a human being, was really cute. Without Sehongjing's hey, there would naturally be no hypocritical saint who was concerned about the country and the people, and Shi Fixuan's last shortcoming would also be gone. To be honest, if it weren't for Gu Yuan, Linbin might have invited Shi Fixuan to use the evil emperor's relic with him. It must be very cool to practice dual cultivation with her. At least it is much better than Xiangxun's tough and noisy attitude. This chat lasted for more than half an hour. As expected of a saint-level reincarnationist, he has almost mastered the secret of immortality. Linbin couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If he had this old man to lead the way when he first got the secret of immortality, and the two of them worked together, his progress would definitely be faster. Unfortunately, there is no if. After hanging up the phone, Linbin gulped down a big mouthful of tea. There are many people who can make him dry-mouthed, but he didn't expect that an old man now has such power. And it was less than 10 minutes after hanging up. Grandpa, that grandson called again. Why is it not over yet? Linbin answered the phone irritably and said in a rushed tone, hello. What's wrong? Are you taking gunpowder? On the other side, Deng Yang's voice sounded particularly pleasant. Linbin breathed a sigh of relief and said, it's nothing. You are really too good. Why am I too good? It's not that you are too good, it's that it's too good, as long as it's not him. Linbin thought to himself, that I really don't want to hear that person's voice. Two grown men. How can there be so many topics to talk about? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 Gu Yun. I have to go this time. What do you want to talk to me about? Lin Bin knew Deng Yang too well. Although this guy's brain was a little abnormal. After all, few normal people like to do exciting things like lurking. But he was the type who would not come to the temple for no reason. Especially with his current identity. It made it so that the two of them should never have too much contact. Since he took the initiative to look for him, he must have something serious to say. Deng Yang didn't say much either, unlike Gu Yuan who would talk for half an hour, even if he had nothing to say. He asked, has your current strength reached the level of entering the saint level? Probably not yet. What's the matter? How much is left? Not much. If you mean the ability to pass the level, I think I may be much stronger than the saint level reincarnationists now, but with the reincarnationist's own strength system, I should be in the 8th or 9th realm of the extraordinary realm for the time being. That means it will be soon. Deng Yang said in a deep voice, after you break through to the saint level, do me a small favor. What favor? Deng Yang said word by word, kill my eldest brother. Lin Binqi said, the 11th apostle? Didn't you say that you plan to kill him after you can stand on your own? Your ancestor's blood has greatly improved my strength. Although it's not as exaggerated as yours, if it's really impossible, I will take the blood of the werewolf ancestor and the vampire ancestor. By then, it shouldn't be difficult to reach the saint level. Deng Yang shook his head and said, it's true that I was a little anxious, but there's nothing I can do. Zhu Feng's mind is much more sinister than I thought. He was able to become one of the 11 apostles before, all thanks to me. At that time, he promised me a lot of things, but I didn't expect that he would change completely after he became an apostle and the Lord of Ghosts. Not only did the things he promised lose their value, he was even more wary of me. He said with disdain, you despicable villain, you really just wanted to use me to become one of the 11 apostles before, and now that you've succeeded, you want to burn your bridges. I hate people like this who are only used after their running dogs are cooked after their rabbits die the most. Lin Bin thought to himself, how can you say such a thing righteously? Didn't you also insidiously say before that this Zhu Feng was just your tool? When you can stand on your own, you will kill him. In a sense, what's the difference between the two of you? He asked. Has he shown any signs? No, but he encouraged me to improve my strength several times before. What does that mean? Is he worried that I'm growing too slowly and is eager to give up his position to me? And this time, when the apostle organization entered the B185 plane, he actually wanted me to go in again. It felt to me that he was not concerned about my growth, but was testing whether I was really interested in the position of apostle. Lin Bin was surprised and said, what? The apostle entered the B185 plane? Deng Yang said in a deep voice, although he did it very covertly, he did not strengthen his bloodline after all, so he did not understand that vampires are the coldest creatures, so they are also very sensitive to negative emotions. Coupled with the cold aura revealed in his words several times before, I can almost be sure that, even if he hasn't intended to kill me, he has already had the idea of being on guard and suppressing me. So if you want to kill him, you must do it as soon as possible. Otherwise it will be difficult to do anything bad to him before he has the intention to kill me. He said worriedly, with his current strength and the guards around him, in order to succeed, at least a saint level reincarnationist has to take action. So that's the case. Okay, I'll contact you as soon as I reach sainthood. Lin Bin asked, but what about the B185 plane you mentioned before? Tell me the details. Deng Yang asked, do you know this plane? I have experience in it, and I have reached cooperation with some of the indigenous people there. These are some backup plans I made in advance. Did anything happen? Deng Yang sighed. I only got to know the specific information after joining the apostles. The apostles were forced to hide in the dark at the beginning, but now they have already developed to their final scale. After all, entering the secret realm means one secret realm after another where they can do whatever they want. There are too few people who can control themselves and not fall, so the apostles have developed very smoothly over the years. Do you mean that the apostles have already gone from being forced to hide to actively hiding? Make a fortune in silence. The barking dog never bites. The apostles were destroyed before because they were too high profile. When they were the most high profile, even the official ignored them. Now no one knows the existence of the apostles. Although the destruction of the world is restricted, there are always opportunities, such as the cooperation with the Tang family this time. The Tang family helped the apostles sneak into the secret realm of B185, and the apostles gave the Tang family an A-level prop as a reward. Deng Yang quickly explained the specific details, and Lin Bin's heart sank slightly. It's the Tang family again. It seems that this guy's doing two things at the same time. Seeing that he didn't kill Xiangxin, he put the blame on the entire Tang plane. Lin Bin asked, what if I want to save the world? Do you have any information about those reincarnations? No, but I can tell you for sure that you can't save the world. Deng Yang sighed. I don't know what arrangements you have made in this plane, but this time the apostles obviously attach great importance to the cooperation with the Samsara family. It's not just the ghost organization. There are also 4 people from other organizations under the apostles who have entered the secret realm, and these 4 people are all at the peak of the extraordinary realm. They all have extremely rich experience in how to successfully destroy a world. It is almost impossible for you to stop them with your ability. You should give up your previous arrangements. Lin Bin was surprised and said, is it so powerful? Deng Yang said seriously, that's an S-level item. It is worth it, no matter how much you pay. Is that so? Lin Bin pondered and nodded, saying, okay, I understand. Don't worry, I will notify you as soon as my strength reaches the saint level. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Deng Yang warned, also, you'd better not get involved in this matter. A ghost organization is enough to make us anxious, not to mention that it involves other apostles. This is not something we can control. Lin Bin nodded and said, I understand. With my strength, it is not difficult to defeat these 4 people in the secret realm, but it is almost impossible to wipe them out. Once they escape, I will stand directly on the opposite side of the open, which is too unwise. Deng Yang nodded and said, I'm glad you understand. So I can find someone I can afford to deal with them. Lin Bin said, as long as you are careful and hide well, the enemy will not know it was us. Okay. Anyway, just don't expose yourself. Deng Yang got Lin Bin's permission and hung up the phone contentedly. Lin Bin was left thinking solemnly. The Tang family actually colluded with the apostles? This was really beyond his expectations. He had finally gained the friendship of the Yingui sect. As long as he could maintain his strength, when the Yingui sect came to the real world, he would have gained a very powerful helper out of thin air. He would no longer have to fight alone. But he didn't expect such an accident to happen. Deng Yang is right. It's not a wise choice to confront the apostles directly, but it doesn't mean that I can't do anything. It's better to say that I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Lin Bin immediately called Gu Yuan. The other party answered almost immediately. Ha, my friend, I didn't expect you to contact me on your own initiative. Could it be that you thought of some tricks about the eternal life secret? I did think of something very important. Lin Bin sighed before he spoke, and then he sighed again. My friend, isn't it a good thing? During this period of time, Gu Yuan almost regarded Lin Bin as his savior. Even for some extremely basic insights, he had to consult with Lin Bin before he dared to practice. Even if he was sure, he was still persistent in getting a nod of approval from Lin Bin. So now, hearing Lin Bin's continuous sighs, his heart trembled, and he said in surprise, could it be? Is there a problem? Big problem. Lin Bin said in an extremely heavy tone, I'm sorry, Teacher Gu. I originally wanted to hide it from you until the end, so that you can leave this world without worries, but I really can't get over this hurdle. What do you mean? Gu Yuan's voice trembled. Could it be my symptoms can't be solved at all? Lin Bin said, it's very difficult to solve. But before, when I discussed with you about the insights of those exercises, you always said yes, 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 yes. Why did you suddenly change your words now? Wait, are you perfunctory to me? It's not perfunctory. Linbin sighed. I really don't know what to say, so I can only go along with what you say. Guyuan sighed. Okay, just say it. I can bear it. Linbin sighed. In fact, your approach is correct, but also wrong, because the practice of the Changshengju takes into account the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as the 2 paths of yin and yang, so that all external spiritual energy can be perfectly absorbed into the body. The normal practice of the Changshengju must have the 7 paths of true Qi of equal strength, but you want to transform all the true Qi in your body into the Changsheng true Qi. But the problem is that the Mingyu divine art is yin, and once you transform it, the yin and yang will be out of balance, and then there will inevitably be a risk of exploding and dying. Why didn't you say it before? I said that you should waste your own skills and practice the Changshengju again. With the foundation of the previous practice, your strength will be restored in at least more than a year. But if my strength drops greatly, I'm afraid I won't survive the secret realm later. Linbin sighed. You just said this to deceive yourself. You actually have a solution. We all know that it's just a reason. Guyuan sighed. Isn't there a good way to have the best of both worlds? After all, I have practiced hard for many years, and I can't bear to do it. It's very slim, so slim that there is almost no hope. This is why I didn't tell you before, because I don't want to give you unnecessary hope, and then let you devote all your energy to this slim hope. So, now you plan to tell me? Because I think I shouldn't ask what I think, but what you think. It's up to you to choose, and I'm not qualified to make this decision for you. Guyuan asked. Tell me, is there any solution? In fact, you have been to the plane where the Eternal Life Secret technique is located, and you brought back the Eternal Life Secret, and I have been there too. Linbin said, the only thing I'm better than you is that I already brought the Eternal Life Secret when I entered, so I deliberately investigated the origins of the Eternal Life Secret and the other 3 great books. At that time, I thought that tracing back to the source would be more helpful to help me practice the technique. What information did you find out? Linbin said, do you know the origin of the Eternal Life Secret? Guyuan said, it is said that it was a technique created by Guan Chengzi, the teacher of Huangdi, before his death. Yes, in fact, I know the true origin of the secret of immortality in much more detail than this. Linbin explained. Master Guan Chengzi once had the chance to enter the temple of the God of War, and saw the God of War Atlas, the first of the 4 great books, and understood the mysteries of heaven and earth. After he returned to the human world, in order to pass on his own skills, he wrote the secret of immortality, based on his own understanding. Because the God of War Atlas was too complicated and mysterious, in order to popularize the skills, he simplified the skills. This is the true origin of the secret of immortality. Strictly speaking, the secret of immortality can be said to be a simplified version of the God of War Atlas. The secret of immortality was derived from the God of War Atlas. Guyuan also knew about the 4 great books, but this was the first time he knew about this relationship. In fact, the remains of Guan Chengzi after his ascension are now preserved in the temple of the God of War, which can confirm the relationship between the 2 skills. Are you saying that, if I want to solve my own problems, I need to find the temple of the God of War? Because your situation is too complicated, you have basically made all the mistakes that can be made in practicing the Eternal Life Secret. If you want to make up for them, you must start with more advanced theories. Linbin sighed, but the Temple of War God has not appeared in the world for thousands of years. It is so difficult to find it. The hope is infinitely close to 0. Then how do you know so much? Because my reincarnation mission is to destroy Sehongjing's He and Jingdian Zen temple. What? How did you complete this mission? Guyuan was shocked. He had also entered this world and naturally knew what kind of behemoths these were. Linbin said, and these 2 sects have been passed down for many years, so I know a lot of news that ordinary people don't know, such as the location of the Temple of War God. Guyuan asked in a deep voice, where is it? Linbin replied, below the Jingyan Palace. Where is the Jingyan Palace? I don't know. Lin Bin sighed. In order to find out the whereabouts of the Temple of War God, I cooperated with the Yingui sect at that time. As a result, after the destruction of Sehongjing's He, time was running out. So my cooperation with the leader of the Yingui sect was just a taste. Although it was in depth, it was not long lasting. Fortunately, a very good cooperation environment was established. Gu Yuan sighed. It was possible to gather all the knowledge of Sehongjing's He and the demon sect in just a few months. If you were given enough time, maybe you could really find the Temple of War God. The hope is slim, but it is precisely because I have investigated that I know how difficult it is. This is why I didn't want to say it before. But I want to try. Gu Yuan said, my friend Abin, if I can get the Temple of War God, I'm willing to share it with you. I have no selfishness. I just ask my friend Abin to help me. Lin Bin said in embarrassment, but the Tang Dynasty plane is just an extraordinary secret realm, and you are a saint level reincarnationist. I have my own way to enter. There are some props that can disguise one's strength. I have ways to obtain such props. Gu Yuan's breathing became rapid, and he said, it's just that I need your help. If Teacher Gu is willing, I can write a letter of recommendation for you, so that you can get free assistance from the demon sect. It's just, Gu Yuan said seriously, I'm willing to pay 5,000 reincarnation points in exchange for an opportunity, and I can promise that, as long as the demon sect is willing to assist me, I'm willing to establish friendship with them, and take care of each other, when they come to the real world in the future. Alas. Teacher Gu, you are so sincere, how can I refuse? Lin Bin sighed and said, I will write a letter to the leader of the Yingui sect now. When the time comes, as long as Teacher Gu gives a letter to her, she will naturally understand what to do. Thank you, little friend Abin. Teacher Gu, you are too polite. Lin Bin said, please make arrangements, and come to my place, to pick up the letter in 3 hours. Thank you very much. Gu Yuan thanked him again seriously. Chapter 157 We are just friends. After getting Gu Yuan's approval, Lin Bin felt relieved. It was not because Zhu Yuan was the elder sister who took him to the peak of adulthood for the first time, so he took extra care of her. But the Yingui sect was almost tied to him now. As long as he could ensure his own strength, the Yingui sect would be his greatest help. It was reasonable for Lin Bin to help the Yingui sect as much as he could after learning that it was in crisis. Gu Yuan was annoying now, so he simply tricked him out to be used as a gun. The two of them had been getting along harmoniously during this period, but this was because of Lin Bin's generosity. In fact, just because of Gu Yuan's initial words that nothing could be accomplished, Lin Bin did not regard him as a friend. The relationship between the two parties was originally a relationship of mutual use, and Lin Bin did not lie. If he could really get the War God Atlas, all the problems he was troubled by now would not be a problem at all. After hanging up the phone, Lin Bin took out a stack of letter paper and began to write a letter to Zhu Yuan. Because he asked Gu Yuan to pass it on, he did not write apostles or anything else. It was just that in the first half, he called her Yana, which was the most private joke between the two of them. These 3 words could make her confirm that the letter was indeed written by Lin Bin. After that, he told her that Qian Qian was living happily here, but because of the evil reincarnationist they had killed before, she was hated by a reincarnation family and was attacked. Fortunately, she was rescued by a caring person, so she was able to escape. Now Qian Qian has a backer, and he will take care of her, so there is no need to worry about her safety for the time being. There is no need to say too much. If there is really a crisis in the Tang Dynasty plane, as long as she sees this letter, Zhu Yuan will naturally realize what is going on. As for the existence of the time traveler Qian Qian, for the old-fashioned reincarnationists, although time travelers are rare, they are not so rare, and it doesn't matter, even if they know their names. In the second half of the letter, he praised Gu Yuan, saying that this person was a saint-level reincarnationist who urgently needed the War God Atlas technique, and asked her to use all the power of the Yingui sect to help him find the War God Atlas. He didn't say too much either, but Lin Bin praised Gu Yuan a lot. As the leader of the demon sect, Zhu Yuan was almost a smart person. If Lin Bin made a little move, she would realize how to cooperate next. How could she not think of driving the wolf to swallow the tiger, or the snipe and the clam fighting each other? no matter which one. As Deng Yang said, his reputation is great, but after all, his qualifications are too shallow, so there is still a lot of gap in absolute strength compared to the real old-fashioned reincarnationists. Even if he entered the Tang dynasty clean, he had an innate advantage over these natives, but facing a group of lunatics who treated the destruction of the world as a game, the role he could play was minimal. It would be more appropriate to let Gu Yuan go. 3 hours later, the letter was handed to Gu Yuan. If nothing unexpected happens, the leader of the Yingui sect should be in Chang'an City now. You find him, and give her this letter, and she will know what to do. Lin Bin asked, but Teacher Gu, you are a saint-level reincarnation after all. Will there be any restrictions on entering the extraordinary secret realm? Originally, it is indeed not allowed, but I can borrow a prop that can show my external cultivation in the extraordinary realm, and then I can enter the secret realm. But in this way, I'm afraid that the next time I want to enter the secret realm, it will take half a year, but for the sake of the War God Atlas, this risk is worth it. Then I wish Teacher Gu a safe journey. Ha 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 ha, thank you for your good words. Gu Yuan set off with great ambition and hesitation. As for the question of how two groups of reincarnations entered the same secret realm one after another, Lin Bin did not ask, believing that Gu Yuan had his own solution. That afternoon, Gu Yuan directly entered B185, the Tang Dynasty secret realm. After confirming that he had left, Lin Bin immediately went to see Shi Fixuan and Qian Qian. What? The Tang Dynasty plane is facing a crisis of destruction? At this time, Shi Fixuan and Kankan were resting in a secret place arranged by the plane walker. Upon hearing the news, Kankan was half shocked and half furious, and said in surprise, I'm called a demon woman for killing people without any scruples every day, and they are going to let the whole world be buried with the loss of one life. Even the title of demon is not worthy of them, right? Shi Fixuan immediately mentioned the color and void sword. He said in a deep voice, no, Fixuan has to go back to save Kingsun. There is no point in you going back. With your ability, you can't beat any enemy. Lin Bin said, the peak of the extraordinary realm is only one step away from the saint level. You should know what the peak of the extraordinary realm means now. Yes, it is the limit of what a mortal can achieve. Crossing this realm, you can become a saint. Shi Fixuan shook her head and said, but this is not a reason for Fixuan to escape, and that person already has a reincarnation watch in his hand. As long as Fixuan rushes back and completes the task as soon as possible, he can open up a passage and let Kingsuan and the others come out. This is much safer than trying hard to find a way to get out of the enemy's passage. And that is Fixuan's home. For the sake of her own home, how can she not do it when she knows it is impossible? At the very least, Fixuan has to fight for her home. Lin Bin said, I originally planned to conceal this matter, just because I didn't want you to worry too much, but if I didn't tell you, you might regret it for the rest of your life, so I told you, although I always gave people a false and empty feeling in the Tang Dynasty plane before, but I just know that Fixuan, you are really in trouble. Thank you, Brother Bin, you really understand Fixuan. Master Fixuan said softly, with a strange look in her eyes. She felt that the man in front of her was indeed her soulmate. I have to be serious too. Master ZHU is in crisis. How can I? Oh. One moaned in pain. In excitement, the injury that had not yet recovered was torn again. She said helplessly and furiously, damn it, all other injuries recovered quickly, but the wound caused by being hit by the shadow just wouldn't heal. Actually, you don't have to worry too much. I have arranged for a reincarnationist of the saint level to enter that plane. As long as your master can still maintain 30% of the power of the little demon girl before he can fool this old guy, the saint level has an absolute advantage in dealing with the extraordinary level. Lin Bin said, just focus on recuperating. Fixuan wants to go back because she cares about the world. As for you, don't forget, my next reincarnation will not take that long. Once delayed, we will miss each other and cannot enter the same secret realm, and you will really die. The fair and pretty face of Kankan was full of resentment, and she said, Fixuan, you know Fixuan well. Lin Bin said, don't be idle either. Next, the two of us will rely on the essence of the evil emperor's relics to practice hard and improve our own cultivation to prepare for the next secret realm. I said I'm not completely sure. Don't rely on me too much. Okay, Captain S. The resentment on Kyan Kian's face disappeared immediately, and she responded with a smile. She looked at Shifixun with a bit of provocation in her eyes. What if we are soulmates? His body still needs me. Only I can bear the things discharged from his body. You Shifixun. No. Shifixun said, there is no time to lose. Fixun will set off now. Okay, now 2 groups of reincarnations have entered the main passage in succession. If you want to go in, I'm afraid you can only enter from the secret realm deep in the lake behind Kyanan Mountain. Remember, if you meet an old man with white hair and beard, Gu Yun, that is the person I arranged to go in. You can mention the relationship between us. For my sake, he will not embarrass you. Kyan Kian asked beside her, what relationship? Of course we are friends. Lin Bin answered as a matter of course. Shifixun also explained, Senior Sister Kyan, don't misunderstand, we are just friends. Kyan Kian gritted her teeth in anger. She always felt that the sentence seemed to be a provocation to her. This woman is so good at pretending. But thinking of the evil emperor's relic, she laughed again. At this time, Gu Yun has successfully entered the Tang Dynasty plane. As a saint level reincarnation, he has been wandering at this level for so long, and naturally accumulated a lot of means and props. Entering the secret realm of the Tang Dynasty is not difficult for him. And the place where he appeared was exactly the corner of a very prosperous street. He asked someone a little. Gu Yun was immediately surprised. He was in Chang'an City. What a coincidence. Next, as long as we find the station of the Yunji sect, we can directly get the assistance of the strongest sect in the world. It seems that even God is on my side this time. Gu Yun glanced at his task. Kill Wuzan Bizuan. To be called Wuzan, his strength must be extraordinary. But Gu Yun doesn't need to take it seriously. But he had a purpose in coming here this time. If he had time, he would do it. If he didn't have time, even if the martial master was lucky, he would not care about the loss of 1,000 reincarnation points. At this time, Gu Yun had already changed into a scholar's robe in advance, and he looked no different from the ancients. He walked towards Yuke Street, intending to pick a few people who knew martial arts and torture them about the location of the Yunji sect. But as he walked, a look of surprise gradually appeared on his face. He had also come to the Tang Dynasty plane for training in the past, and naturally he had also been to Chang'an City. But in his impression, Chang'an City was prosperous and the people lived and worked in peace and contentment. Although it was far inferior to modern metropolises, the happiness index of people's livelihood was still quite high. But now he revisited the old place. However, he saw that the number of people on the street was obviously much less, and most of the people had sallow complexions, and they coughed twice while doing business. Some people even had dull eyes, and they would hunch over on the ground to rest for a while after taking a few steps, as if they were suffering from some terrible torture. Strange, could it be that the war during this period of time has affected Chang'an City? But now the situation of the Li family is very good. Even if Chang'an City is affected, it should be a good impact. Why does it seem like a deserted city for refugees? Gu Yun also did his homework, knowing that in the current Tang Dynasty plane, the Li family is almost destined to be the common ruler of the world. But now it seems that it is about to be destroyed, and the mountains and rivers are destroyed. No, it's an epidemic. Gu Yun has a high level of skill. He passed by several people in succession, but he noticed the extremely hot temperature of their bodies. Are they all having a fever? High fever, cough, hoarse voice, weak breath. Is this world infected with plague? Gu Yun quickened his pace. No matter how high his skill is, he is afraid of kitchen knives. Although his strength is strong and can resist most of the plague, this kind of thing, that is similar to poison, if he is really infected, it will be terrible. It is better to find the Yingui sect station as soon as possible. His pace quickened a bit. It didn't take too long. After Zhu Yuan unified the demon sect and started cooperation with the Li clan, she began the gradual process of whitewashing. After knowing that Sehongjing's was actually a branch of the demon sect, she understood why the Yingui sect had been suppressed by Sehongjing's before. Especially Lin Bin's words that once enlightened her, standing on the moral high ground, you are invincible. She was amazed. Therefore, after unifying the demon sect during this period of time, she immediately eliminated those scum and remnants, and then sent most of the elites to join the Li clan, using outstanding military exploits to restore her reputation. After a few months, it can be regarded as very effective. At least, in Chang'an City, people from the Yinghui sect can already walk openly on the streets. Naturally, it is much easier to find a place. But when he stepped into the Yinghui sect's residence, "Old sir, this is a sacred place. No one is allowed to enter." Two demon sect disciples who were guarding the gate came forward to persuade him kindly. "Your demon sect has changed a lot. I remember that, if someone dared to break into your sect, you would kill them. Now you know to persuade them kindly." Gu Yuan laughed twice and wanted to say a few more words, but he saw that the two disciples looked different. His face changed slightly, and he took out a letter and said, "This is a letter that the Reincarnation Abin asked me to pass on to your sect leader Zhu Yuan. Ask her to come out and see me." Abin? The two disciples were startled when they heard this, and one of them said, "Old sir, please follow me. We will go and report to the sect leader for you." One of them led Gu Yuan inside, while the other quickly went to find Zhu Yuan. At this time, in the main house, Zhu Yuan, dressed in white, with an elegant face, but unable to hide her tired expression, was seriously discussing important matters with two important officials of the Qin Palace in front of her. "So, not only are we in Chang'an, Luoyang and other cities, but even in faraway Turkic and western regions, the plague is spreading." Zhang Wuji is only a young man in his early 20s. He has been studying since he was young, and his eyebrows are always calm. But at this moment, he couldn't help but look flustered. In fact, if Zhu Yuan hadn't scolded him loudly, he would probably be even more out of control at this time. Facing Zhu Yuan's question, he replied, "It is said that smallpox has begun to prevail in Goguryeo, and it is completely different from the smallpox we have known before. Once infected, it is a situation of death. There is also the Turkic. The Black Death virus has spread, and now 9 out of 10 tribes have been wiped out. It is also said that all the people in Japan have been infected with a plague called AIDS. Everyone is emaciated and looks like a ghost. In comparison, our Central Plains is actually better. The symptoms are just similar to the cold. Although the intensity of the infection is equally terrible, at least 2 or 3 out of 10 people can survive. Your skills are extremely high and have helped a lot." Zhu Yuan said, "I occasionally felt unwell the day before yesterday, but I just took it as an ordinary cold. I endured a night and recovered the next day. But the King of Qin's skills are just average." Chang'an Wuji didn't care about being disrespectful to the King of Qin, and said worriedly, "Besides, he has been bedridden for more than 10 days now, and his condition is getting worse day by day. If it weren't for you, Master Zhu, using the Holy Gate medicine to keep him alive, I'm afraid he would have died by now. It seems that we can only find out the mastermind behind the scenes." "What mastermind?" Zhu Yuan said seriously. "It affects all countries and tribes at the same time. This is definitely not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. And the only one who can affect such a large territory is probably Heavenly Man." Chang'an Wuji and Fang Zuanling said this answer in unison. Fang Zuanling suddenly realized and said, "I will send someone to check it out immediately." At this time, the disciple of the Yinghui sect rushed in and said respectfully, "Master, there is a reincarnation outside who wants to see you." And he said that he has a letter from the Reincarnation Invade in his hand. Zhu Yuan's eyes lit up when she heard it and said, "Give it to me quickly." She took the letter, opened it and read it for a while. There was a bit of fierceness in her eyes, and she didn't mean to show it to Chang'an Wuji and others. If these two people knew that the source of Li Shimin's disaster came from the Yinghui sect, although they were also innocent, they would inevitably be blamed. Zhu Yuan casually crushed the letter and said seriously, "You two, it seems that our helpers have arrived." Her tone was light, but her brows were full of solemnity. "Seeking revenge on them? No." Instead, the other party began to target the whole world, from Japan in the east to the Turks in the north, and even small countries such as Goguryeo, Baekje and Silla could not escape the disaster. It seemed that the target of their revenge was not the Yinghui sect, but the whole world. Wait. The whole world. Zhuan recalled the letter that Lin Bin had just written and vaguely seemed to understand what his real hint was. She was sweating profusely on her forehead. Chapter 158 Poverty is a disease that only honest people suffer from. Gu Yuan didn't have to wait too long. Just after he sat down and finished his tea, a beautiful woman in a white dress as soft and winding as a cloud walked in slowly. She bowed to Gu Yuan and said, "Junior Zhuan, meet you senior." Gu Yuan smiled and said, "Master Zhu, please stand up. I'm here to ask for help, so you don't have to be too polite." Mr. Abin said that Senior Gu is his good friend and you can't be rude to you. Moreover, Senior is very powerful. If you are rude, I'm afraid that I will suffer in the end. I have a very deep cooperation with Abin, and I know that he will not lie to me. Naturally, I have to listen to his advice." After saying that, Zhuan stood up. Looking up, she couldn't help but be surprised. Being complimented by such a beautiful woman, Gu Yuan couldn't help but feel proud. He smiled and said, "Why, has Sect Master Zhu seen me? When I was snatching the eternal life art that year, I had the chance to see your portrait, but I have never met you." Zhuan thanked her for her kindness. "Fortunately, I have never met you. Otherwise, I would not have the chance to take over the position of the leader of the holy sect. Ha 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 ha, you're too polite. Now I believe that I'm much stronger than you, Sect Master, but at that time, if we really met, my chances of winning would be less than 20%. It's just that we reincarnators are progressing very fast. Speaking of which, my fate with Abin also started from this. The eternal life art he practiced was the one I brought back that time." Gu Yuan stopped being polite and asked, "Abin told you the purpose of my trip, right?" Zhuan said seriously. "He said that the senior is interested in the Atlas of the God of War and asked me to cooperate with him with all my strength, with you as the leader, and the entire Yingui sect must obey you." At this point, Zhuan paused slightly and smiled. "After several months of separation, Mr. Abin may not know us well enough. You didn't know that I'm now the master of the Holy Gate, and that those who can cooperate with you are not only the Yingui sect, but also the 2 sects and 6 paths of the Holy Dao, and now the entire Holy Gate." Gu Yuan said in surprise, "Oh, are you willing to help me with all your strength? I have heard a lot of news about the world from Mr. Abin. Now I have the opportunity to make friends with you and seek a backer for my future. How can I miss this opportunity?" "Okay, then you immediately find me all the information related to the God of War Atlas from your demon sect, ahem. Holy sect. Also, send people to search for the whereabouts of Jingayan Palace among the people." Abin said that the God of War Atlas is under the Jingayan Palace. As long as you find the Jingayan Palace, you can find the Temple of the God of War. Since it is Jingayan, it must be in a dangerous place with high mountains, and there are clues. Gu Yuan paused, as if he also felt that it was not appropriate for him to order others around like this. He promised, "Don't worry, I, Gu Yuan, am not a heartless person. You have helped me with all your strength. Whether it succeeds or not, I will remember your favor and will repay you in the future. You are too polite, senior. I will do it right away. I will give you news in half a day at most." Zhuan bowed again and said, "I will take my leave." After that, she turned around and left. She returned to the place where they had just discussed the matter. "What's the matter? What is the origin of this old man?" Changsun Wuji and Fang Zuanling asked impatiently. They had just heard Zhuan's speculation. The plague was spread by the reincarnationists, and their purpose was probably to destroy the entire world. Otherwise it would not affect all the countries at the same time. Just hearing this possibility made them feel depressed. No one knew more about the madness of the reincarnationists than them. And now that Li Shimin was in a coma, there was no doubt that Zhuan was their only backbone, so they felt a little dependent on her. "This old man's strength is far above mine. According to the letter Mr. Abin gave me, he is a saint-level reincarnationist who has surpassed the extraordinary realm. His strength is at least equal to that of the broken void in our plane." Zhuan said, "In fact, this person was sent by Abin to assist us in fighting against those reincarnationists, but he should not be aware of this matter." "Oh." The two were immediately surprised. Then what do we need to do? Investigate. Zhuan said firmly. Investigate where the names of the Black Death and AIDS came from. Smallpox seems to have existed since ancient times, but we have never heard of other diseases. Who gave them these names? Although it is possible that rumors can spread, I think it is more likely that the people who poisoned the people will confess in person, find the location where they appeared, and then tell me, and I will find a way to lead Mr. Gu there. At this point, she said to herself, also, since the other party's goal is the Temple of War, I can't completely fool him. Well, I still have to help him seriously, just add some other things on top of some clues, and I think he won't doubt that the information is false. After all, it's just a rumor, and there's nothing we can do about it, if it's true or false. Zhuan ordered. Danmi, you immediately search all the books of my saint sect, find out the information about the Temple of War, and then send it to that old Mr. Gu. Don't neglect it, understand? Yes. Danmi left in a hurry. Lin Bin's letter did not explain, but the two of them had a tacit understanding. Zhuan could naturally see that Gu Yuan's friendship with Lin Bin was all nonsense. She could use him without any worries and squeeze out the last bit of value from him. So, soon, a thick stack of old materials and ancient books had been placed in front of Gu Yuan. Zhuan looked gentle and submissive, and said softly, Senior, this is all the information you need. It's all here. You can personally confirm all the places. I will send someone to check if there is anything unusual. If there is anything unusual, you can go there in person, which will save you time to the maximum extent. Thank you, Sect Master Zhu. You have helped me a lot this time. This is what I should do. Gu Yuan nodded with satisfaction. It seems that Zhuan is really good at being a person. If there is a chance in the future, I will really take good care of the Xiangui sect. It can also be regarded as repaying her favor. At the same time, in the real world, the back hill of Kaianan Mountain, because it is a scenic spot, it is rarely visited by people, and it almost completely maintains its lush state of wilderness. On this day, 3 people went up the mountain from here. Lin Bin, Qian, and Shi Fixun. Qian was seriously injured, especially the wound on her leg, which made it very inconvenient for her to move. At first, she was still sitting in a wheelchair, but when there were no people and no roads, Lin Bin had to carry her on his back. Their trip was naturally to send Shi Fixun into the secret realm of the Tang Dynasty. The secret realm of the Tang Dynasty is now in chaos. 4 apostles, 2 reincarnations, and a troublemaker Gu Yuan. Shi Fixun's strength is good, but she is much inferior to Qian today. It can be said that rashly entering that world is a life and death struggle. But she insisted on going, and Lin Bin naturally respected her choice, otherwise she would probably have trouble in her life. The entrance is actually deep in the lake. I'm sorry Senior Sister 1. Fixun thought that Senior Sister 1 would be honest with Brother Bin, and had already told Brother Bin about this place, so I blurted it out unintentionally, but I didn't expect to ruin Senior Sister 1's secret. Please forgive me. One chuckled twice with a fake smile, and rarely said much. This woman is cunning, and likes to pretend to be pure. But when it comes to things, this point of view is still commendable. She can't go, so she let Shi Fixun go. From this point of view, she still owes her a favor. At this time, Shi Fixun was carrying a blue backpack on her back, with the second sword, and she was lightly dressed. Lin Bin knew how poor this girl was. She didn't even have a storage belt. It can be seen that she is not only poor in reality, but also poor as a reincarnation. Unlike 1-1, the storage space is a high-level bracelet with decorative functions. It can only be said that people who follow the rules will never be rich in their lives. And there is no doubt that Shi Fixun is the most rule-abiding person, no one else. Shi Fixun gently reminded him, Brother Bin, during the time when Fixun is away, Senior Sister Zion will be left to you to take care of. Lin Bin nodded and said, don't worry, I'm here to make sure she's plump and white. Xiangxin was dissatisfied and said, how can you take care of her? You just serve her tea, pour her some water, help her go to the toilet. Wait, isn't it appropriate for him to take care of her? She can ask her friends in the plane to help take care of her. Fixun ignored Xiangxun's words. She smiled gratefully at Linbin and said, then Fixun is relieved. Fixun is gone. You guys take care of yourself too. She turned her head to look at the depths of the lake and threw herself directly into the middle of the lake. With a bang. With the splash of water, her figure disappeared. Still looking? She's gone. Kankan looked at Linbin staring at the ripples on the lake and said angrily, have you forgotten what you just promised Fixun? That you would feed her until she was plump and white. Let's go quickly. I want to eat now and can't wait. Linbin held Kankan and said unhappily, let's go. Of course you can eat, but it has to be good for you. Don't forget what you promised me before. You can't go back to the Tang Dynasty plane for the time being, so skip it and complete the second task. Besides, if I take care of you closely these days, I don't know if I can meet those plane travelers. Forget it. Let's solve the Hangan issue first. You still care about my safety. Kankan rubbed up. Complained, I found out that you really treat me like a liquor. Nonsense. Slave is more appropriate. I'm angry. Xiangxun hugged Linbin's neck tightly, trying to strangle him. But the result was that Linbin's back of the head was completely immersed in warmth. Xiangxun noticed it, but did not hide. Even she herself did not realize that Fixun's appearance made her inexplicably feel a sense of crisis in her heart, always feeling as if she was surpassed. The two of them quarreled and slowly went down the mountain. After waiting for a long time, bubbles emerged from the calm lake. Fixun slowly emerged from the bottom of the water again, her hair soaked on her shoulders, and her breathing was a little hurried because of holding her breath for a long time. It seems that she has become more beautiful, like a lotus emerging from the water. Looking at the two figures leaving, a hint of guilt flashed in Fixun's eyes. She carefully took out the mobile phone that Canon gave her and opened the 2 layers of waterproof cover inside. Such a beautiful mobile phone, she really cherished it. She dialed a number. After a moment, the call was connected. She said softly, hello, it's me, Fixun. Well, Fixun's world has been invaded by apostles. Fixun has to go to protect her relatives, but Fixun knows nothing about the enemy's details. If she rushes in, she may sacrifice her life in vain. Yes, Fixun is so shameless. I want to ask you for detailed information about the apostles. You must know about the specific methods of the apostles, right? Fixun closed her eyes. A bit of struggle and hesitation appeared on her face. After a moment, she opened her eyes, and there was no hesitation in her eyes. Seriously said, as a thank you, Fixun is willing to join you. No, there is no coercion. Fixun originally wanted to join the team of a friend of Fixun, although Fixun is not qualified now. But the two of us are very close, and I thought he would make an exception for Fixun. However, since Fixun is not strong enough, why should she make things difficult for her friend? It is better to join you. You have already done Fixun a favor. Fixun is willing to cooperate with you, and does not feel wronged. After a moment, Fixun hung up the phone. Her face turned pale. She identified the direction, and ran towards the nearest town at the foot of the mountain without hesitation. At this time, Linbin had already sent Guy and Kian to her residence, which was arranged for her by the plane walkers. A hidden 3-story villa, and it is located in an extremely luxurious wealthy area, with excellent privacy protection and impeccable security. Although it is not as good as where Linbin lives, it is more secretive. Don't worry, you don't have to guard me here for long. I can contact the people in my organization, and my companions will come to visit me, and then I'll let her stay and accompany me. Canon sat back on the bed, tilted her fair little face up, and laughed, but there's no need to rush. Let's talk about it in 2 or 3 hours. This amount of time should be enough for us to come once, right? Linbin had already put down his phone. Said, didn't I tell you? I won't go back today. I just reported to my sister that I would practice together at a friend's house, and she agreed. We can practice together all night. Huh? Do you think it will be so easy to pass the mission after the difficulty is increased? Linbin said, the last time I experienced a plane with a rapidly increased difficulty, if I wasn't lucky, let alone S level, I might only get a D or C at best. In other words, can you pass the rapidly increased difficulty of the killing slaughter level? Kyan Kian frowned and said, I always feel that you are playing versus with others. Hurry up, wait until your injuries recover, and we will enter the plane immediately. So soon. When this crisis is over, let's go into the Tang Dynasty secret realm together. You must be worried about your master's safety, right? If we follow the normal process, when we enter the secret realm, I'm afraid everything in the Tang Dynasty plane will be over before we finish our training. If everything goes well, it's fine. But what if it doesn't? At that time, you won't even be able to participate, and I'm afraid you won't even have a place to cry. That's right, come on, I'm ready. Kyan Kian straightened her straight waist and said, let's hurry up. Okay. Lin Bin also took off his shoes, got on the bed, sat opposite her, and held her hands. Then he was stunned. Looking at her intertwined 10 fingers, he was surprised and said, what kind of grip is this? Kyan Kian blinked her eyes and laughed. Sorry, I forgot that Master Fixuan is no longer here. Come on. She quickly straightened her palms. After a moment, a unique mist flowed between the two of them. Essence, true energy, was absorbed through Lin Bin's body, then divided, and then part of it entered into the body of Kankan. The two of them soon fell into a state of oblivion. Chapter 159 Meeting the Parents. In the next few days, Lin Bin and Kankan's dual cultivation frequency increased a lot. And in the process of cultivation, Lin Bin even deliberately began to transfer some essence into Kankan's body. As a result, Kankan suddenly found that her injury recovery speed was much faster than before. The injury that had not improved much after several days of treatment was recovered by more than half in just 3 or 4 days. She didn't think much about it, but just attributed everything to the magic of the holy relic. Anyway, for a little demon girl who had been bathed in the slogans of the Holy Gate since childhood, the Holy Gate was good, the Holy Gate was wonderful, and the Holy Gate treasures were quack. In Kankan's mind, the holy relic was omnipotent. What's the point of just recovering injuries? It is estimated that, even if something was broken, it can repair it for her. 10 days later, after several dual cultivations, Kankan's injuries have recovered. Lin Bin also discussed business with her. Are we going to enter the secret realm now? Wan swung her arms and legs. Her tone was full of humming, and she said proudly, I can't wait any longer. No matter what secret realm it is, I'm sure I can pass it. During this period of time, except for going to the toilet and taking a bath, she spent most of the rest of her time in bed. But correspondingly, although her hands and feet were a little soft and weak due to not exercising for too long, her internal strength was much better than before. According to her tone, she is now fully confident that she can teach her master a lesson. Lin Bin thought to himself, you can show off. Although he eats less than you, your master's appetite is much bigger than yours. If a fight really breaks out, I'm afraid you will still be hung up and beaten. Of course, this doesn't need to be said. Lin Bin said seriously, of course. Go and come back quickly. As the red essence increases, the difficulty of the mission will increase significantly. But since the red essence is a punishment, the reward will definitely not be much more, so we have 2 choices. Kyan Kian sat cross-legged on the bed obediently. Like a good student, she raised her hand and asked, which 2 choices? First, choose an ordinary extraordinary secret realm and enter it. The advantage is that we can find out some situations in the secret realm in advance, so as to deal with them through materialization, so as not to be caught off guard. Just like my Shuanglang magic shadow sword, once it enters the dark world, it will be castrated by 80%. At that time, I really have no place to cry. Lin Bin said, the disadvantage is probably that these secret realms have been entered by many reincarnations, so it is not the first time. Others have accumulated so much experience in the secret realms, and the secret realms cannot be unchanged. Kyan Kian couldn't help but look down curiously when she heard it, and then realized that she had thought wrongly. She giggled and asked curiously, isn't it important that it's not the first time? Of course, just because it's not the first time doesn't mean we can't enjoy the most original secret realm. It has been messed up by countless people, and it's a mess. You know, there are actually traces to follow in the secret realm. Take the Tang Dynasty as an example. The Yinji Ui sect is hostile to Seongjing's He. Although Jingdian Zen Temple seems to be out of the matter, it is on guard against another sect of the demon sect, the Six Paths. As long as we are willing, these are actually points that can be used, but if someone has entered. One nodded and said, I understand. What about the second option? The second option is to use my identity as a pioneer explorer, to find a secret realm that has never been entered. Linben said, the advantage is probably that it is original and healthy, and we can enjoy the initial feedback. But the disadvantage is that we don't know the specific type of this secret realm, whether it is science fiction or ghost type, martial arts type or supernatural type, and even the difficulty may increase or decrease sharply. Everything is hard to say, and this kind of original secret realm is not always available, so we need to try it. One asked, which one do you like? Linben said without hesitation, the second one. So you want the first time more than the experience, right? Cannon said angrily, is it an illusion? It seems like you have no intention of discussing with others at all. You just explained the interests to them, and then told them your decision. The only thing they can do is say yes or okay. Linben said, because I have an ambition. What ambition? Tang Xian Heyo. Linben said in a deep voice, this guy is so annoying. These days it's not whoever dies is right. It's indeed pitiful that he lost his son, but this is not the reason for him to retaliate indiscriminately. But as a reincarnation family, the Tang family has deep roots in reality and is connected to various units and agencies. Moreover, there are a large number of reincarnations within the Reincarnation Association. It is not difficult to kill him in the real world. The difficulty lies in that we cannot withstand his counterattack after his death. But if we can lure him into the secret realm, Cannon, why is your face so red? No, nothing. Cannon, who was staring at Linben, lowered her head and covered her chest with her hands. She felt her heart beating violently. Her eyes were wet with excitement, but she didn't even understand where the excitement came from. Damn. Why is my mood so bad? It was so easy for someone to enter and mess it up. Is it because my power has improved too much and too fast? She calmed down. She looked up and looked at Linben. Although her eyes had returned to normal, they still had some hope that she didn't even realize. She asked softly, do you really want to be an enemy of a reincarnation family? They are very powerful. Since they have already attacked us, do we have to wait until there are casualties before we can defend ourselves? Linben thought to himself that he first assassinated Cannon and then asked Gu Yuan to delay me. It was obvious that he was sure that the two of us were in the same group. He was now clearly taking the path of defeating us one by one. After Xiangxin dies, it will be my turn. How could I not understand the principle of lips and teeth are interdependent? But Xiangxin obviously had the wrong idea. How could she know about Gu Yuan's existence? At this moment, Xiangxin's mind inexplicably recalled Shifixuan's question of whether it was a verb or an adjective. Then her face inexplicably turned red again. She said vaguely, then. I will listen to you. Anyway, I'm now barely a member of your SM team, and I can only be bullied and ordered around by you. There is no other way. Okay, then I'll find a way myself. Seeing that Xiangxin had no objection, Linben nodded with satisfaction. Although this woman was as cunning as honeycomb coal, she was still very sensible at the critical moment, knowing that he entered this secret realm to save her. If she really dared to have any objections, he would beat her ass. In fact, this idea was inspired by Gu Yuan. Normally, only one wave of reincarnationists can enter the secret realm. This is to prevent the continuous entry of reincarnationists, which will cause conflicts between the tasks of both parties and cause unnecessary casualties. But Gu Yuan's behavior told him that this is not an iron rule. At least, after those reincarnationists entered the Tang Dynasty secret realm, Gu Yuan could still enter the secret realm through formal channels. I don't know whether it was a normal application or the props used. But no matter which one it was, as a reincarnationist at the saint level, Gu Yuan could do it, and Tang Xian Heyo, the head of the reincarnation family, might not be unable to do it. Especially now as such a good opportunity. The red essence is improved, and the difficulty of the task is greatly increased, but as long as they do not enter at the same time, the tasks of the reincarnationists who enter one after another must be different. At that time, Tang Shai and Heo will have the best time, place, and people. Wouldn't it be like playing to kill Kyan? Unfortunately, he ignored Lin Bin's collection. Lin Bin touched the expanding fire in his arms. This expansion does not distinguish between enemies and friends. If you play like this, it may be too exciting and Kyan may not be able to bear it. Lin Bin said, I found out clearly. The danger of Han Yun is that the difficulty of the mission has increased dramatically, but the reward has not increased much. However, if the mission fails, the reincarnation points deducted will be much more than the normal deduction. So I think that compared to Han Yun, Tang Shai and Heo is the one we need to eliminate first, because even if the mission fails, I'm sure that both of us can be saved. He paused and said, I haven't hidden my whereabouts since I left Feizuan. No matter how well you hide, I'm afraid Tang Shai and Heo would have noticed your whereabouts through me. It's just that, because I'm by his side, he is worried about Director Lei, and dare not act rashly. Since both sides are wary, let's put aside the forces behind us and fight him openly. Won was surprised and said, is he so arrogant? Lin Bin smiled and said, of course, this is the most favorable situation. Whether he is willing to take the risk in person is still uncertain. If he really enters, I would rather complete the task and kill Tang Shai and Heo at the same time. But don't spend money indiscriminately during this period of time. Get more money from your licking dog group and exchange more reincarnation points, otherwise the reincarnation points will not be enough. Then you will be crying without tears. Oh, I understand. If it was before, Kyan would definitely complain, why do you think so beautifully? But now she felt a little more touched in her heart, and she responded obediently like a newly married young wife. Lin Bin was surprised, thinking that it was not possible that Kyan wore Shifixuan's human skin mask and escaped. Kyan couldn't be so obedient. She was as difficult to tame as a little wildcat. Just do it. Lin Bin contacted Raymond as soon as possible to ask if there was a new secret realm suitable for him to enter. What, have you finally remembered your identity as a pioneer of the World Exploration Bureau? Raymond said with a somewhat sarcastic smile in his tone. You haven't paid attention to the affairs of our World Administration Bureau during this period of time. You didn't even punch in. To be honest, you are really not worthy of your 30,000 yuan salary. Director Lei, you are too good at joking. I have always had the World 20th Bureau in my heart. Forget it, it's also my fault. I shouldn't have let Zukain test you in the first place, so that you learned all her bad habits. Now it's hard to change. Raymond said, there will be a new secret realm in 7 days. We are trying our best to detect the intensity of the energy fluctuations in it during this period of time. It is speculated that its intensity should be between extraordinary and killing, 70% of the possibility of extraordinary secret realm, 30% of the possibility of killing. So I have been hesitating whether to let Lei Jun in. What if it is a killing level? He can't play in it. If you are interested, I will organize you two to form a team. Wait. Director Lei, don't let brother Lei in this time. Lin Bin said, this time I plan to bring a female reincarnationist into this secret realm. Help her wash away the red essence. Raymond's voice was a little puzzled, and he asked, wash away the red essence? Is it impossible? Not that it's impossible. Normally, no reincarnationist is willing to go to a new secret realm, especially a new secret realm with unknown difficulty, and wash away the red essence. Abin, aren't you missing the point? If you really want to wash away the red essence, wouldn't it be more appropriate to find a secret realm where you know it well? Because I have other plans. Director Lei, please spread this news and let everyone in the World Bureau know. Raymond immediately understood what was meant, frowned and said, you want? Lin Bin sighed, I have to give something back about Gu Yuan's matter. I'm restricted in the real world. How can I be as happy as in the secret realm? If that's the case, I can arrange it for you. For example, let the staff be negligent and give others the opportunity to take advantage of it. Thank you, Director Lei. Just make sure you are safe. But since you are planning to do this, you must be very sure of it. Raymond sighed, but didn't think much about it. He didn't investigate specifically, so he naturally didn't know about the existence of Xiangxin. He didn't know that behind Xiangxin was an entire plane. Lin Bin was betting that the reason why Xiangxin was able to escape from the last attack was not because of Shi Fixuan's rescue, but mainly because the other party wanted to be alive. It was able to make Tang Shi and Heo temporarily put aside the revenge for killing his son. The importance he attached to this new plane was definitely far beyond imagination. If you can get a secret realm, you can create a reincarnation family. If you get an extra one. But this bet is also very likely to fail. Because after he failed to seize Xiangxin, he began to cooperate with the apostles to destroy that world. Can it be classified as destruction if you can't get it? What if you can get it? Lin Bin could only pray that he had deep feelings for his son, so he came with the intention of avenging his son personally. But even if Tang Shi and Heo didn't come, he would definitely send his capable men to go, and it would be impossible for him to do nothing. At that time, it would not be a loss to kill those subordinates and cut off one of his arms. After hanging up the phone with Raymond, Lin Bin turned to look at Kankan and said, "We will enter the next secret realm in 7 days. Remember to stay by my side during this time. Don't leave me, okay?" Kankan nodded gently and said, "Well, I won't leave you." "Then pack your luggage. Where are you going?" "Go home with me." Are we going to meet the parents now?" Kankan became inexplicably flustered. Lin Bin said speechlessly, "What are you thinking about? There are many empty rooms in my house. You can stay at my house for 7 days. During this time, I need to make some extra preparations." Chapter 160 Final Preparation. For the first time in her life, the fearless one felt timid for the first time. Meeting the parents so soon. No, this guy is just a dog that I want to conquer. What's so good about challenging a stupid dog that can't find its way home because of a smile or a sweet word? In one's opinion, Lin Bin is more important than her dog army combined. Although those dogs can always let her use the best cosmetics, the latest mobile phones, and make her a VIP customer on Xianyu. In comparison, it is more interesting to conquer this kind of man who she originally disdained and even had a little prejudice against her. Although she told herself so desperately in her heart when she really saw the big sister sitting in a wheelchair with a calm and kind smile on her face. One couldn't help but feel a little weak in her legs and even felt a little stiff in her smile. She wanted to smile more beautifully, but why did she feel that the corners of her mouth couldn't be pulled? Lin Bin said, "Sister, this is my temporary teammate. In a few days, we will enter a secret realm together for training. For some reasons, she may have to stay at our house for a few days, which can be regarded as cultivating tacit understanding." "Well, I understand. I will go to clean up the guest room now." Although Lenzu said she would clean up the guest room, she had no intention of moving at all. She just looked at Lin Bin with a smile in her eyes and asked with a smile, "Or should we just not clean it up and it would be better for you two to live in the same room?" No, Sister Linzu, you misunderstood. We are not that kind of relationship. No, I'm not that kind of casual girl. Kyankian felt guilty for some reason. It seemed that she was afraid of being misunderstood by Linzu. "Don't worry, I didn't think much about it. I often smell your perfume in Abin's car." Linzu smiled kindly. "Abin is grown up now. Because of me, he didn't have time to fall in love early. Now it's much later than normal boys to fall in love. Don't worry, I'm just a sister, not a vicious mother-in-law, so don't be too afraid of me." In the kitchen, the landlady Tang Yufu came out wearing an apron. She smiled and said, "Since you are here, Miss Lin, don't move around if your legs are inconvenient. I will help Miss Kankan clean up the guest room later." No, I can do it myself." Kankan quickly got into the guest room. Lin Bin looked at Tang Yufu deeply and said, "Sorry to bother you, Mrs. Tang, to accompany my sister again. This is what I should do. Miss Lin's homework is very good. Wanrong's grades have improved by more than 100 points. She asked for very little money, and I felt embarrassed. It happened that my child was in boarding school, and I had nothing to do, so I came to accompany Miss Lin to talk as a way of repaying her. Yes, I'm quite busy here. Although life is much better now than before, I don't have more time to accompany her. Thanks to you." After learning about Tang Yufu's identity, Lin Bin had a deep chat with Tang Yufu. With Raymond's endorsement, he did not reject the closeness between the landlord's wife and Lin Zhu. It is better to say that having such a retired reincarnation person accompany Lin Zhu, whether from the perspective of accompanying her to relieve her boredom, or from the perspective of safety, is a beneficial and harmless thing. Being able to retire for so many years without revealing her identity means that she actually has no grudges or enemies. This is a good thing. That day, the four of them sat together for a meal. The landlady left after she finished washing the pot. Lin Zhu pulled Xiangxin to chat, mainly about her background. How many people were there in her family, her education, her previous living environment, etc. Xiangxin was confused. Although her answer was perfect, her back was already slightly wet. Finally, when Lin Bin saw Lin Zhu's extremely relieved smile after learning that Xiangxin had no parents, as if she was happy for her brother, that he didn't have to worry about the conflict with his mother-in-law and the problems of the gift and the house, he finally couldn't help but said bluntly, "Sister, it's getting late, you should go to bed early. Xiangxin and I are going to go back to the room to prepare some things." Lin Zhu was surprised and said, "So early? I want to chat with Miss Xiangxin for a while. It's cultivation. It's a very serious cultivation for reincarnations. Cultivation is not divided into early and late." Xiangxin explained in a low voice. "Okay, Miss Xiangxin, you don't have to be so polite. When you come here from now on, it will be like returning to your own home." Lin Zhu touched Xiangxin's hand. She turned around and steered the wheelchair back to her room. Xiangxin breathed a sigh of relief until Lin Zhu's door was closed. She exclaimed in a low voice, "What a strange feeling. Miss Lin Zhu's attitude is so good. Why do I always feel so much pressure, as if I'm being completely suppressed?" It's great that she is not a reincarnationist. If she is really a reincarnationist, I feel that I will be completely controlled by her. Lin Bin shook his head and said, "You have too much inner drama. Let's go and practice. I'm warning you that you can be a little more outspoken in other places, but it's better not to be so ambiguous when speaking in front of Miss Lin Zhu. What if she misunderstands and targets me?" Xiangxin was still persistently warning Lin Bin. Yes, don't you want to practice?" Yes, Qian Qian laughed. She risked meeting her parents to come here. Wasn't it just for the convenience of dual cultivation? The sacrifice was worth it. At the same time, Hengyang City. Tang family. Tang Xianhao looked extremely solemn, as if he was thinking about something important. Just as Lin Bin expected. He couldn't find Qian Qian's whereabouts, but he could lock Lin Bin. It was not difficult to find Qian Qian's hiding place through Abin. It was just that Lin Bin was with her day and night, so he had some concerns. After all, this was the real world, and no matter how strong the reincarnationists were, they were not strong enough to override the law. Although the Tang family was a reincarnation family, it did not mean that they had no rivals and enemies. Once they went too far, they would inevitably be caught by others. Especially behind Abin stood Raymond. Raymond had nothing to be afraid of, but behind him, it was not worth provoking such a strong enemy. But now, according to reliable information, this Lin Bin actually wants to enter a new secret realm with that girl, called Kankan, to train and cleanse her red blood. So, the two of them are going to team up, and what they will face will be a secret realm of unprecedented difficulty? If that's the case, he murmured, this is such a good opportunity. Patriarch, it's not worth it for us to take this risk, is it? Tang Rinji advised respectfully, we have reached a cooperation with the apostles. The destruction of the Tang dynasty world is not far away. For us, the importance of the passage to the Tang dynasty secret realm is naturally far less than before. It's not worth taking risks for this, right? Yes, we have cooperated with the apostles, but how could they easily hand over the S-level items to us? Tang Xianhao sneered, we have paid so much, if in the end we only get an A-level item, and the biggest chunk of it is taken by the apostles, I will not be reconciled. Patriarch, don't worry, I have arranged 13 elite reincarnations of the Tang family. They will wait for these apostles to come out and attack them immediately. They have just ended a world and must be injured and exhausted. By then, we will have a great chance of taking back that S-level item. No, the success rate is too low. Patriarch, you can believe in the strength of our family. Tang Xianhao shook his head and said, I believe in the strength of our family, but I'm very worried. The apostles dared to enter that secret realm when they knew we were planning to defect in the end. They must have something to rely on. That's why I said, the probability is too low. What? Tang Renji, do you really think I'm a fool? Tang Xianhao turned his head to look at Tang Renji. A sneer appeared on his face and said, 3 years ago, you went to the secret realm B123 for training, but you came back 12 days late. At that time, we even thought you were dead. Can you answer me? How did you escape alive? Tang Renji. And a year later, the secret realm B123 disappeared. Tang Xianhao sighed. You have been careful enough, and it took you a year to take action. But if I were you, I would be more careful, because this kind of secret, which will kill people once it is exposed, no matter how cautious you are, it is not too much. Tang Renji's face changed drastically. He turned around without hesitation and rushed to the window, intending to jump out of the window and escape. But the next moment, Tang Xianhao's loud shout was heard. Tang Renji. Having already jumped onto the window, Tang Renji turned his head to look at Tang Xianhao, as if possessed by some mysterious force. Then, he faced a mirror. Damn. The last thing he saw was Tang Xianhao rushing over like lightning. The next moment, he was entangled by countless green plants, and blood was sprayed, but not a single drop of it leaked out. Instead, it was all sucked up by the blue plants. Tang Renji slowly shrank down until he was sucked into a dry corpse. Tang Xianhao then retracted the entangled vines and restored his arms. He sneered, do you really think I don't know your background? I don't think I'm very smart, but I consider the position of the head of the Tang family, so how could I be deceived by you? If it wasn't for the purpose of taking advantage of the wrong information you gave to the apostles, why would I tolerate you until now? He gently pressed the bell on the table. Soon, two capable men came in. Without making a sound, he cleaned up Tang Renji's body. Tang Xianhao said, Tang Mu, Tang Feng. You are the two most outstanding extraordinary reincarnationists of the younger generation of our Tang family. Go and prepare, and enter a secret realm with me in a few days. Tang Feng, who was cleaning up the body, looked indifferent and nodded. Tang Mu's eyes lit up, and he laughed in surprise. Master, you finally discovered my strengths. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry. With me here, there will be no problem in this secret realm. Well, deal with Tang Renji well, and warn all the Tang family members. The family should stick together, and this is the end of turning your arms outward. Yes. Tang Feng carried the body in one hand and Tang Mu, who still wanted to show off, in the other hand, and turned out. When only Tang Xianhao was left in the room, Tang Xianhao murmured, I'm afraid the apostles will think that I will wait outside the secret realm to ambush them, but if I can get the whereabouts of the passage from that Xiangxin before that, and then ambush and attack inside, with my strength, I'm still quite confident of winning against 4 reincarnationists at the peak of the extraordinary realm. And that Abin. Tang Xianhao's eyes showed a bit of fear. In his opinion, Abin is not to be feared now. But Lin Bin's growth rate is too fast, especially now that there is a conflict between the two of them. Although it is not certain whether he knows about it. Under this situation, if he continues to grow, once he reaches the point where he can threaten the Tang family, some of the previous unpleasantness may cause his hostility. Wanting to kill Xiangxin because you want to get more benefits. But wanting to kill Lin Bin is to protect the future of the Tang family. In comparison, the latter is more important, whether it is the former or the latter. In the real world, they can't move freely, but if they are in a secret realm, especially with their strength, they will most likely enter a secret realm of the extraordinary realm. In the eyes of a reincarnator who has entered the saint level, the secret realm of the extraordinary realm is not easy. Especially since the other party's mission is as difficult as ascending to heaven. As long as I don't enter in the same batch as them, then in comparison, my mission is actually very simple, and their situation is much more difficult than mine. Tang Xianhao thought about it carefully, but found that, no matter from which aspect, this risk is still worth taking. It's just that he has to see whether he will take the risk himself, or send his capable subordinates. After all, it involves S-level props, so it's more appropriate for me to go there in person. Tang Xianhao thought hard for a long time and finally made up his mind. In the next few days, Tang Xianhao began to do his best to find out the information about the two people's experience, especially some props that can be targeted at them. It is the kingly way to prepare for a rainy day. As for Lin Bin, while practicing safely, he also began to make some preparations in advance. The bait has been laid. Whether the enemy bites or not, he has to attack the secret realm normally. It is always right to make some preparations in advance. For example, check the intelligence of the Tang family and then make some targeted exchanges. From this point of view, the two of them thought of the same thing, but one of them had a mind and the other thought he had a mind. It is not difficult for Lin Bin to exchange. He has a lot of B-level merits, and it is normal to exchange 1 or 2 props for self-defense. After all, although the power of props is not as good as the skills and weapons, they are better in magical effects. If used properly, they may have unexpected effects. Just like that, everything is ready. This morning, Lin Bin slowly put away the evil emperor's relic, which had less than 30% of its true essence left. Asked, "How do you feel?" The smooth little face of Qian Qian was full of joy, and she said seriously, "The 18th level of the heavenly demonic art, the breakthrough is just around the corner. There is no time for you to break through. We should enter the secret realm." Lin Bin stood up, with a bit of excitement in his eyes. Ordinary secret realms really can't give him such a challenging feeling. Chapter 161 Mission Critical Hit. The new secret realm is not too far from Beishu City. It is in a wilderness mountain area more than 100 kilometers away. And this time Lin Bin is no longer a newcomer, so naturally he does not have the treatment that he had to be accompanied by his predecessors before. First, he arranged for Lin Zhu and asked the landlord's wife to take care of her. Lin Bin drove directly with Xiaoxiao to the destination. More than an hour later, the two had arrived at the destination. "Hello, Mr. Abin, we meet again." This time, the staff responsible for receiving and maintaining the secret realm is an acquaintance. Because of the unique name, Lin Bin still has a very deep impression of her. Bu Shuang. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Lin Bin always feels that when she faces him, her words and deeds seem to be a little more restrained. Even or. The Samsara Association is divided into 2 major components, Samsara and logistics. In fact, logistics and Samsara are equal. One is responsible for entering the secret realm to train, and the other is responsible for coordinating the border between the secret realm and the real world, as well as preparing a stable rear for the Samsara. The status of both parties was equal. As a result, the other party's attitude, after the other party respectfully said that he needed to wait for a few minutes, he hurriedly ran to prepare with a pallid expression of 3 parts timidity, 3 parts awe, and 4 parts impatience. Looking at her timid back, Xiangxin exclaimed, "I didn't expect that your reputation is so great, Brother Bin. Those who know her know that she is in awe of you, and those who don't know her think that you killed her immediate boss. Don't talk nonsense." Lin Bin muttered and took Xiangxin to rest first. After waiting for a few minutes, Bu Shuang ran over eagerly and told Lin Bin that the secret realm was open. And along the way, she was reporting information about this secret realm like a lackey. "Mr. Abin, this secret realm began to appear half a month ago, and it stabilized very quickly. Normally, it takes about 3 months for a normal secret realm to gradually stabilize after the occurrence of spatial fluctuations, but this secret realm took about 5 times faster. The specific reason is still unknown." Bu Shuang said, "The energy fluctuations of this secret realm are between the extraordinary and killing levels. According to our current inference, there is about a 70% chance that it is an extraordinary secret realm, and a more difficult extraordinary secret realm." Lin Bin knew this long ago and said nothing. But Xiangxin asked curiously, "What about the other 30%? Killing level?" Bu Shuang said, "At that time, Miss Witch, you don't need to consider the mission, but how to protect your own life." Xiangxin was surprised when she heard this. "So this is why the reincarnations are unwilling to join that world or that bureau? The uncertainty is too great." Lin Bin said, "But I also said that this secret realm is clean. I like clean secret realms. Let's go. Now that we are here, don't procrastinate." As he said that, He walked towards the dark secret realm crack in front of him. Xiangxin looked at his back and muttered, even the secret realm must be clean. Don't you have misophobia? Although she knew it was dangerous, she still followed him obediently. Seeing the two figures disappear in the secret realm, Bu Shuang breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure was too great. She naturally heard the joke of Kian. In fact, she really wanted to say to him at that time, "You are so right. My boss was really killed by him." As a hidden person arranged by Wang Ling, no one knows how powerful her master is better than Bu Shuang. But now, the other party has become a stepping stone for this Abin. Others don't know, but as an intelligence officer who personally transmits information to Wang Ling, Raymond and others' behavior of stealing credit in order to protect Abin can be hidden from her. Therefore, Bu Shuang is half in awe and half grateful to Abin. She is a hidden person arranged directly by Wang Ling. Now that Wang Ling is dead, she is safe. People at the level of logistics team leader in the reincarnation space have a good salary and benefits. In order to better hide herself, she even married and had children. She has already achieved financial freedom. It's just because of that secret that she can only be used by others. But now Wang Ling is dead. From this point of view, Bu Shuang is actually grateful to Lin Bin. Especially after communicating with him at close range, she was actually paying attention to Lin Bin's language and demeanor the whole time, and found that he looked normal. She immediately understood that he didn't know that she was safe. Next, we just need to wait for Mr. Abin and the others to come out. Bu Shuang breathed a sigh of relief. This time, he was really happy. Especially when he thought of his son who was in kindergarten. He unconsciously showed a relieved smile on his face. But the smile had not yet fully blossomed. Behind him, a loud shout suddenly sounded. "Tang Renji, where are you running to?" The voice was very fast. It was still 100 meters away when it just sounded, but when the last word fell, it was already close at hand. Bu Shuang looked back, but only felt a black shadow passing her and rushing directly towards the crack in the secret realm. The person was coming very fast. "Hurry up and open the protective barrier," Bu Shuang shouted. The protective barrier that had been buried deep underground suddenly opened. With a swish, half of the figure had been cut off, but the remaining half strode into the secret realm without any hesitation. "Oh no, no." Tang Xianhao rushed over with a look of annoyance, and when he saw that Tang Renji had disappeared, he stamped his feet in anger. As he stood still, the barrier protecting the entrance to the secret realm had been completely opened. Even the logistics personnel, although they had no combat power, were now shrinking inside the barrier, and they were holding Gauss weapons that could be fired outward through the barrier and had a range of more than 2,000 meters. With the protection of the barrier and a range of 2,000 meters, it was enough to cause damage to most of the reincarnations. This was also the reason why these logistics personnel could protect the secret realm passage. Tang Xianhao did not react to their defense. Instead, he looked at the half of the body that gradually turned into blue grass and said angrily, "He still escaped into the secret realm. Wasn't this place empty before? How could there suddenly be a secret realm? If I had known earlier, I would have stopped him in the downtown area, even if it caused casualties." In one sentence, he explained why they chased him here. He also explained why, with his strength, he let the other party escape here. Bu Shuang frowned, but he still saw that the person who came was a saint-level reincarnationist. She asked, "You are?" "I'm Tang Xianhao, the current head of the Tang family." Tang Xianhao took out his reincarnation table, showed Bu Shuang his ID, and said, "I'm here to hunt down a traitor in the Tang family." This traitor actually attacked his comrades who were also reincarnators. After I discovered him, he immediately fled. I chased him all the way, and originally planned to kill him after we left the downtown area to prevent accidental injuries. Unexpectedly, there was a new secret realm here. Alas. Man proposes, God disposes. He asked, "Is this a brand new secret realm?" "Miss Administrator, I would like to apply to enter this secret realm and arrest this traitor, to prevent him from taking root in this secret realm, so that he will not have any bad influence on the reincarnationists who enter this secret realm for training." Bu Shuang was stunned when he heard this, and said in embarrassment, "But a reincarnationist has just entered to train. Theoretically, unless there are special circumstances, Two groups of reincarnationists are not allowed to enter the same secret realm. But now it's a special situation. Tang Xianhao said in a deep voice, Tang Renji is extremely powerful, and he is only one step away from becoming a saint-level reincarnationist. I think the fluctuations in this secret realm are at most extraordinary. With his strength, he will definitely cause fatal harm to the reincarnationists inside. I may need to submit an application to the higher-ups. You can apply to Vice President Sun Zeng and say that Tang Xianhao wants to enter this secret realm and strangle the Tang family rebels. I can guarantee that I will only kill rebels and return immediately after killing them. I will never cause trouble to those reincarnationists. Understood. Bu Shuang immediately took out his cell phone. After a moment, she put down her phone and said, Master Tang, there are some things I need to inform you in advance. The difficulty of this secret realm is currently undetermined. It is very likely to be an extraordinary secret realm, but the possibility of a killing level secret realm cannot be ruled out. There may be risks in entering, so you'd better be mentally prepared. In addition, you must sign an agreement, and will never cause trouble to the orthodox reincarnationists who enter this secret realm. I understand. Tang Xianhao had already arranged everything, so he was not surprised by this reaction. Then Mr. Tang, you can enter this secret realm. After all, it is not an iron rule. Under special circumstances, two groups of reincarnationists can be allowed to enter at the same time. Tang Xianhao's calculations were very loud. Anyway, Tang Renji was dead. When he came out, he would directly carry out his mummified body. It could be regarded as evidence of both human and material evidence. No one could say that he entered the secret realm to cause trouble. As for Lin Bin and Kian, the dead can't speak. He insisted that he had never seen these two people. The secret realm is so large, who can check it out? Don't worry, after we kill the rebels, we will return immediately and try not to cause any impact on this world, nor interfere with the experience of the reincarnationists who entered before. Tang Xianhao turned around and said, Tang Mu, Tang Feng, let's go and enter this secret realm. Yes X2. The two responded in unison, and the three of them walked towards the depths of the secret realm together. This time, he went out in person, and brought with him the two most outstanding young reincarnationists of the younger generation of the Tang family. One of them was full of blood and energy, and the other was calm and thoughtful. They were originally the talents he left behind, to pave the way for his son. Now, it's time to use them. Is this the secret realm that no one has ever entered? As soon as they entered, the three of them noticed the tight compression around them, squirming in circles, as if they were going to squeeze the three of them out. Tang Mu exclaimed, it's still so tight after someone just entered. The three of them walked forward with 1 foot deep, and 1 foot shallow. Tang Xianhao was still instructing, remember, the enemy's mission will definitely be much more difficult than ours. So we have to complete the mission as soon as possible, and then take advantage of the time when Abin and the woman are struggling with their mission, and stab them hard from behind, and try to kill them with one blow, or we can find a way to provoke his enemies and let him die under the endless siege of these natives. We have to act according to the circumstances, and you two should not act recklessly, understand? Tang Mu and Tang Feng both nodded at the same time and said, yes. We have reached the exit, let's go out. Ahead, the bright sunshine can be seen. The three rushed out. In an instant, a fresh air hit them. The three were already in an extremely dense and lush primitive jungle. In the distance, there was a gurgling stream, elks strolling leisurely, lush green grass, and hares running around. What a beautiful place with mountains and clear waters. It's a good world, and it's a bargain for them to use it as a burial place for the two of them. Tang Xianhao laughed coldly. He said, let's go. Let's find out our mission as soon as possible. Remember, this time we have to complete the mission as quickly as possible, and then we can concentrate on dealing with them. As soon as the voice fell, the reincarnation watches on the wrists of the three people showed prompts at the same time, mixed with the system's prompts. Mission target, kill the 5 elders of the Yin Yang family. Mission reward, 2000 reincarnation points, C-level merit X1. Failure penalty, 2000 reincarnation points. Mission time limit, 4 months. Warning. Warning. Because someone in this secret realm used the expansion fire, this secret realm mission will be expanded. Mission target: destroy the Yin Yang family. Mission reward: 6,000 reincarnation points, sea level merit x3. Failure penalty: 6,000 reincarnation points, sea level merit x1. Mission time limit: 4 months. Tang Xianhao. What does this mean? Tang Xianhao stared at the reincarnation watch on his wrist in shock. He was shocked and said, "What is the expansion fire? How can the mission change? And the sea level merit has increased from 1 to 3. Does this mean that the difficulty of the mission has increased significantly? Yin Yang family? From the name, can it be the power of Dongyin?" Tang Mu muttered, "If it is, it would be great. I heard that the power of Dongyin likes to brag. There are 2 or 3 people who dare to call themselves a school, but their strength is actually very weak. The problem is that we didn't use the expansion fire." Tang Xianhao said angrily, "Oh no, we were tricked. Could it be that Abin has been planning for a long time?" At the same time, another prosperous street. Compared with the Tang dynasty, it is much more rough, and the people's customs are also much more sturdy. At this time, Lin Bin and Kankan were standing on the street. Kankan blinked curiously and looked at the prompt on the reincarnation watch. Mission objective: destroy the Luinate. Mission reward: 2,000 reincarnation points, sea level merit x1. Failure penalty: 6,000 reincarnation points, sea level merit x1. Mission time limit: 4 months. Warning. Because someone in this secret realm has used the expansion fire, this secret realm mission will be expanded. It is detected that the reincarnation team S has already had red energy. The mission difficulty has been raised to the upper limit and cannot be raised again. The expansion fire will cover the red energy. Mission objective: destroy the Luinate. Mission reward: 6,000 reincarnation points, sea level merit x3. Failure penalty: 6,000 reincarnation points, sea level merit x1. Mission time limit: 4 months. Looked at Lin Bin in surprise and exclaimed, "You actually critted the reward directly?" Chapter 162: Hiring a killer to kill himself. Lin Bin obviously hadn't thought of this possibility. He looked at the expanding fire in his hand in shock and said in surprise, "I thought it was useless, but now it seems that it is indeed an A-level item. This thing is absolutely worth a fortune." Before, he thought that this thing was a double-edged sword. If you don't have enough strength, it's easy to play with it and end yourself. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that he got the 7 layering of blazing sky cover this time, which gave him the defense to resist most attacks, and if he couldn't get rid of Tang Xianhao as soon as possible, the relationship he had in his hands would definitely cause him a lot of trouble. He wouldn't dare to continue using this expanding fire on the basis of the red essence. It can only be said that it's the lesser of 2 evils. But he never thought that the effect of this expanding fire would be so good. With this thing, even if it can't offset the side effects of the red essence that greatly increase the difficulty, it can at least double the task reward without paying any price. In a sense, it directly turns the punishment into a reward. This is not a fire expansion. It is clearly a weapon to wash away the guilt of killing people in the real world, or to convert this guilt into a reward. Of course, the premise is that you have this ability. Lin Bin looked at the fire expansion that had been taken back after use in his palm. He felt a little wary and alert. Before, he just thought that the fire expansion was a waste and could not be used easily. Otherwise, even he would be overwhelmed. So he also thought that the Free Federation would not take this thing too seriously. The main reason for the rush to get it back was the loss of face. But now it seems the importance of this thing is far beyond his imagination. It seems that I must not let anyone know that the fire expansion is in my hand. Lin Bin's eyes were cold. When the fire expansion was not in his hand, he could hear the prompts from the fire expansion. If Tang Xianhao really entered the secret realm, then he must have known this fact. This person knows too much. He must not be kept. At this time, Qian Qian was still happy. The difficulty of the task did not increase because it was already the highest difficulty, but the reward increased several times. She said happily, Great. If I can complete the task, the reward I get this time is enough for me to exchange for my favorite double blade. Then I can give the heavenly demon double slash to Master ZHU. You think too well. This task is not that simple. After the surprise, Lin Bin's face became solemn again. Luoyang? Just by hearing this organization, he knew what kind of secret realm he had come to this time. History is the bones, art is the wings. Kin's Moon. A plane that is obviously a martial arts, but has gradually begun to develop towards fantasy. I'm afraid that this world was qualified to be ranked in the high difficulty level of the extraordinary realm more than a decade ago, not to mention now. No wonder it was mistaken for being suspected of being a killing level secret realm. The Luoyang organization is an organization used to benchmark the various schools of thought. Its strength is terrifying and spread across the 7 countries. In particular, the strength of its assassins is so strong that at least several of them are enough to benchmark the leaders of the various schools of thought. The strength is extremely terrifying. Hearing the serious matter, Qian Qian's expression also became solemn, and she said, Luoyang, it sounds like an intelligence organization, and it doesn't seem to be a good thing. It seems that for the sake of the people of the world, they have to eliminate demons and defend the way of justice. After saying that, the light of righteousness shone on her face. I have long felt that Shifi Xuan's casual talk was for the sake of the people of the world, and then she easily stood on the moral high ground. It was so cool. Now I'll learn it casually. It's true. Cool. She asked, by the way, has that Tang Shi and Hao caught up? Lin Bin nodded and said, they caught up. The expansion fire prompted that 2 teams had their tasks expanded. Normally, there should not be a second wave of reincarnations in this secret realm, unless someone with ulterior motives took advantage of the loophole to enter. So that Tang Shi and Hao's task has also been directly raised to the most difficult level? Qian Qian immediately covered her mouth and laughed. She killed someone and got the red essence, so it is reasonable that the difficulty was raised. But how wronged was the other party? To be honest, I really want to see what his expression is like now. Let's put the mission first, right? The penalty for the mission is too high. Most people won't prepare so many reincarnation points for the reincarnation space to deduct, right? Once the mission fails and the deduction is not enough, then the subsequent punishment will not be as simple as doubling. Lin Bin actually didn't know what the result would be after the reincarnation points were deducted to a negative number. But I heard Lei Chun talk about it at the beginning. It will be liquidated, and double compensation will be paid at that time. If it is found that you are slacking off again, you may even be deprived of your identity as a reincarnationist. Indeed, although they prepared in advance, the reincarnation points are not enough to deduct. One stuck out her tongue. I guess Tang Shi and Hao doesn't have enough to deduct. No matter how rich he is, who would reserve thousands of reincarnation points for nothing? Even if it is a killing level secret realm with only a few points. This time it is really a bit high. Lin Bin was right. Tang Shi and Hao's face was already livid with anger. He said coldly, it seems that they had already calculated our arrival. Hateful. We fell into their trap. Tang Feng asked, Master, what should we do now? The mission comes first. Let's find out who this Yin Yang family is first. One person is 6,000 reincarnation points. 3 people are 18,000. If they can't pay the punishment and it doubles, this is a loss of more than hundreds of millions of funds. The Tang family is indeed financially strong, but the expenses are also staggering. You know, the props, equipment, and weapons in the hands of the reincarnators all cost money. The funds in his hands are probably more than 1 billion, but if he really has to take out hundreds of millions, he can't come up with this amount of money. This expanding fire cannot be targeting our team alone. Their difficulty is already very high, and now it must be worse. Even if they can really complete the task, they must be injured and exhausted. With me here, we can completely crush them with our hard power. Tang Shi and Hao said coldly, don't play tricks, just suppress them with brute force. Tang Mu smiled and said, I like it. Although they are hostile to each other. But at this moment, both Lin Bin and Tang Xianjun obviously realized how terrible the punishment for failing the task would be. Even if they failed, they couldn't let the reincarnation table judge them as cheating. At this moment, the three of them walked towards the depths of the jungle, intending to find a place with people to investigate the situation first. At this time, Lin Bin also took Kan Kan to a restaurant. Fortunately, there was gold currency in the Qin dynasty, and Kan Kan's dog-licking army gave her a lot of gold jewelry. She pawned it casually and got a lot of money in exchange. Sit down on the second floor. Xiangxin was still muttering. It's unreasonable, Qin dynasty. This is actually the Qin dynasty. But did people cook in the Qin dynasty? Don't look at me as a warrior, woman, girl. But I'm not completely ignorant of history. Didn't people in the Qin dynasty eat stewed vegetables and barbecue? Lin Bin glanced at her and ignored her. To be honest, your Tang dynasty is also unreasonable. It's an imaginary plane. What the hell is real? He ordered a few exquisite side dishes, but didn't order any wine, just 2 bowls of rice. Lin Bin said, you eat slowly first, I'll go out to check the information. Xiangxin asked, don't you want me to accompany you? No, I'll be back soon. Lin Bin got up and went downstairs. For him, the most important thing is to find out the current time period, and some investigations are not convenient to bring Xiangxin with him. Xiangxin is not in a hurry. The last time she went to experience it was a future science fiction world. The various novel props were indeed eye-opening, but there was no sense of substitution. But this time it was different. She actually returned to the world of more than 1,000 years ago. This sense of novelty was enough. Sitting by the window, watching the people coming and going below, corroborating the knowledge of the Qin dynasty that I had learned before, I couldn't help but secretly angry, thinking to myself, I knew that Dunmi, this witch, was lying to me. She was so strict in order to force me to study, but in the end, what I read was all fake. The history books I read don't match this at all. When I go back, I will beat you up. I just haven't finished a bowl of rice yet. I saw Lin Bin sitting back in his seat. He picked up the bowl of still warm rice and ate it slowly. Kankan widened her clear eyes and said in surprise, Brother Bin, didn't you go out to gather intelligence? How come you are back in less than 20 minutes? I have finished the investigation. Are you always so fast? Kankan said in surprise, in ancient times, Guan Yu killed Huaxiang with a cup of wine. Are you here to gather intelligence over a bowl of rice? It's not the same as in ancient times here. Guan Yu was much later than us. Lin Bin didn't need to look around. He sensed carefully with the Cheng Sheng key and realized clearly that, although there were many people on this floor, there were no warriors, and naturally there were no ears. He whispered, we've got intelligence on Luoyang. Tell me more about it. Luoyang is known as a web that's all pervasive. It's existed since the Seven Kingdoms period, and its power is so strong that it covers almost all of the Seven Kingdoms. They recruit a large number of desperate prisoners and wandering swordsmen, and train them cruelly and bloodily. They turn them into deadly poisonous thorns, because anyone in Luoyang will have a spider tattoo on their body, so the name Luoyang is well deserved. One said distressedly, a killer organization? That's bad. The biggest feature of a killer organization is that they hide very deeply. It's not easy for us to find them. Even if we find them out, with the strength of the two of us, I'm afraid we are no match for them. Lin Bin whispered, there are 8 levels of Luoyang killers, including heaven killing, earth killing, and demons and goblins. Any heaven level killer has strength comparable to the heads of the various schools of thought. As far as we know, there are 8 heaven level killers, and they are extremely powerful. Even in a one-on-one fight, we may have a chance of winning, but the chances may not be very high. Not to mention that they have an unfathomable leader, Zhao Gao, who can control Luoyang. His strength is by no means ordinary. Cannon turned into a curious baby and asked, Zhao Gao? The one who called a deer a horse. He is actually the leader of Luoyang? Lin Bin nodded. Cannon looked at Lin Bin in shock and said, such detailed intelligence, and you found it all out in less than 20 minutes? Lin Bin explained, the secret of immortality has made me sharp-eyed and sharp-eared. I can hear the voices of all people walking on the street clearly, and then filter out the information I need from them. Cannon said with a wry smile, yes, people just said that the killer organization is hiding very deeply, and you can find out their intelligence on the street, and it's so detailed, it's shocking. You like fish, so why do you care where the fish comes from? Would I lie to you? It's just my special skill in finding out intelligence. Linbin said, eat quickly, and we'll leave after eating. Leave? Where to? Let's test the strength of Luoyang's top level killers first, and see how many we two can take on, and we also have to avoid Tang Shai and Heo. 2 teams of reincarnations are coming at the same time, so the distance between us must be very close. Tang Shai and Heo is a saint level reincarnation, and we don't know how many reincarnations they have sent. If we confront them head on in the early stages, we won't be at an advantage, and there's no need to confront them head on. Let's develop ourselves first. Lin Binbin thought to himself, if this plane gave me a chance, I might be able to gather a strong team to fight Tang Shai and Heo, and then maybe I could give him a big surprise. But since they are killers, they must be elusive. We can't hire someone to kill us, can we? Huh. That's a good idea. You'll pay for it then. Lin Bin's eyes lit up and he said, but right now, I do know the general characteristics of the 2 Cheyenne level killers. There are 8 Cheyenne level killers, 6 of whom are in the sword formation combination of Jiao Gillimeng. In comparison, the other 2 who are alone are easier to deal with. You know this again. Well, I said you have unique intelligence gathering skills. Cannon was amazed and said, I finally understand why you are 8S level. Your efficiency is too fast. Eat quickly. By the way, you can also hire someone to kill you. It is also a good choice to eliminate the opponent's gangsters at the same time. You can also get a rough idea of the strength of their killers at various levels. Linbin paused and said, you are a little demon girl from the demon sect. You must be familiar with this kind of underworld assassination. The task of contacting Luoyang to hire someone to kill someone is now handed over to you. Do your best. Xiangxin said dissatisfiedly, you are so capable. Why do you need others to do it? Just because I'm so capable, you don't move, and just lie there to enjoy it? If I'm the only one to move, it will be very tiring. Linbin pushed her and said, go ahead, this is a chance for you to show your ability. You don't want to be a useless person, right? Or is it that as a little demon girl from the demon sect, you can't even do such a small thing? Humph, I will do it soon. Just wait for good news from them. Xiangxin went downstairs quickly. There is no doubt. She has been aroused by Linbin's sense of competition. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, you don't mind if others are just slacking off, right? In less than a day, gathering intelligence, finding out the target, hiring a killer to kill. Even though Xiangxin was a novice reincarnator who only had 1 reincarnation, she knew that this was too fast. It's done. Xiangxin said with a pained look, 2 lives for 100 gold. They lied and said they were just 2 rookies who knew a little bit of martial arts, otherwise the price would have to be increased tenfold. This damn Luoyang must be very powerful, even more powerful than you think, Brother Bin. Just based on their ability to be greedy for money, it would be unfair if they were not strong. She didn't dare to ask Linbin for credit. There was no way. Linbin only took 20 minutes to find out a lot of information that the entire Yingui sect might take several days to find out. It took her almost half a day to hire a killer to kill someone. There was no way. Without any connections or clues, it was really a great thing to find the contact person of Luoyang within a day. Unfortunately, the most feared thing is comparison. Well, why don't we rest here tonight? Xiangxin looked at Linbin a little embarrassedly, as if she felt guilty for delaying for so long. Okay, if you hide in the room and don't come out, you won't run into Tang Shai and Heo and the others. Linbin smiled, and he naturally had no intention of explaining. In fact, during this day, while Xiangxin was busy outside, Linbin was not idle either, but checked the current time period. In ancient society, information was not spread too widely or too fast, but some great news can still be found out. For example, the demise of the rebel leader Emojaya. At that time, the army was dispatched, and the momentum was very great. In addition, the Qin dynasty had just been established, and it was a time when it was suppressing the world with harsh punishments. The Qin people were not merciful, and the demise of the rebel leader was a great opportunity to enhance their prestige. Therefore, the Qin people even took the initiative to publicize this matter, and even this almost unknown border town could know about it. Then it is easy to guess when the plot will progress. After the fall of the Mohist school, the remnants of the Mohist school fled to Shanghai and then dispersed. But the specific plot progressed to what stage? Although it was a new secret realm without interference, but because there were too many key factors missing, Lin Bin still could not infer. But for him, this little clue was enough. He had no interest in the original protagonists of the plot. He didn't want to communicate with them, nor did he want to have any ties with them. When the plot became a reality, everyone was a living person. No one was nobler than anyone else, and the so-called law of the protagonist's immortality also lost its effect. Therefore, it didn't matter to Lin Bin where the plot progressed. What was important was, Luoyang masters came and went without a trace, just as Wan said. After all, it was a killer group, hiding very deeply. But Lin Bin knew where a Xianzi level killer was hiding. Farmer's family, Xianyan, inherited the skills of her mother Jingniu, holding one of the 8 swords of Yuan. I don't know if she has obtained the position of the leader of the farmer's family during this period of time. If she does, it will be troublesome. After all, as one of the top assassins, he must be one of Lin Bin's targets. Moreover, it was too difficult to rely on only 2 people to deal with Luoyang. Even the protagonist army was basically at a disadvantage in the face of Luoyang. The strength of Luoyang lies in its bottomless foundation. But in fact, there are more than one who are hostile to Luoyang. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. If you want to achieve complete success in a short time, you must gather all the forces that can be drawn around you. While he was pondering in his heart, Lin Bin's eyebrows suddenly moved slightly. He raised his hand and held a huge revolver in his palm. As Rose fired, a bullet directly blasted through the old tile roof. With a dull groan, a figure directly broke through the roof and fell down. It was a man with a black scarf covering his face and a nimble figure. He held a crossbow in his hand. Unfortunately, his movements were far slower than Lin Bin's. At this moment, his eyes were wide open, with a strong disbelief in his eyes. There was also a muffled groan from the next room, but it was obviously much more light and natural, far less rough and direct than the one from the Azuros. A moment later, Cannon knocked on the door with a look of joy on her face and came in. She smiled and said, "The assassins of Luoyang are quite rich. I just killed the assassin and found 10 taels of gold on him. Come on, let me search your site. Maybe I can get some money back then." As she said that, she actually ran in and started searching. It can only be said that, since she came to the real world, she has seen the importance of money. Although she is not so unscrupulous for money, she spent 100 taels of gold in one go before, and now she has to make up for it. Sure enough, she found hardware here. By the way, she found a spider tattoo on the assassin's shoulder. Cannon looked at Lin Bin with admiration in her eyes. Lin Bin said, "Go back and have a rest. Be careful. These assassins are just trash killers. They are probably at most demons and monsters. When they are higher level, we can try to keep them alive and torture them for some information." Okay. Qian Qian took the money and went to sleep happily. She seemed not to care about Han Gan's existence, but after all, it involved her life and death. How could she be completely calm and composed? However, facing her old enemy Shifixun, she would rather die than give in. As the future leader of the holy sect, she could be soft all over, except for her mouth. In the dead of night, she had some inexplicable worries, worried that her life would end now. But now, she was relieved. Lin Bin's performance in the secret realm made her feel as if she had a backer, and she even slept soundly. And that night, at this time, Tang Xianhao and his 3 men had been running around all day and were still on the way to find people. The next day, the 2 got up early and had a simple but original breakfast. They used the money from the assassin last night to buy 2 horses at the pawnbroker and then set off. Where are we going? Dungeon. Xiangxin, who got full marks in history class, asked in surprise. The dungeon where the land was divided after the death of the first emperor. Lin Bin glanced at her and did not answer the question. Xiangxin, who came from an imaginary plane, was particularly serious about the real history. This incident made him feel extremely torn. He explained, in this era, there is no such thing as the righteous way or the evil way. There are only the various schools of thought. Each of these schools of thought is extremely powerful, and Luoyang's biggest goal is probably to destroy all of them. In this sense, the various schools of thought can be considered our helpers. According to reliable intelligence I have found, Luoyang has a Xianzi killer lurking in the Nang family, intending to seize the position of the Nang family's chief hero. The various schools of thought. Does it include Confucianism? Canon's focus was obviously shifted, and she asked curiously, are Confucianism powerful too? Lin Bin nodded and said, very powerful. Its current head, Funan, wields the Taiya divine sword. Not to mention that he is invincible. There are less than 3 people in the world who can defeat him. Kankan immediately sneered and said disdainfully, I thought their fighting style was the same as what I saw in novels, with the heavenly law in their mouths and the righteousness in their bodies. Once they speak, everything will follow. So they still use swords. What a waste of their talent. Those messy novels should not be substituted into reality, and you are going off topic. It can be seen that Kankan has obviously jumped out a lot compared to when she first came. Lin Bin didn't find it strange, because confidence is a good thing. He said, our goal is to destroy Luoyang, and Luoyang is a killer organization that hides very deep, so if we want to destroy them, we must find a breakthrough, and this Luoyang Xianzi killer who hides in the dark, but is actually hidden in the light for us, is the best breakthrough. Xiangxin looked at Lin Bin and asked, what do you know now? You have found Luoyang's method of hiring a killer to kill people. You have a whole day, and you don't allow me to find some useful clues and intelligence? Lin Bin said confidently, let's go. 4 months may seem like a lot of time, but it's actually very tight. After dealing with Luoyang, we still have to consider the problem of Tang Shai and Heo. That's right. Go. Xiangxin flattered the horse, and the horse immediately galloped quickly. Lin Bin followed closely, but he secretly thought about one thing in his heart. If it was a modern secret realm or a future secret realm, it would be fine. As for the ancient secret realm, China is so vast, how much time would it take just to travel on the road? It seems that we have to find a way to buy a means of transportation that can be used in ancient times. But this is not an urgent matter. After running for half a day, when passing a forest, the two dismounted and let the animals rest. Xiangxin consciously went into the grove. After a while, she brought out a rabbit and skinned and removed the internal organs with the heavenly demon double blades. The bloody scene made Lin Bin speechless. As if noticing Lin Bin's strange look, Xiangxin raised the heavenly demon double blades in her hand and said, didn't I tell you before? You can exchange for new weapons after completing this secret experience. This knife will be retired to my master's ZHU to use, so I don't have to feel so sorry for this weapon. Oh, Lin Bin responded. He casually threw a gold ingot to Xiangxin and said, just now, another group of assassins from Luoyang attacked me. I dealt with the bodies. This is a body I found. So quick. Xiangxin took the gold and found a pool of blood in the bushes in the distance. He said happily, they are quite fast. It's just right to cut off some of Luoyang's assassins first, even though they are all small fish. Hiring someone to kill someone is just a momentary impulse, although there is the suspicion of alerting the enemy. But Luoyang has too many enemies. Its reputation is so bad that I'm afraid that as long as Luoyang's identity is exposed, everyone will want to kill him. Because there are too many enemies, they will not care about the 2 enemies who are constantly fleecing Luoyang and even sniffing their intelligence clues. It can be seen that Xiangxin is in a very good mood. She made a bigger rabbit with mud by herself, not disdaining the dirty mud, nor letting Lin Bin do it. After it was done, she even took the initiative to tear the meat into strips that were easy to eat, and sent it to Lin Bin, almost feeding him. This time, the secret realm will rely on you a lot. I have little influence, and all I can do is help you with the logistics. Her attitude was very convincing. Lin Bin enjoyed it peacefully. After dinner, the two continued on their way. Fortunately, although the place where they landed was remote, it was not too far from Dungeon. It only took 2 or 3 days of running around to reach the destination. Dungeon. In these 3 days, they encountered 7 assassinations in succession, and it was obvious that the strength of the assassins in these 7 assassinations was stronger each time. The last time, according to Kian, the strength of one of the assassins was close to the level of the elders of their holy sect, that is, Danmo's level. It can be seen. The people of Luoyang are really dedicated. They can do this for 100 gold coins. No, it's not for money anymore. They are doing it for their reputation and mission completion. As they set foot in dungeon, they clearly noticed the difference. The Qin dynasty had just unified the world, and everything was in ruins. Although the people were no longer displaced, their lives were just barely enough to survive. But it was different here. The people were obviously much tougher, and almost everyone had martial arts skills. No matter how rough or shallow, since ancient times, the poor were good at literature and the rich were good at martial arts. It was not normal for ordinary people to have a set of simple martial arts. Be careful with what you say and do. While we are on guard against Luoyang's killers, we must also be careful of the Nang family. One whispered, you mean the people here are? The Nang family is the most powerful among all the schools of thought. It is said that there are 100,000 Nang family disciples. They don't hide soldiers among the people. Who can afford to support these 100,000 Nang family disciples? Then the person you want to target is Xian Yan, the daughter of Xian Meng, the leader of the Liho Hall, one of the 6 halls of Luoyang. In fact, her mother is also Luoyang's former top killer Jing Niu. She later inherited her mother's skills and weapons, and became the new Jing Niu. However, this matter is very secretive and basically no one knows about it. Luoyang plans to use Xian Yan to compete for the position of the Nang family's hero leader, so as to control the Nang family. That means we have to kill the hero leader candidate among the 100,000 people. Wan was surprised and said, so brave? Don't worry, I'm fully confident. The real difficulty is how to kill Xian Yan amidst the layers of defense of the Nang family. After all, once people find out that we killed Xian Yan, then our enemies will include not only Luoyang, but also the Nang family. Lin Bin thought to himself, how could it be just Xian Yan? Xian Zhang, Xian Mi, oh, yes, and Wu Kuang. Speaking of which, the Nang family has really been infiltrated like a sieve. But in a sense, the large amount of infiltration shows that Luoyang attaches great importance to the Nang family. And attaching importance to it means huge investment. So destroying their plan and killing their investment is inevitable. Chapter 164, Telepathy. By now, most of the evil emperor's relics have been digested by Lin Bin and Xiangsun. Their current strength is already considered to be the first level master in the Tang dynasty. Xiangsun's combat power is directly improved. Although Lin Bin's is not directly improved, with the blessing of the Heshibi, his improvement speed is not necessarily inferior. After entering the territory of dungeon, there were panic everywhere, and the disciples of the farmer's family holding weapons were seen everywhere, full of vigilance, as if they were guarding against someone. But no matter how many people the farmer's family had, and how strong their defense was, they did not notice that 2 figures were quietly approaching the core position of the farmer's family. Strange, this kind of alert. It's obvious that a war is about to start. Could it be that the farmers have already started fighting with Luoyang? Xiangsun muttered, if so, that would be great. No, now almost 1/3 of the farmers are Luoyang. Even if there is a fight, it is an internal fight, which consumes the farmer's own strength. Lin Bin thought for a while and said, Xiangsun, you slowly move inward. I'll go over to check the situation first. How are you going to get there? This way. Lin Bin activated the optical camouflage cloak, and the whole person instantly merged with the surrounding environment. Xiangsun's eyes suddenly lit up, and she said in surprise, I almost forgot that you still have this prop. Where is the person? Has he left so quickly? She waved her hand to scoop it up, but she found that Lin Bin had disappeared. Lin Bin today is completely different from what he was back then. The power of the secret of immortality has been greatly improved, so that his current cultivation level is not inferior to that of Shuangliang in the late stage, and because of the comprehensiveness of the cultivation method, his endurance is even longer. The natural breath is all around him. Even if there is a slight afterimage when he moves, No one can detect his trace. At least, the apparent combat power of Xiangxin is not much inferior to Lin Bin, and he can't detect his trace when he leaves, wearing an optical camouflage cloak. In addition, the existence of the light spirit boots. He is almost like a gust of wind. No matter how strict the disciples' defense is, it is difficult to stop the invasion of the wind. They only feel a gust of wind and then quickly stop. Who would have thought that someone had already sneaked in? While Lin Bin ran forward. 5 minutes is enough for him to fly several miles. During this process, the layout of the farmhouse became more and more strict. However, this so-called strictness is not to guard against foreign powerful enemies, but to show a faint encirclement. Could it be that the enemy has been surrounded by the farmer? Lin Bin's figure was as light as the wind. He found a branch and stood firm. He completely hid his body in the dense bushes and waited quietly for the 3-minute cooling time to pass. Then he ran forward again. After running for a while, he could see a courtyard with a very large construction area in front of him. Here, the defense was almost impossible to get in, and it could be said that there were 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and the farmer was inside. Lin Bin flew towards that place, as if no one was there. The full level Tian's arm plus the light boots made him enter the place as easily as a leaf. But he hadn't stood still. There was a loud bang from the window, mixed with countless ice chips and snowflakes flying. 2 figures rushed out quickly, at a very fast speed, and there was no sign. Even Lin Bin couldn't react in time. Seeing that one of the huge bodies was almost about to hit him, Lin Bin used the Lan Kuei style, and while moving his body sideways, he did not forget to gently lift it along with the momentum. The heavy and huge figure that should have landed immediately was directly floated forward a few meters, and then stood on the ground. The originally heavy body of the person who came suddenly became as light as a swallow. Looking at his companion who landed at the same time as him, but was still several meters shorter, he could not help but be stunned for a moment. Blinking his eyes in confusion, he thought to himself, has my King Gang become so advanced without knowing it? But the sword energy that attacked from behind strangled the window that had not been completely broken, and it was immediately crushed into pieces. Several figures chased out from inside. Gao Jianli, you can't escape. Catch them. These figures were all agile, only a little slower than the 2 in front. The 2 people who just escaped were Gao Jianli and Atichu from the Mohist school. Big Hammer, what are you standing there for? The enemy is numerous and powerful. Let's go. Gao Jianli shouted in a low voice. He knew that Big Hammer was a powerful person, and his King Gang was really poor. If he took him with him, it would be difficult to escape. But leaving him behind was impossible. Now he could only find a place with an advantageous location and delay time as much as possible. He immediately ran out with Big Hammer. Big Hammer smiled in surprise and said, Xiao Gao, my King Gang has improved a lot. If you don't believe me, look. Don't talk about this at this time. Gao Jianli couldn't help but scold this unreliable companion and quickly pulled him away after he stumbled. But during this delay, a strong and powerful man in purple and red had rushed out, holding a heavy sword in his hand, and chopped Gao Jianli's head with the force of splitting Huashan Mountain. I'll do it. Big Hammer shouted, raised the huge hammer in his hand, and did not give in. One was ready to go, the other was in a panic. In the end, they were evenly matched in strength. The man was knocked out. Datichu's feet suddenly sank into the stone slab, and he exhaled a breath of turbid air and shouted, what a great Xianhu, he is really amazing. Find a chance to leave. The cold sword in Gao Jianli's hand emitted mist, which turned into countless ice spikes. This move of condensing ice blades out of thin air consumed a lot of true energy. But at this time, he had to do it to escape. Countless ice blades shot towards the enemy like arrows. Among the people who rushed over, except for Mei Sanyang who held a sickle and did not dodge, but directly took these ice blades with her own flesh and blood, everyone else had to dodge outward. Gao Jianli shouted, and the sword blades intertwined and changed at his fingertips, and suddenly pierced Mei Sanyang's eyes. The speed was very fast, and Mei Sanyang was about to raise the blade to block. Gao Jianli changed his moves urgently, pressed his body forward, and turned over his shoulder with the grappling technique, throwing her to the ground fiercely. Go. In the blink of an eye, the lost opportunity was retaken. The two used Kingang and fled outside. There were several screams from the outside world. The airtight encirclement of the farmer's family had been directly broken, and many of the farmer's disciples died tragically at the hands of Gao Jianli. Damn it, don't let them escape. The purple-clothed strong man was Xianhu. In terms of absolute strength, he was not inferior to Gao Jianli, but he didn't expect this guy to be so slippery. He was surrounded by so many masters of the Xian family, but he still let him escape. He hurriedly followed behind him. But after all, his Kingang was far inferior, and the distance was getting farther and farther. Fortunately, there were many masters in the farmer's family, and many of them were outstanding in Kingang. A middle-aged bearded man with a rough face and a turban hat had chased after Gao Jianli at a speed that was not inferior to Gao Jianli. The speed of others was also different. But it can be imagined that, if Gao Jianli gave up the big iron hammer, it would be easy to escape. If he took him with him, it would only be a matter of time before he was caught up. At this time, Lin Bin already understood where the plot was going. Zhang Heng investigated the death of Xian Meng of the Nang family. The Mo family was then involved in the fight for the title of the hero of the Nang family. However, the Mo family once had the defensive weapon of the mechanical city and was as famous as the Nang family with 100,000 disciples. Now the Mo family has lost the mechanical city and the big man has become a rookie. Now the Mo family only has Gao Jianli left to support the facade, as if anyone can step on him. Therefore, the Nang family did not hesitate to turn against him. People like Gao Jianli could only flee from the Nang family and had no idea of resisting. Watching the Nang family and the Mo family gradually move away, even the armed disciples of the Nang family followed closely. In the blink of an eye, the Nang family residence, which was just bustling, suddenly became deserted. Lin Bin did not chase after them. There is no need to have too much contact with the Mohist school. I'm no longer at the age of chasing stars, and I'm not a moron. If I give up my mission just to meet the characters in the plot, I'm afraid that the reincarnation will not be able to survive even one training. Moreover, the Mohist school is weak now, especially after losing its base, and it feels like a troublemaker. Not to mention that there is an unknown spy lurking inside the Mohist school. It is not impossible to contact them, but there is no need to deliberately contact them. You should know that this incident is also quite beneficial to him. This version of Gao Jianli is undoubtedly a strong improvement. Compared with the rookie Gao who was tortured to death by Beifeng in the mechanical city, and finally fought desperately for a chance of victory, the current Gao Jianli may have greatly improved his strength after hard training. Not only did he successfully defeat Xianhu, whose strength was comparable to Shenqi, but he also put Xianxi into a hard battle. The final defeat was due to the lack of skills caused by the round-robin battle. From this point of view, Gao Jianli was defeated with honor. Therefore, the current farmers need to pay a lot to take down Gao Jianli. Xianhu obviously knew about this. For this arrangement, he even asked his niece Xianyan to borrow her brother Xianxi. This was considered a successful capture of Gao Jianli, and this reduced a huge trouble for Lin Bin. Now Xianyan has no master to protect her. Xianxi is the top master of the farm family now. According to Lin Bin's plan, he and Kan would join forces to forcibly defeat the two siblings. The martial arts mastered by the two have never appeared in this world. There should still be a chance of winning. But now Kan is not around. But Xianxi also left. If I miss this opportunity, even God will not let me go. Lin Bin knew that, now that Xianyan was alone, it was a great opportunity to capture her. He did not move immediately, but removed the optical camouflage cloak and quietly waited for the 3-minute cooling time. This is already his habit. He will not leave easily until the CD of the prop skill is completely cooled. And at this moment, in the distance, there were fragmented and light footsteps. The person who came was a woman. She was wearing a plain cotton dress, a white velvet cape on her shoulders. Her hair was lightly tied up, and her temples were covered with white flowers. She looked like a widow with a delicate temperament. But her father was the one who died. Xianyan, one of the 8 swords of Luoang Yu Wang, a top-level killer. Lin Bin's pupils shrank slightly, and his heart suddenly became happy. He thought that this was really a case of searching for something without any effort. I didn't expect Xianyan to come to the door. But it's not surprising to think about it. This woman seems to be indifferent to external affairs, but in fact, all the things of the Nang family were caused by her, including this time's rebellion against the Mo family. At that time, her identity was not convenient to come out, but she would definitely come to see how the process was afterwards. Lin Bin hadn't decided whether to take action here or wait until she was in a deserted place. After all, this was the base of Chiao Hall, which could be regarded as a large base of the enemy. If a large number of Nan family disciples were attracted with the optical camouflage cape, Lin Bin would be able to move forward and backward easily. But if the attack misses, and he is instead pushed out of the dark into the light, then he will suffer a great loss. But over there, Cheyenne Yan seemed to be reading the signs of the battle just now. She walked around the house a few times, then walked along the door to the window, observing the gap that was made. When she turned her head, her pupils suddenly emitted a golden light. Lin Bin was slightly startled. He activated the optical camouflage cloak again at the first time. He has already blended into nature. Not to mention humans, even eagles with excellent vision in the sky can't find his trace. But Cheyenne Yan didn't look away, just staring at the place where Lin Bin was hiding. Just now, she used her ability to observe words and expressions to spy on the battlefield, but she didn't expect to see a figure. But when she looked again, the person was gone. As a master, she naturally wouldn't think that she was dazzled. Then the enemy's strength was beyond imagination. Excellent lightness skills? Could it be that Mo's Deo's he is here too? No. Even if it was Deo Zhi, he would not have such a high level of King Gong, which made her completely unable to see any clues. Cheyenne Yan was almost 100% sure that the enemy must be coming for her. At that moment, she turned around calmly and walked out. Lin Bin suddenly understood what she meant by her actions. He quietly landed and followed her. The two of them were one in front and one behind. Cheyenne Yan's pace was not fast, and Lin Bin was not in a hurry. Anyway, it would take 5 minutes. And along the way, as expected, they encountered many farmers' disciples. At this time, if Cheyenne Yan shouted, she might really be able to escape under the cover of these disciples. But she remained calm and casually evaded the greetings of these people. Then they walked farther and farther, and walked more and more remote, until they came to a very desolate and remote river. Cheyenne Yan stopped at this time. Turning around, she looked back in the direction of Lin Bin's position. At this time, under her observant eyes, there was still no one in front. She exclaimed, "It's so strange. I can see your heartbeat, but I can't see you. I can see your breathing, but I can't see your trace. All the way, there is not even a footprint. Is there really such a high level of King Gong in the world? Or are you not a human at all? You really found me a long time ago." After being discovered, Lin Bin no longer hid, but slowly showed his figure. Seeing that the person who came was such a young and handsome man who made people feel good, Cheyenne Yan couldn't help but be slightly stunned, as if she didn't realize that the person was so young and looked a year or two younger than her. Lin Bin put on a playful smile on his face and said, "Knowing that I was spying on you in secret, you took the initiative to lead me to such a remote place. Are you going to follow me directly? Are you worried that outsiders will disturb us?" "Yes, I'm indeed worried that someone will disturb us." Cheyenne Yan's face showed a thoughtful look. Chapter 165. Killing sister to prove the truth. Looking at Cheyenne Yan's reaction, Lin Bin shook his head and said, "It seems that you already know that I know you are Jingwei." Cheyenne Yan did not deny it. Or maybe Lin Bin's determined eyes made her understand that it was useless to deny it. He said, "Your Excellency is a martial arts master, but facing a weak woman like me who doesn't know martial arts, you are so cautious. It's enough for me to guess something." Lin Bin asked, "So, you brought me here, seemingly creating an empty space for me, but you don't actually want others to see your next move. To be honest, you are so experienced in cooperation, I'm a little uncomfortable. Your Excellency's King Gong is too high. I don't want to have such a person watching me all the time. If it can be solved once and for all, I won't hesitate to spend more energy." Cheyenne Yan looked at Lin Bin deeply. I couldn't help but joked, saying, "Just as you just said, you are worried that outsiders will disturb us." In fact, am I not worried that outsiders will see our next move? It seems that it is, because Lin Bin's face is too handsome and gentle. The characteristics of the sword classic, not to mention the opposite sex, even the same sex can easily develop a great liking for him. This is not martial arts, but an attraction from the inside out. It seems that we have the same goal. Lin Bin slowly raised his hand, and like a magic trick, he had lightly taken out the three-edged sword from the storage belt. Pointing directly at Jing Niu, he said, since no one will disturb us, then come, let me see the strength of Luoyang's Xianzi level killer. Don't worry, I haven't told your identity to others. Kill me and you can keep your secret. I feel relieved with this. Xian Yan's eyes gradually became sharp, and he shouted, Assy, kill him. As the voice fell, a strong wind came straight from behind, accompanied by a silly and rough voice. Dare to bully my sister, I will beat you to death. TSK. I feel that except for your chest and legs, the only thing left on your body is your heart. Lin Bin exerted a little force with his right foot. The whole person attacked Xian Yan like an arrow from a bow. In midair, the sword blade swung back. 3 flying blades flew out at the same time, sweeping towards Xianzi behind him, not seeking to kill the enemy, but just to hinder his steps. And he slashed at Xian Yan with a sword. Ah, how could his sword fly by itself? Although Xianzi was strong, his heart was like a child. Seeing this fast spinning hidden weapon, he instinctively became a little scared. He braked his footsteps and knocked the 3 hidden weapons away. But during this delay, Lin Bin had already split Uashan with one move. He poured all his strength into the immortal true energy and slashed at Xian Yan's head. There was a loud bang, mixed with sparks. Xian Yan had already held a sharp sword in her hand, blocking the 3-bladed sword. The sword in her hand was quite exquisite. The tail of the sword was a lotus, the sword head was missing, and there were 3 dents on the left and right sides of the sword body. It looked like it exuded the atmosphere of ancient times. I heard that you inherited all the skills of your mother's predecessor Jingwei. Today, let me test the strength of you and your daughter. Lin Bin said in a low voice. Use your strength to suppress others. The 12-year-old life-giving true energy pressed down. The most direct physical collision. Xian Yan groaned, and the thick ground under her feet suddenly broke into pieces. Obviously, in terms of the thickness of the true energy, she is much inferior to the other party. But what shocked Xian Yan more than the strength was Lin Bin's words. How did he know that she inherited her mother's skills? At the beginning, except for the leader of Luoyang who saw through her details at a glance, this was a secret that even Xian Meng didn't know. How much does this man know about her? Xian Yan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. While taking advantage of the momentum to retreat, he moved his sword flexibly. The blade of the sword flickered, and the chaos was mixed with boundless murderous intent. He counterattacked Lin Bin. It was obvious that he was not strong enough and planned to go the way of skills. She even shouted tenderly, Assy, kill him. She seemed to have taken the initiative to lead Lin Bin to this remote place, but in fact, this was actually the place where the 2 siblings played when they were young. No one except the 2 siblings knew that this place existed. She was betting that her brother's strength would definitely be very smooth to deal with the Mo family. If he couldn't find her by then, he would definitely come here to find her because of his childish nature. And showing his own cultivation in front of his brother, there was no need to worry about leaking. The brother and sister joined forces, and they could fight even against any one of the Zongheng. Killing this man is easy, but I didn't expect the enemy's strength to be beyond imagination. Don't bully my sister. Xianzi screamed, and the Ganjiang Moi double swords in his hands emitted an ominous sword light, sweeping towards Lin Bin. Lin Bin shook his hands one by one, and the 3 flying blades that were knocked away by Xianzi flew back directly and returned to his sword blade. In this busy time, he could still calmly draw a sword circle, facing the joint attack of the brother and sister. Lin Bin also did not hold back at all. His Teikai sword technique was smooth, and the method of unloading force and converting ki was used to the extreme. While easily blocking Xian Yan's sword light, the heavenly demon force field was fully opened. The brother and sister immediately felt as if they were trapped in a quagmire, and the tearing force from all directions made it difficult for them to balance their bodies. I said you are not allowed to bully your sister. Can't you hear me? It was the first time that Xianxi fell into such a state of confusion. There were bursts of angry and violent light in his eyes. The naive expression on his face before disappeared instantly and was replaced by a violent state like a demon. Kill kill kill. With angry roars, his fat body easily tore open Lin Bin's heavenly demon force field, and the two swords swept towards Lin Bin like a tornado. Lin Bin was immediately amazed. Although Xianyan inherited all the skills of her mother, but in terms of profound skills, Xianxi is still above Xianyan. Lin Bin was not surprised that the demon force field was broken. After all, he was not a specialist and could not be as skillful as Qian Qian and Zhu Yuan. But this was enough. Takai swordsmanship was smooth, and facing the attacks of two masters at the same time, his performance was excellent. In other words, he had experienced many planes, but it was the first time in history that he had to fight a life and death battle with a swordsman of the same type as himself. Compared with those fast and resilient vampires, werewolves, and aliens, this kind of enemy with traces is really too attractive. Lin Bin was very excited. Facing the tacit joint attack of the brother and sister, his three-edged sword cut one sword circle after another, like a deep whirlpool pit with no bottom. As the saying goes, the big pit is inside the small pit is inside the old pit, there is water in the pit, and there are nails in the water. It's like a needle hidden in cotton, making people confused. Assi, be careful of his hidden weapons. Who? Sister, don't be afraid, I will protect you. Xianyan threw several swords in succession, but Lin Bin dodged them easily. She said angrily, when did Taoists learn to hide hidden weapons? She was not afraid of Lin Bin's hidden weapons. But Xianxi was just a child after all. No matter how good his eyesight was, his first instinct when he saw those flying blades was to dodge instead of forcibly defending them. Especially now that he was furious, he was even more murderous and violent, and had almost no defense at all. Although he could still listen to Xianyan's words. But to let him guard against the hidden weapons that could fly out of the sword at any time, Xianyan would need to deal with it more. In this way, it became a fight between Lin Bin and Xianxi, and she was just covering the surroundings. The fierce swords clashed, and the chill splashed. 4 swords, 3 people, and a battlefield. The footsteps moved, the swords changed, and it was so fast that it almost exceeded the limit of human vision. Especially Lin Bin was extremely fast, and the Takai sword was a peerless fighting move that had never appeared in this world. In addition, the speed of regenerating ki in the secret of immortality is unparalleled. It seems fierce, but the immortal ki in Lin Bin's body is almost above the standard of 100% throughout the whole process. On the contrary, Xianxi pounced like a tiger and tried his best in every move. But he failed to succeed, and instead became out of breath. Assi, don't use brute force, use the 4-seasoned sword intent to deal with him. With Xianyan's reminder, Xianxi immediately understood and shouted, look at my winter extinguishing sword intent. Gan Jiang and Moi crossed their swords. The cold air spread. The ground under his feet actually formed layers of extremely thick ice to restrict Lin Bin's movements. Then the sword intent turned into autumn withering. The sense of death and silence spread all around. It attacked Lin Bin like crazy. Lin Bin's expression did not change. He knew that, if he faced the wave, his body would inevitably stagnate, giving Xianyan an opportunity to take advantage. He raised his left hand. A red petal bloomed, and the sword energy roared, but it was like a drop in the ocean, and was directly offset by the soft petals. Although the petals broke, the 7-layered ring of blazing sky was an advantage for this warrior whose strength had not yet exceeded the human limit. It's my turn. Lin Bin's petals scattered, and his hands were not idle, and he punched Xianxi. Takai 7 injury fist. The 7 different true ki of the Changsheng true ki, yin yang, 5 element, and 7 styles entangled with each other, and attacked Xianxi directly. He blasted Xianxi away directly. He held the sword in his backhand, and fought with Xianyan again. Although Xianxi retreated, he was not defeated. He didn't care that Lin Bin was shocked by the pain in his tiger's mouth, and roared to join the battle again. Seeing that the opponent gradually adapted to his sword path, it was difficult to block with a single sword. Lin Bin flipped his left hand again, and he had already grasped the double dragon demon shadow sword. As the true ki was injected, two black dragon lights intertwined and meshed at the tip of the sword. A sword blade made entirely of black light appeared in his hand. What? When had Xian Yan ever seen such a weapon? Xian Ci was also frightened and shuddered instantly, but seeing Lin Bin slashing at him with a sword, he could only swing his sword to block. Baby is in pain. Gan Jiangwei must be at least a B level weapon, so it is not difficult to resist the double dragon magic sword. However, while the sword was blocking, Xian Ci felt a cold air entangled around him in an instant, making his bones shiver with coldness. Assy, be careful not to come into contact with the opponent's weapon, Xian Yan ordered. Come on, I can hold on for a whole day. Let's see how long you can hold on. Lin Bin laughed. The combined strength of the two siblings is indeed extraordinary. If we use the unofficial strength of the reincarnationists, Xian Yan must be at least a master of the 7th level of extraordinary, and Xian Ci may be even higher. With Lin Bin's strength, even with the double dragon demon shadow sword, it would be difficult to defeat these two people at the same time. Even if it weren't for the fact that the weapons in his hands and the martial arts he used were not what these people had never seen and understood, he would have taken a lot of advantage. Otherwise, relying on Lin Bin's ability alone, I'm afraid he could only protect himself. But thanks to the eternal life secret, as long as he is not defeated, there is a chance. The immortal ki is endless, and the Teikai sword is originally the best at fighting, using 2 swords against the opponent's 3 swords. With the hard fight of real swords and guns, it seems to be at a disadvantage. But it is Xian Yan's face that is getting uglier and uglier. The fierce battle has lasted for more than half an hour. At this time, her internal strength has already been depleted by more than 60%. In addition, women's physical strength is inherently inferior to that of men, so at this time, she already feels weak. Xian Ci was even more exhausted because of his violent behavior. He wasted his energy without restraint for a long time. His current state was even worse than hers. Now he was fighting with Lin Bin, and he kept shouting that he was so tired. If it wasn't because Lin Bin's target was Xian Yan, the sister he respected the most since childhood. If Xian Hu, his so-called uncle, was in the same situation as Xian Yan, Xian Ci would have done something like a child's temper tantrum, and turned around, and left without hesitation. Both of them were almost exhausted at this time. But in comparison, the cultivation of the man on the opposite side seemed endless and there was no end. Obviously, he should be the one who suffered the most losses when fighting 1 against 2. But he has been fighting until now, but his expression has always been normal, and he hasn't even sweated a drop. Obviously, he has always been very comfortable with this battle. Finally, another fierce battle lasted for 2 incense sticks. At this time, the sword power of the brother and sister had already been suppressed to a small space, and it was difficult to spread outward. As Lin Bin slashed down with a sword, accompanied by a loud bang, Xian Yan finally couldn't hold on, and the Jingwei sword in his hand flew into the air. When it fell, Lin Bin used the 3-blade sword to lightly pick it up and slightly spun it, avoiding Xian Yan's grasp, and landing at his feet. The Shuanglang magic shadow sword was directly placed on Xian Yan's neck. Lin Bin ejected 3 flying blades and directly blasted Xian Ci away. The huge and fat body rolled on the ground for several weeks. Xian Ci had fallen into a fragile period after the rage. He was panting, and didn't even have the strength to get up. Even so, he still desperately picked up the Ganjiang and Moi double swords that were knocked away. She shouted angrily, "You are not allowed to hurt my sister, otherwise, I will definitely kill you. It depends on whether your sister cooperates or not." Lin Bin showed a playful smile on his face, and pressed down the blade. Although the double dragon demon shadow sword did not break the skin, the deep evil curse of the dark power had already made Xian Yan's whole body hairy. Looking at Lin Bin's eyes, there was even more fear. There are many people who can defeat her. There are many people in Zongheng and Luoyang who can do it. But she was exhausted, and her back ached, and she still couldn't straighten her back. The terrifying power of the man in front of her was simply frightening. But this man seemed to want to know something from her. Xian Yan breathed a sigh of relief, and a deep meaning appeared in her eyes. Since she was not as skilled as him, she could only use words to calculate. She asked, "Well, I have nothing to say today. If you want to know something from me, just ask. I will tell you frankly." Well, sorry, it suddenly occurred to me that there is nothing to ask. Lin Bin thrust his sword forward and slashed across Xian Yan's neck. Xian Yan's thoughts were suddenly emptied, and he stared blankly at the blood splattering from his neck. All his previous calculations and thoughts were completely frozen there as the blood splashed. All his consciousness fell into darkness. Chapter 166. Who killed me? Who did I kill? With a loud bang, Xian Yan fell to the ground. His eyes widened, and there was a look of disbelief in his dull pupils. He seemed to be unable to believe that the man in front of him could do it so cleanly and neatly. In his last consciousness, he heard the man standing next to him sigh, "There is really nothing to ask. I should have known everything you know, and I also know what you don't know. Do you really think I don't know? The best way to deal with wise men like you who are full of thoughts is not to give you a chance to speak, but to kill you directly. This is the truth. The assassins of Luoyang each have their own duties and rarely interact with each other. If we talk about understanding Yanri, I'm afraid that Xian Yan doesn't know as much as he does. If he really wants to keep her life, there is only one possibility, that is, coveting her beauty. But the problem is that a woman who is too smart may have to wear an extra condom even when having sex. How worrying. Lin Bin is not that hungry. He shook off the blood on the three-edged sword. He picked up the Jingwei sword. A prompt sound appeared in front of him. Sword of the Thunderbolt, B-level weapon. The 8 swords of the King of Yu, 5 of which are thunderbolts, can sail across the sea, and the whales can penetrate deep into the sea. It can cut jade and break gold, just like cutting earth and wood, and can cut hair and iron like mud. It kills people without spilling blood, and its sharpness is unstoppable. Note, I'm very dangerous. He glanced at Xian Yan who was lying on the ground. The same thing. Do you think you are loved by the world just because you are beautiful? So you deserve me to lick you? She is a member of Luoyang. Whether she is lurking or has ulterior motives, she is a member of Luoyang. And his mission is to destroy Luoyang. This alone represents an irreconcilable contradiction between the two. Not to mention that Lin Bin likes her mother, even if her mother is here. In order to avoid the failure of his mission, Lin Bin will never show mercy. If you want to blame someone, blame you for joining Luoyang. Lin Bin waved the sword of the Thunderbolt, and it felt very handy. And it is a B-level weapon. In terms of sharpness, it is probably far better than the three-edged sword. That's right. Although the three-edged sword has a unique and exquisite shape, it is made of ordinary materials after all, which limits its upper limit. As one of the 8 swords of the King of Yu, the Jingwei sword is made of Kunwu Mountain's refined gold. It is rated as B-level, based on its sharpness, which is very extreme. It may not be the best among B-level props, and it is far inferior to the Xuanglong Magic Shadow Sword, but correspondingly, its lethality is definitely far better than the three-edged sword. Sister. Xian Ci stared at his sister's dead body in a daze. He was completely dazed. He didn't go berserk again, because he was almost exhausted after going berserk all the time. If it weren't for his profound skills, I'm afraid that the battle just now would have exhausted him. No matter how excited his mind was, he was ultimately unable to do it. He glared at Lin Bin fiercely, gritting his teeth and saying, "I will kill you. I must kill you. I won't let my sister die in vain." He said these harsh words angrily, but in the end he cried helplessly, "My sister is dead. What should I do, baby?" "Second young master, how did you get here? I finally found you by following your trail, miss. What did you do?" Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang in his ears, accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking through the air and an angry scream. A brown shadow fell directly from the sky and smashed towards Lin Bin fiercely. Woman. Lin Bin immediately knew the identity of the person who came. The successor of the Pygia sect, Mei Sanyang. She was also a brainless fan who regarded Xian Yan as a god. Even her most beloved senior brother was killed by Xian Yan, and she could let bygones be bygones in an instant. Invulnerable to swords and guns, Lin Bin did not dodge and took out the Ajuros. Bang and fired it out. Mei Sanyang had long forgotten her instinct to dodge because she was invulnerable to swords and guns. She had always relied on her hard body to rush forward and then take on the enemy head on. But this time, as Lin Bin opened fire, she instinctively felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. But it was too late to dodge now, and the eldest lady died in this man's hands. Thinking of this, Mei Sanyang was furious. She simply didn't dodge, even if she died together. But the next moment, accompanied by the thunderous sound, she felt a sharp pain in her shoulder, and blood spurted out like a stream. She had already flown back at a faster speed than when she came, and fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Damn. I knew that the Mo family had other plans, and actually killed Aryan, and killed this kid to avenge Aryan. A rough voice sounded. Although Xianhu was rough in nature, he was not a bad person. It would be better to say that he really had some affection for Xianyan as an elder. Seeing his niece die on the spot, he was immediately furious. Holding the tiger soul, he was about to rush up and fight Lin Bin, while the others rushed to different directions, ready to use the 24 formations of the Earthen Zet, never giving Lin Bin a chance to escape. Uncle Xianhu, he killed my sister. Woo woo. Seeing Xianhu, Xianxi seemed to have seen a savior and cried loudly, and the words Uncle Xianhu almost made Xianhu lose his grip on the tiger soul sword. The sharp sword that was slashed out trembled and deviated by 3 points. Wait. Lin Bin dodged the sword energy at a very fast speed. In an instant, he retreated 3 feet. He shouted, "You can kill me, but I have a question. It's not too late to do it after you answer it." Xianhu shouted angrily, "You killed my farmer's people, what else do you have to ask?" As he spoke, the mute slave, the bone demon, Xianzang, Mr. Jin and others had completely surrounded Lin Bin. "My question is very simple," Lin Bin asked seriously. "Who killed me? Who did I kill?" Xianhu was originally furious and wanted to kill the person in front of him to vent his anger. Hearing this, he couldn't help but pause for a moment and then cursed. "What do you mean you killed whoever killed you? Are you a psychopath? You killed the daughter of the head of the Lishan Hall of my farming family. As a farmer, I naturally have to kill you for revenge. It's natural and there's nothing to say." "That's good." Lin Bin breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I thought it was because I killed someone in Luoyang that you, a group of Luoyang running dogs who have been infiltrated by Luoyang, came to help her revenge. If that's the case, then none of you can be left alive." Mei Sanyang was shot in the shoulder and was seriously injured. Sharp objects like bullets are natural enemies of the horizontal training technique, not to mention that the Azure Rose is a B-level weapon. If Lin Bin hadn't shown mercy, she would have been dead. Hearing Lin Bin's words, she wanted to get up angrily, but failed several times. She shouted loudly, "What nonsense are you talking about? Xianyan is Jingniu." Lin Bin stuck the Jingniu sword directly into the ground and said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask the little fat guy over there. Just now, his sister took this sword and fought with me for hundreds of rounds. I spent a lot of effort to subdue and kill her." Hearing this, everyone looked at Xianxi next to him. Xianxi immediately stammered and said vaguely, "No, nothing at all." He had been specially warned by Xianyan not to reveal the existence of this sword, so he instinctively wanted to refuse, but he was a child after all, especially now that his mind was in a mess, and his stuttering immediately revealed his true colors. "What?" The faces of several people instantly became extremely ugly. Mei Sanyang shouted angrily, "The second young master is childish and can be easily taken advantage of. You must have done something to him before, and he was taken advantage of by you without knowing it. Oh, then you can check the body of your Miss Xianyan." "Oh no, the body." Lin Bin raised his hand and dropped a pile of human skin about the size of his palm. It was all covered with black spiders. As he let go, these spider tattoos fell to the ground. He said, "I came here to kill Luoyang. This is why I killed Xianyan. As long as you are a Luoyang killer, no matter what your identity is, you must have a spider tattoo on your body to prove your loyalty, and that you will never be able to escape from the restrictions of Luoyang. Since Xianyan is Jingli, she must have a tattoo on her body. You might as well check it out." Mei Sanyang said angrily, "How can the body of the young lady be desecrated? If you can't find the tattoo, I will commit suicide on the spot immediately to compensate for the life of this young lady. How about that?" Lin Bin stuttered casually. She looked at Xianhu with a sneer and said, "How ridiculous. I laugh at the stupidity of Xianhu of the Nong family and the lack of wisdom of the Zhu family. They were actually used by Luoyang without knowing it. You still haven't realized that the division and infighting in the Nong family were all instigated by Luoyang's people. Xianhu said with a cold face, Sanyang, if you can still stand up, take a Yan's body for inspection. Even if we kill someone, we want people to die with conviction. Yes, yes, Hall Master. Mei Sanyang staggered and slowly walked to Xianyan's body, picked up the body, and walked away. Lin Bin continued to speak verbally and said with a smile, don't you realize it yet? If Xianyan is Jingniu, everything can be explained. She killed Xian Meng, caused civil strife in your farm family, and then instigated you with words, making you all want to be the leader of the chivalrous family, so that a good big farm family was directly split into its current fragmented appearance. If she is not from the farm family, with her wisdom, can't she rectify a small farm family? You didn't even realize that all this was caused by her. Xianhu said coldly, humph, words are not enough, remember what you said. Lin Bin, what did I say? Xianhu said angrily, if our Yan is not a Luoyang, you will commit suicide on the spot. Why, you don't admit it just now. Oh, that one, I definitely admit it. Lin Bin said, after all, the eldest lady and I have no grudges against each other. My goal is to kill all the people in Luoyang in this world. If she is not a member of Luoyang, then her death would be too unfair. But if what I said is right, then there is one thing you have to honestly admit. What is it? Even your eldest lady is a member of Luoyang, and a high-ranking member of Luoyang. It can be seen that your farm family has really been infiltrated by Luoyang like a sieve. And I would like to ask Master Xianhu to assist me in eradicating all the people in Luoyang and the farm family. How about killing them all? It's not too late to talk about it after the truth comes out. Xianxi cried and howled, Uncle Xianhu, is my sister a member of Luoyang? Doesn't she mean she is not your niece? Xianhu said irritably, but your father died at the hands of Luoyang, and he is still my biological brother. But father is obviously what? Even if Xianhu was dumb, he could tell something was wrong. He turned around, glared at Xianxi fiercely, and asked, what is Ming Ming? Do you know something? Baby doesn't know. Baby only wants to protect sister. Daddy is plotting something bad against sister, so baby uses that sword. Xianxi was frightened by Xianhu's one eye and turned pale, screaming in shock. I see. Lin Bin sighed. Now you know, right? I figured that, even if Mei Sanyang couldn't detect anything, you, Master Xian, should know the truth of the matter. Xianhu's face turned pale. At this time, Mei Sanyang, who was far away, came back with a pale face. She looked panicked and terrified. Seeing her expression like this, you don't even need to ask to know what happened. This is a bad thing about honest people. Although they are easy to use, they really won't lie. Hall Master. No need to say more. Xianhu looked at Lin Bin, took a few deep breaths, and then sighed. Ayan has also been without mother's guidance since childhood. Maybe my eldest brother was too spoiled to her, so that now she has embarked on the evil way. Lin Bin, in fact, it was your eldest brother who had evil thoughts about his daughter first. Although Xianyan deserved it, Xian Meng also died as he deserved. Xianhu glared at Lin Bin fiercely and continued, but who knew that she would collude with Luoyang? She deserved to end up like this, but she is my eldest brother's daughter, my niece after all. Lin Bin, in fact, Xianyan is not a biological daughter. Her mother is Luoyang's predecessor Jingwei. In order to assassinate the enemy, she took the initiative to contact the other party as a prostitute and became pregnant with his child. Later, after she killed the target of the mission, she escaped from Luoyang for her daughter, was hunted down, and finally surrendered to Xian Meng. If she was really a biological daughter, Xian Meng would not have evil thoughts about her. Xianhu became angry and said, will you let me speak? You say. What did I say? Xianhu rubbed his head angrily, glared at Lin Bin, and said, you just said that Luoyang has infiltrated my farm. Now tell me everything you know. If you dare to leave out anything, don't blame me for being merciless with my tiger soul sword. That's easy. Lin Bin smiled and looked at Xianzong next to him. and said, "Your other two hall masters, Xianzong and Xianmi, might as well check their bodies to see if there are spider marks. Oh, and this, Mr. Jin." As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Jin's face suddenly changed, and he ran away without hesitation, but he was stopped by the bone monster just as he ran out. Xianmi's expression turned even uglier. Her originally pretty face showed a forced smile, and she looked a bit bitchy. She forced a smile and said, This is not necessary. Why should we listen to an outsider in our farming family? Damn it, why are you so guilty? Sunny Yang, you go search Mr. Jin. Xianmi, I'll search you myself. Xianhu rolled up his sleeves and was ready to go. Chapter 167, Fooling and Fooling Again. Facing the approaching Medi Sunny Yang, Mr. Jin snorted coldly. He certainly couldn't let her search him. He swung out a sword and pushed away the already seriously injured Medi Sunny Yang. He sneered, "Humph, I didn't expect that the Nang family is known as the best among all schools of thought, but it turns out to be so intolerant. Who doesn't have a past these days? Well, if I can't stay here, I'll find another place to stay." After that, he turned around without hesitation and flew away. Bone Demon and others wanted to stop him, but Mr. Jin's swordsmanship was superb. He easily dodged the entanglement of the two and even took advantage of the force to step on the whole person. But his identity was completely revealed. Damn, he is indeed a member of Luoyang. Damn, Luoyang really treats a Nan family as a sieve? Xianhu roared angrily. "Master, I was forced, don't. Xianmi screamed in panic. Women search men, men search women, what's going on? She really couldn't figure out whether Xianhu was so angry that he wanted to expose her identity personally, or whether he wanted to take advantage of her. But Xianmi knew that if she admitted it, she would be considered a traitor at most. If she didn't admit it and was found out, she would be a traitor, and she would probably be taken advantage of by all the men present. She would never be able to raise her head in the future. She said aggrievedly, "Master, I have my own difficulties." "As expected, you too. What about you?" Xianzong's face turned extremely ugly. He glared at Lin Bin fiercely. The plan was about to succeed, but he didn't expect such a guy to jump out in the middle and directly reveal their past. And even he didn't expect that the Lord Jinglei, who he had been in charge of, was actually the second lady. But no matter who it was, even Jinglei died in the hands of this person. This time it was bad. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back and put his hand on his lower back. This was probably their fatal flaw. In order to prevent them from betraying, once they enter Luoyang, they must be tattooed. It is difficult to remove the skin, and it is difficult to retreat for life. No matter where they lurk, no matter how high their position is, as long as they have this tattoo, they must be controlled by Luoyang, which is why Luoyang dares to use them with confidence. And as long as you are a little careful on weekdays, this tattoo will not have any impact on you. But I didn't expect that it was directly exposed today. And with his ability, no matter how hard he fights, I'm afraid he can't stop Xianhu's strength. He sneered, "Master Xian, you want to check my body just because of a word from an outsider? Don't forget that you are not the leader of the chivalrous yet." That man also said that, as long as he can't find any clues, he is willing to die to apologize. Xianhu said in a rough voice, "You are a grown man. Are you afraid of being seen? You are so shy, either pretending or you have something to hide." Xianzong shouted, "There is no way out of rebellion. What's wrong with being loyal to Luoyang? So you are really in Luoyang?" Xianhu said angrily, "I want your life." The tiger spirit was shining again, and the pressure was infinite. The wild sword energy slashed towards Xianzong, and the look of scarlet murderous eyes made it seem as if he regarded Xianzong as his brother's murderer. Although he was careless, he was not a bad person. He always respected Xianmeng very much. Therefore, he was furious about Xianmeng's death. But who knew that it was his niece who killed his eldest brother? Regardless of whether she was his biological child or not, he raised her when he was a child. Especially since she was dead. Xianhu had nowhere to vent his grief and anger. When he heard Xianzong's rebuttal, he was furious. Hu Pio was full of power and rushed towards Xianzong like a madman. Being one of the 6 hall masters of the Nang family, Xianzong's strength was certainly good, but he was much inferior to Xianhu. Especially since Xianhu turned his anger into strength, Xianzong was already losing ground after only 10 moves. He could only defend himself, and had no power to fight back. After a few more moves, Xianzong's weapon was directly blown away, blood splattered from his tiger's mouth, and he was knocked half kneeling on the ground, and couldn't get up. Xianhu said angrily, "Catch him for me, and torture him for all the information he knows." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. The revolver in Lin Bin's hand was smoking, and a huge gap was blown out of Xianzong's forehead, and he fell to the ground with a plop. Xianhu said angrily, "What are you doing?" "Nothing. I have a deep hatred with Luo Wang. If Master Xian attacks Luo Wang, I'm willing to serve you. But if Master Xian still cares about our old friendship, and doesn't want to kill him, then I'm sorry, I will do it." After Lin Bin said that, he turned the gun, and aimed at Xian Mi. Wait. The revolver fired at a very fast speed. One shot fell. The horrified look on Xian Mi's face froze there. Her charming face was covered with brain matter and blood, looking particularly hideous and creepy. Xianhu pointed his sword at Lin Bin angrily and shouted, "I haven't tortured you for information yet. If you want to torture for information, then Master Xian doesn't need to." Lin Bin said, "Because the people in Luoyang are all connected in a single thread, just like they are hiding in the farmhouse at the same time. Xianzong doesn't know the identities of Xian Yan and Xian Mi. Similarly, Xian Mi doesn't know the identities of Xian Yan and Xianzong. Although Xian Yan knows the identities of these 2 people, he doesn't know who his superior contact is. So it is basically impossible to follow the clues and trace the whole body. Besides, if you have anything, you can ask me." He held the 3-edged sword and gently poked at the waist of Xianzong. The cloth flew up, revealing a hideous black spider. Immediately, everyone exclaimed. Obviously, although they had been mentally prepared, they still couldn't help but feel a little scared when they really saw it, especially when they thought about how they had been living with the people in Luoyang for so long. If they really had bad intentions towards them, wouldn't they have died long ago? Xianhu said coldly, "Are you willing to tell me your intelligence?" "Of course. The premise is that you are determined to take action against Luoyang. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and anyone who is Luoyang's enemy is my friend." Lin Bin said, "And your Nang family has been infiltrated by Luoyang so badly. Not only that, even your chivalrous leader Xian Guang actually died at the hands of Luoyang. In addition, your eldest brother. I think with Master Xian's clear character of distinguishing between gratitude and resentment, you should fight to the death with Luoyang, right?" "Humph, okay, I want to know Luoyang's intelligence now." Lin Bin sighed, "No hurry, even if Master Xian knows Luoyang's intelligence now, what can it do? You are just the head of Chiao Hall now. Even if you have a desire for revenge on Luoyang, without the help of the Nang family, Master Xian alone, I'm afraid you are far from being able to compete with Luoyang." "What do you mean?" "It has been proven that the internal strife of the Nang family was actually instigated by Luoyang. Now that all the spies in Luoyang have been removed, the most important thing to do is still the same, which is to select a new hero for the Nang family, but there is no need to rely on the previous fragment of Mars, because from the beginning to the end, it was Luoyang's conspiracy to make you kill each other." Lin Bin said, "So the most important thing at present is to shake hands with Sheneng Hall and preserve the strength of the Nang family." Then what? Xianhu also knew that what Lin Bin said made sense. Especially before, his actions were almost all under the command of his niece, and occasionally he would listen to the opinions of Xian Mi and Xianzong. But now they suddenly became spies and died. Xianhu is not stupid, so he naturally guessed that he might have been used a little bit. Of course, the most important thing is that no one gave him advice, which made him feel uncomfortable. Although the origin of the man in front of him was mysterious, he had so many skins of Luoyang in his hand, plus the Jingwei sword he held. I'm afraid that these skins were obtained by him killing those powerful masters in Luoyang. I just listen to him. I can just ignore what he says if it doesn't make sense. The Mars Stone is just a conspiracy. If the Nang family continues to fight among themselves, it will only make their loved ones sad and their enemies happy. Oh, that makes sense. Cheyenne, who considered himself illiterate, but he felt that Lin Bin's words, the loved one sad and the enemies happy, made sense. He had never heard of it before. He asked, "So, you want me to support that guy from the ZHU family as the leader of the heroes? What a joke. He colluded with Shenki, and Shenki is a traitor to the Nan family." Wait. He took a look at Cheyenne Mi's body and realized it. Yes, Shenki should be wronged, but he did join Luoyang, and is considered an extra staff member. Whether to kill him depends on his sense of belonging to Luoyang. Lin Bin thought that, if he killed all the people in Luoyang and still couldn't complete the task, it would not be too late to kill Shenki. At that time, he could use the fact that he had feelings for Luoyang, and must die to cover it up. But now, this guy is a great weapon against Luoyang. Cheyenne, who was also stupid and dumb, so he was a good target to be exploited. He said seriously, "I'm Abin, and I'm willing to help Master Cheyenne to become the leader of the farmers. I will go through fire and water for you." Cheyenne, whose eyes lit up, and asked, "How can you help?" "It's very simple. Although the farmers are numerous and powerful, it takes a smart mind to manage them well, and this is not your strong point, Master Cheyenne." Cheyenne, who nodded, and then said, "Eh." He felt as if he was humiliated. Lin Bin did not give him a chance to respond and continued, "But in fact, you don't have to be the chief knight to manage a farm. Even if you are the head of a hall, you can still shine for the farm. On the contrary, the position of the chief knight requires unyielding strength and courage. This can set a benchmark and a figure to follow for many people in the farm, giving them the courage to move forward. So I think that the chief knight of a farm does not have to be too smart, as long as he knows how to use people, but he must be strong in martial arts and have a majestic image. We can't let a big and fat man ascend to the position of a chief knight. When he goes out to meet with people from various schools of thought, they will all be handsome and unrestrained, but we have a short and fat man in the farm who is inherently inferior to us. It is really a disgrace to the image of our farm." Cheyenne, who nodded hurriedly and said seriously, "What you said makes sense. Why didn't I consider this issue before? ZHU Jaya's external image is not good, his martial arts are not domineering enough, and he is also cunning. It is really not suitable for such a person to be the head of the farmer's house." Lin Bin said, "But he must be convinced. I think the most urgent task at the moment is to first tell ZHU Jaya that the Mars Stone is a trap set by the enemy, and then let him put the overall situation first and select the farmer's hero as soon as possible. As for how to choose, I think it is better to make friends through martial arts. Friendship comes first, competition comes second. The winner is a hero, and the loser is the head of the house. Isn't it convinced?" "That makes sense." Cheyenne, who has always believed that he can fight alone. He nodded again when he heard this. After all, the Mars Stone is in the hands of the other party. He got a great advantage by directly destroying this thing. He frowned and said, "But I'm worried that this fat guy may not be willing to give up this great opportunity." Lin Bin said, "If he really cares about the farmers, he should understand that all the previous fights were traps set by the enemy. Luoyang has already set his sights on the farmers. A one-on-one fight between the two is the fastest way with the least casualties for the farmers. In order to deal with Luoyang and destroy Luoyang, we must end the civil strife as soon as possible." "That's right." Cheyenne, who had never considered what would happen if he failed. He was worried that the ZHU family was colluding with Zhang Heng, and Shenki was by his side. He said seriously, "I'll send someone right away." He looked back. He found that Mei Sanyang was seriously injured at this time. There were actually few normal people around him except for the hideous monsters like the bone monster. "I'd better go." Lin Bin said seriously, "I will help you, the master, to persuade the ZHU family. If he still disagrees after we have made the interests clear, he must be an accomplice of Luoyang. At that time, there is no need to be polite to him." "Okay, then I'll leave it to you." Cheyenne, who was completely unaware that Lin Bin had tied the unification of the Nang family and the destruction of Luoyang together. He nodded and said, "By the way, your name is?" "My last name is Lin, and my given name is Bin. The master can just call me Abin." "Okay, Abin, you are right. I'll leave this matter to you. And you, Assi, don't be too angry. Your sister killed your father and fell into Luoyang. It was only a matter of time before she ended up in this situation today. Fortunately, she still has a complete body. You can bury her. Facing this nephew who had blinded one of his eyes, Cheyenne, who had always disliked her, but seeing her crying, he couldn't help but feel soft-hearted inside. Let's go with Sunny Yang to restrain her. Alas, it's not good for a little girl to be too cunning. If she were a little dumber, she wouldn't have taken the path she is on today. Brother Abin, come on. I have some details I want to discuss with you. Yes. Lin Bin followed Cheyenne, who, he asked, by the way, Master Cheyenne, how did you come so quickly? I heard from Cheyenne Yan before that you were in a decisive battle with the Mohists and would never disturb us easily. That's why she revealed her true colors. You. Hey. Stop talking. A barefoot girl suddenly took action and rescued Gao Jianli and the others. Cheyenne, who said in annoyance, it's hateful. We almost succeeded. This girl is young, but her strength is really strong, and we have never seen her before. We came to find Yan to discuss with her what to do next, but we couldn't find her when we went back, so Sunny Yang followed RCI's footsteps to find us, but we didn't expect. Alas. Barefoot girl. Lin Bin was stunned. 1-1. Why is this woman interfering? Chapter 168. I stand in the light and on the moral high ground, forcing Hei's Yushin. Hearing Cheyenne Hu's words, Lin Bin's face suddenly darkened. The original intention of killing Cheyenne Yan was to do it quietly, without shooting. I thought that Guyan Qian must be on the way. But who knew that she actually ran away with the large group of farmers? Did she think she could get some benefits secretly? Naive, too naive. In other words, there were constant accidents on his side. The farmers appeared one after another, and Lin Bin was familiar with the plot. In a few words, he turned them from enemies to friends and cleared a wave of traps. Otherwise, because of Guyan Qian, they might have completely become enemies with the farmers. Lin Bin sighed. Fortunately, the Nan family didn't suffer any real casualties. You know, the Luoyang mission that Cheyenne Zong and the others received was to put the Nan family in a situation of internal and external troubles. In other words, the Nan family must be constantly divided internally and externally. The Nan family must be at odds with the Mohist and Gigu families at the same time. In this way, Luoyang can watch their greatest enemy perish without any effort. Cheyenne Hu suddenly realized, brother, what you said makes sense. If Brother Hu believes in me, why don't I go and try my best to promote the matter of the Nan family's chivalrous leader? Brother, what are you talking about? Although Yan, alas, even if you don't do it, I, as an uncle, can't tolerate my niece going astray, and I must clean up the family, but I really can't do it. From this point of view, you have helped me a lot. We are a family, why are we talking to each other? In just a few words, Cheyenne Hu felt that the man in front of him was simply his half-brother, otherwise why would he speak so much to his taste? On the contrary, maybe Sunny Yang felt something was wrong, or maybe it was because of the resentment of the eldest lady's tragic death at the hands of Lin Bin. She said in surprise, Master, don't be careless. This person suddenly said for no reason that he would help you become the chief hero of the Nan family. Beware of any ulterior motives. My purpose is actually very simple. Lin Bin said righteously, the more people think, the more they will be bound by interests. For example, the ZHU family thinks too much and will easily cooperate with Luoyang for the sake of interests. But Brother Hu is different. He is a person who cannot be bought by Luoyang. It is more appropriate for him to be the chief hero. After all, my enemy is Luoyang. If possible, I don't want to be an enemy of the Nan family. The only way to avoid being an enemy of the Nan family is to let someone who will never cooperate with Luoyang become the chief hero. This Mei Sunny Yang was speechless for a moment. She just felt that what Lin Bin said made sense, and she was completely speechless. Cheyenne Hu also agreed. Brother, what you said makes sense. My elder brother died in the hands of Luoyang. My niece was lured into the wrong path by Luoyang, and my huge farm business was messed up by Luoyang. I, Cheyenne Hu, swear to fight Luoyang to the death. How can I cooperate with them? Brother, you know me, go with peace of mind. As long as you can make this happen, I will definitely defeat the ZHU family and seize the position of the leader of the heroes, so as not to let you down. Okay, for the sake of elder brother, I will not let you down on this trip. Lin Bin turned and left. The bone demon came over and whispered, "Master, do you really believe what he said? It is true that he and Luoang will fight to the death. As long as I also make it clear that I'm against Luoang, he will not be our enemy." Cheyenne, who doesn't like to use his brain, but he is not an idiot. He naturally understood that all the traitors were on his side. If they died, he would lose the support of Gangan Hall and Kiwi Hall. The death of Cheyenne Yan meant that he could no longer use Cheyenne Ci for his own benefit. Mei Sanyang would also inevitably have second thoughts. Killing traitors was satisfying, but after killing them, he had to bear the whole price. In addition, the Mars Stone was not in his hands, so he had no chance of winning the title of the leader of the Knights. Unexpectedly, Lin Bin's words rekindled his hope. "That's right. I'm the most suitable person for the leader of the Knights. Although I'm not smart. But if I become the leader of the Knights, I will not be able to control you, the ZHU family, and others. Can't I still use your brain?" Although the competition was absurd, it was his only hope. Then Lin Bin, who proposed this point, was indeed thinking about him sincerely. Of course, it was mainly because Cheyenne, whose instinct told him that this person was indeed not hostile to him. After Lin Bin got Cheyenne Hu's promise, he immediately went to meet up with Kian. At least this woman still had some conscience. While she acted on her own, she still left clues for Lin Bin, so that he would not be completely in the dark, and could not even find the traces of his teammates. Following the secret code she left all the way, he soon came to a secret and remote place. In a cave in a dense forest. Just as Lin Bin approached, a warning sound rang out, and a sharp and frivolous voice called out, "Who?" As soon as the voice fell, another cheerful female voice rang out, shouting, "Don't be excited, it's my senior brother. Senior brother, I'm here." Kian rushed out quickly and grabbed Lin Bin's arm in surprise. Her expression was very excited. When she saw Lin Bin, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, "I have found the organization this time." At this time, several figures also appeared from around the woods. There were men and women, old and strong. Although it was their first meeting, Lin Bin still recognized them at a glance. The frivolous man was obviously Dao Zhi, and the blue-dressed woman on the left with a wary face should be Zhu Nu without a doubt, and the old man Master Ban, who suddenly appeared behind. But unexpectedly, when Kian said that Lin Bin was her senior brother, these people actually tacitly gave up their guard and looked at him with a little closeness and recognition in their eyes. "So you are one of us." Dao Zhi waved his hand, jumped down from the tree lightly, and said, "It's so scary. You chased me at this time, I thought. Wait, what's that in your hand?" He realized that the blade in Lin Bin's hand was narrow and beautiful, and it was sharp and cold, showing murderous intent. And he was too familiar with this sword. He shouted in alarm, "Are you Luoang Jingniu? Jingniu?" With this exclamation, a cry of surprise rang out. Everyone who had let down their guard once again raised their guard, and even this time, even the look they gave to Kankan was slightly hostile. "He is not Jingwei." A heavy voice sounded behind him, saying in a deep voice, "It is better to say that he is the one who killed Jingwei. This sword is your trophy, right?" Behind him, a middle-aged man with white hair and a simple face slowly walked out. He glanced deeply at Lin Bin and said, "You are really amazing. You took Jingwei's life so quickly. But you robbed my prey. How are you going to pay for this?" Lin Bin also looked at Wei Zuan deeply, thinking that he is worthy of being the king of force. "He pretended to be me the first time we met." He smiled faintly and said, "You can't blame others for catching the prey you didn't catch. Occupying the toilet without doing anything is a bad habit. I will make you pay the price. The prey will be taken away, and the hunter will become the prey. I will wait patiently for that day to come." Unexpectedly, Wei Zuan did not feel angry or dissatisfied with Lin Bin's tit-for-tat attitude, but just said something meaningful. "Zio Zuang, this brother Bin is here. He must have something important to discuss. Why not listen to what he wants to say?" Gainy's figure also appeared. He said, "Since you are a Mohist disciple who has been stranded outside, we have no reason to stop you. Please come in." "Thank you." Lin Bin nodded. He walked in with the intimate embrace of Kankan, and Kankan's voice, as thin as a mosquito's whisper, was transmitted to Lin Bin's eyes in this extremely intimate posture. "Brother Bin, don't blame me for acting on my own. It's because I saw Gao Jianli fighting with the people from the farmer's family. The martial arts swordsmanship he used was quite similar to our sane sect's skills. I had heard that the demon sect was once called the Mo sect many years ago, and these people were from the Mohist school, so I suspected that the Mohist school was probably the predecessor of our demon sect. I took the initiative to rescue them, and then my heavenly demon great law was indeed mistaken for Mohist martial arts, you know. In just a few words, several people had entered the cave. One didn't say anything more, but her words were enough for Linbin to understand One's meaning. To put it bluntly, she was plotting to get the Mohist skills. If the heavenly demon great law was really the Mohist martial arts, then it would not be inferior to the original version if it was passed down to future generations and innovated. Otherwise One would not have practiced to her current level. But what has been lost over the years is not necessarily old Ross. I'm afraid she wants to take the opportunity to break through the heavenly demon great law. But without even a greeting, she almost ruined my plan. While walking, Linbin calmly put his hand on Kankan's waist and twisted it hard. Kankan's upturned little nose suddenly wrinkled tightly, and her eyes suddenly became wet. She looked at Linbin with resentment, and the meaning of her eyes was very clear. Isn't this a trick that women should use on men? How dare you do this to me? Linbin was a little helpless for seeing through the woman's intentions at a glance. I didn't expect that the tacit understanding between the two of them would be so high, which can be regarded as a kind of sadness. Entering the cave. At this time, Gao Jianli was sitting cross-legged, recovering from his injuries silently, and next to him, Datichu was also wrapping gauze around himself. Obviously, although with the help of Kankan, the two of them were able to escape, but the injuries were still serious. According to Linbin's understanding of Kian, she probably took action when the two were in the most critical moment. This is the only way to maximize a favor, which is in line with her style as a little witch. At this time, Gao Jianli's face had become slightly rosy. He raised his head and swept his eyes over Linbin. Although it was the first time they met, thanks to Linbin's outstanding appearance, he still nodded slightly. Linbin smiled and said, "Brother Gao, I came here to discuss two things with you. The first thing is that I'm the head of Xianhu Hall, and I apologize to the two of you. I hope you can forgive me for the past." As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. The snow girl who had taken the initiative to kneel beside Gao Jianli after coming in showed an unhappy look on her face and said that Xianhu had bad intentions towards Zhao Gao and seriously injured him. If it weren't for the help of Miss Kankan, he would have been imprisoned now. We just escaped, and he turned around and admitted his mistake. What does that mean? Does he want to lightly cover this matter and pretend that it never happened? That's right. Are our injuries in vain? The ignored Beguine Hammer buzzed in dissatisfaction and shouted, "Before, this little Miss Kankan said that you also practiced my Mohist martial arts. I thought you were from the Mohist school, but I didn't expect you to stand in the row of the Nan family. I just killed Jingwei." Linbin said, "The real identity of Jing Niu is Xian Yan, the daughter of Xian Meng, the leader of Liho Hall. Together with Xian Zhang, the leader of Gangan Hall, and Xian Mi, the leader of Kiwei Hall, they are all spies of Luoyang. Xian Hu was deceived and instigated by them, so he attacked the two of them. Now that these people have all been betrayed, the leader of Xian Hall knows how big a mistake he has made. However, the Nan family has been infiltrated by Luoyang, and it is still unknown how many people from Luoyang there are inside. For the sake of the general situation, he took the initiative to entrust me to seek peace with the Mo family, and wanted to ask Zhang Heng and the other two to help speak for him, and ask the people of the ZHU family to come and discuss the matter of their competition for the title of the hero." Linbin told Xian Yan's conspiracy in detail, especially the fact that the Mars Stone itself was a conspiracy by Xian Yan. Everyone who heard it looked extremely solemn. Wei Zuan closed his eyes and said slowly, "So, you want the ZHU family to voluntarily give up the advantage in the Mars Stone that they have worked so hard to obtain and compete with Xianhu in a competition of martial arts? No, I see. You want to help Xianhu become the hero?" Linbin said firmly, "Because Xianhu is a person that Luoyang cannot penetrate. You have no objection to what I said, right?" Instead of letting the Nang family become Luoyang's puppet and a trump card against the various schools of thought, it is better to get a Nang family that fights Luoyang head on without thinking. In this way, you will have an extra powerful pawn, right? The premise is that the ZHU family agrees to give up this great advantage. Wei Zhuang said, if someone from the Zhanghang MO school speaks on his behalf and tells him the whole truth, I think the chances of him agreeing should be very high. That's why I came here, to look for you first. Lin Bin smiled and said, the ZHU family is also a martial artist. As a martial artist, they must be very confident in themselves. They may be different, but as someone who is as famous as Shan Meng, he should not be so unconfident that he can't beat a younger brother. Generally speaking, this is the way with the least damage, and it is also the fastest way to unify the Nang family. You know, the 100 battles armored soldiers are about to come to dungeon. If we don't unify the Nang family as soon as possible to deal with possible attacks from the enemy, it's still unclear whether there will be any Nang family in a few days. Gaini pondered and said, I can speak on your behalf, but I can't guarantee whether it will work. Lin Bin said, if ZHU Jia really cares about the Nang family, he will not refuse. If he refuses, it only shows that he is a deep-minded person who is greedy for power and influence. He is reluctant to give up the position of the hero who is about to get it. At that time, he is not suitable to be the hero of the Nang family. Then, for the peace of the world, I can only suppress my guilt and deal with him. Brother, what you said makes sense. Clapped her hands. She thought that this wave of moral kidnapping, Brother Bean is really standing in the light this time. As expected, he is worthy of being a person who has practiced the sword cannon. In this respect, he is exactly the same as those white lotuses. It's the birthday of the old leader Xinghe Yushin. I specially added more chapters to cheer him up. After all, we are old friends for many years. I wish Xinghe Yushin a happy birthday. Oh. Chapter 169 Waiting for the Rabbit. Lin Bin did not go directly to the ZHU family, which was actually what he meant. His origin was unknown, and his words were not taken seriously. Because he killed Jingwei, he might still have some weight in Zhangheng's eyes, but the ZHU family might not take him seriously. So it would be better to let Zhangheng and the people of the Mo family speak on his behalf. Of course, the fact that Qian Qian has now officially become a disciple of the Mo family is a pleasant surprise. At least, he has a foundation in this world, and his journey can be particularly smooth, which is also due to her. Qian Qian's heavenly demonic art that she has practiced for more than 10 years is not something that can be practiced in a hurry, especially since she thought that what she obtained was an incomplete technique, which was later completed by her master and others, so it should be different from the original version. In order to gain people's trust, she took the initiative to give up the formula of the heavenly demonic art. After all, these people can be regarded as her ancestors, and in some ways it can't be regarded as betraying the sect. Her frankness made everyone like this innocent and simple girl at once. How well behaved and sensible, but too easy to trust people. You may be deceived in the future, but after seeing the detailed formula of the heavenly demonic art, for a time, many people in the Mohist school were all astonished and felt that this hasty completion was actually a new way, and it was not inferior to their own Mohist skills, and the details showed true knowledge. Naturally, they did not hide anything from this little girl. In the short period of time when Zhangheng and the others went to invite the ZHU family, Qian Qian had successfully obtained the Mohist skills. Although it was not the heavenly demon strategy, it was probably that even the heavenly demon strategy was derived from this Mohist skill. Therefore, Qian Qian was overjoyed and ran to comprehend it quickly, and the look she gave Lin Bin in the interval. The expression was very obvious. This time, there is hope to break through the 18th level of the heavenly demonic art. 2 hours later, another guest was personally invited by Zhangheng to come to the jungle. He is short and fat, and speaks in a friendly tone. Even when Zhangheng introduced this person as a lobbyist representing Xianhu, his tone did not become more hostile. He is kind to others, a complete businessman. After all, in the plot, he can take the initiative to let go of the death of his most capable subordinate and brother Danking. This kind of person is the best at weighing the pros and cons, and is really loyal to the farmers, but precisely because of his loyalty, if it is for the good of the farmers, he may choose to cooperate with Luoyang. In a way, he is the same person as Xian Yan. Oh, you have given me a big problem. Miss Yan is actually Luoyang Jingwei, and the masters of Gangan Hall and Kiwei Hall have been infiltrated by Luoyang. The mask on Zhu Jia's face, which was originally full of smiles, suddenly turned into a sad face. His face changing skills were so strong that even Lin Bin could not find out when he changed his face. He sighed. I spent so much effort to finally get the Mars Stone, but now you suddenly tell me that the Mars Stone doesn't count. Then all the price I paid before. In terms of price, who has paid more than Master Shan? He even lost his niece. Lin Bin asked seriously, did you ever have a dead niece? Ah, this. And he also killed Xian Zong and Xian Mi, who had originally come to him for help. Master Zhu, you should know that if Master Xian had thought a little more, he would have pretended not to know about this, used the power of Luoyang to become the leader of the heroes, and then destroyed the bridge after crossing it. But the old man could not tolerate any grain of sand in his eyes. After knowing that they were traitors, he immediately couldn't wait to kill them, even if it might cause him to lose his position as the leader of the heroes. Lin Bin sighed. Even though you know that he has less than 30% chance of winning the battle with Zhu Tang Master, you still want to choose the hero leader in this way, just for the safety of the farmers. I always thought that Zhu Tang Master took the Mars Stone because there was no one else who could take the position of the hero leader, and you had to take the position for the safety of the farmers. Could it be that you actually want to become the hero leader of the farmers, even if becoming the hero leader of the farmers will tear the farmers apart? No way, no way. Zhu Jia said meaningfully, the hero leader is ahead of the farmers. He can't tolerate any sand in his eyes. It doesn't seem good to be too black and white, right? Lin Bin also said meaningfully, I think the bottom line is something that cannot be touched. Even if you compromise for the sake of justice, you will lose your bottom line. You must know that when you stare into the abyss is also staring at you. Dancing with wolves will not end well. Your farmers should be fighting to the death with Luoyang, right? From this point of view, what Xian Tang Master did is right. Alas, it seems that if I don't agree, it will cause the Nang family to fall into civil strife. Zhu Jia looked at Wei Zhuang and then at Gaini, who was silent next to him. He exclaimed, and I feel that Mr. Gay is also on Brother Lin's side. We are old friends. Gaini said, I just think what he said makes sense. The 100 battles armored soldiers are coming. If the Nang family cannot integrate internally as soon as possible, it will be difficult to escape their encirclement and suppression. If you can't decide the Nang family leader as soon as possible, it will lead to the destruction of the Nang family. It seems that I don't have any choice. Zhu Jia sighed helplessly. Okay, fortunately, the conditions he gave are reasonable. Victory by martial arts. I agree. He naturally has nothing to fear. Martial arts competition? His Zhu family is not good at martial arts, but he can become the master of a hall. Does he really think that the name of 1,000 faces is a name played by people? I will go back and prepare. Half a day later, the 6 sages' tomb will decide the winner. After Zhu Jia said this, he seemed to be serious. The mask turned into a fighting type and turned away. That's good. I'll go back and report to Master Shan. Lin Bin smiled. After the Zhu family left, Qian quietly approached Lin Bin and whispered, does Shan Hu have a chance of winning? Less than 40%. Lin Bin said, after all, the Zhu family is very powerful and is a strong rival of Shan Hu's elder brother Shan Meng. Shan Hu is still inferior to them, especially Shan Hu's swordsmanship is open and close, while the Zhu family takes a light and agile approach. No one in the entire Nang family can match their acupoint pressing skills. Qian worriedly said, but if he wins, I'm worried that the Nang family won't help us at that time. From what you said before, it seems that Shan Hu is easier to control. In short, the position of the Nang family's chivalrous leader must be my brother Hu. Don't worry, I'm fully confident. Lin Bin said, I will go back and inform my brother Hu about this matter first. There is only half a day. It seems that the ZHU family doesn't want to give Brother Hu too much preparation time, but unfortunately, there is no need to prepare much. He said goodbye to Zhang Heng and the Mo family. The reason why this trip went so smoothly was naturally because of the slight protection between Gaini and Wei Zhuang. ZHU Jia understood that if he did not agree to this matter, he would not only face Shan Hu. It was not long after he left the Mo family's residence. While running fast in the forest, Lin Bin inexplicably felt an extremely cold breath entangled with him. This breath was extremely secretive, as if it was there and not there. Lin Bin, who was originally walking very fast, suddenly slowed down his pace. He naturally would not think that this was an illusion. He sighed. It seems that Luo Wang is really vindictive. I just killed one of your top level killers, and you immediately found someone to deal with me. But even Jing Wei died in my hands. You better be stronger this time, otherwise, I'm afraid you will just send me food. Luo Wang has sent you too many dishes. A dark figure appeared from the tree behind Lin Bin. Holding a crimson sword, an ominous aura was diffused around him. Although he was covered in armor, Lin Bin could not hide it. Wasn't this man Yan Ri? On the opposite side of him, Mr. Jin appeared with a sword, and the two of them surrounded Lin Bin, one in front and one behind. Obviously, Yan Ri was Mr. Jin's direct superior. When Mr. Jin was exposed and learned that Jing Li was dead, he naturally had to report this news to Yan Ri. At this time, Yan Ri's Heng looked down at Lin Bin, staring at him, and said word by word, since the strange appearance of the border town, you took the initiative to bribe the people in Luoyang to deal with you. In the process of going to the farmer's house, a total of 47 people in Luoyang were killed by you, and according to our subsequent investigation, their money bags were taken away by you, which means that you are fleecing our Luoyang, not only earning back the capital, but also making extra money. Now even Jing Wei has fallen into your hands. It seems that you really treat Luoyang as a charity. In fact, I just regard Luoyang as a pest, and pests should be trampled to death. Don't you think so, Lord Zayaki? Lin Bin looked up at the dark figure above and responded. What? Mr. Jin, or Wu Kuang, couldn't help but scream out in surprise. Oh, Brother Wu, don't you also know that Shan Guang is not dead? Have you never doubted that as one of the inheritors of the 7 stars of the Blue Dragon, it is reasonable for Shan Guang to cooperate with Luoyang, who can even cooperate with the murderer of his father, as long as there is profit? This also reasonably explains why Shan Guang is not dead, but still allows the Nang family to be in chaos, because Shan Guang has already become the Lord Yanri of Luoyang. Lin Bin smiled and threw another depth bomb. Mr. Jin was shocked. Lin Bin said mysteriously, Why do I know your true identity? It's very simple. I have been targeting Luoyang for a long time. The amount of information I know about Luoyang is second only to Zhao Gao, the owner of Luoyang. Mr. Jin stared at his boss with disbelief in his eyes. Can't you hear that he is talking nonsense? Yanri's voice was low and his emotions could not be heard. Or should I call you Senior Zhao Aozi? After all, although all the evidence points to you being Shan Guang, the hero of the farmer sect, for the sake of the subsequent plot development, so that you can continue to stir up trouble, I still tend to think that you are Zhao Aozi of the Taoist sect, because this way you have a reason to stand firm in the Taoist sect. Wu Kuang's face became even uglier. He couldn't help but start to worry. After Yanri killed the boy in front of him, he would kill him to silence him, right? No. This person may have known my identity. Why didn't he expose my undercover identity? Wu Kuang began to worry about gains and losses. Or is Yanri just an identity? No, Yanri is really just an identity. Whoever gets the Yanri sword in your hand is the real Yanri. Lin Bin showed a strange smile on his face and said, You are waiting here, but how do you know if I'm fishing here? What? Yanri's eyes changed. He rushed forward. A white shadow flashed behind him. The figure of Xiangxin was like a ghost, and she laughed softly. Brother's information is indeed correct. He said there are 2 top level killers here. 2 are indeed 2. The demon force field suddenly opened. It had already forced its way in front of Yanri and slashed down with 2 blades in the air. But it was blocked by a red light. Yanri unsheathed Suddenly the sky and the earth were dark, and only that red light was dazzling and brilliant, counter-attacking Xiangxin. Bang, bang, bang. A very dense sound of weapons intersecting rang out. Xiangxin had already let out a low cry, and retreated back in a bit of embarrassment. With the bonus of the evil emperor's relic, her pure skill was even deeper than Lin Bin, but her endurance was far from comparable. Therefore, in the fight between the two, she did not lose the upper hand, but Yanri's moves were very fast, from dodging to rushing, from blocking to attacking. In just 2 or 3 moves, he had completely isolated himself from the unfavorable situation. In addition to fighting hard, he was also clever. It was difficult for Xiangxin to use her power freely, so she was injured by his hands after a few moves. But Yanri defeated the enemy with a few moves, but he was not proud at all. Instead, he was as if he was facing a great enemy. The real killer move had already fallen from the sky. Alas, Luoyang has committed all kinds of evil, disturbing the world, and making the people unable to live in peace. It is really a heinous crime. Abin dares to ask Lord Yanri to die. Lin Bin's tone was full of guilt and apology, but he was merciless. Teikai swordsmanship is not strong, but the mysterious sword tactics of the other shore are not inferior at all. Wherever the sword blade points, it is a great traitor and a great evil. Especially when the 3-edged sword is shaken, the sword flowers will fly. Obviously, he is going to kill, but the compassion on his face makes Yanri suddenly feel that he is a great traitor and a great evil, and the other party is helpless. He actually had the idea that he deserved to die. Oh no, it's a trick to confuse the mind. Yanri closed his eyes tightly, and when he opened them again, he was clear-headed. At this time, Lin Bin had already approached. Come. Lin Bin had already gained the upper hand with the special power of the sword cannon. Behind him, Qian Qian was seriously injured, but it did not affect her combat power. Seeing that Yanri was so powerful, she seemed to be even stronger than the strongest evil King Shizixuan she had ever seen. Knowing that Lin Bin might not be able to accomplish it alone, he immediately wrapped the Heavenly Demon ribbon around his double blades, and opened the Heavenly Demon force field. It immediately overlapped with Lin Bin's Heavenly Demon force field. The different gravity tore at each other, causing Yanri's body shape to lose its shape. 1 sword and 2 knives, at the same time, forced towards his vital points. Practicing the Heavenly Demon force field together, the true energy also complemented and helped each other. The two joined forces, and the lethality they unleashed was actually 1 + 1 greater than 3. Wukuang, come and help me. Yanri was in danger after only a few moves. He was shocked. The original intention was just to take back the Jingwei sword. After all, the 8 swords of the King of Yu could not be easily lost. But he did not expect to put himself in danger. With a loud shout, the sun-covering sword key surged, instantly causing the heaven and earth to lose color. The crimson sword energy burst in all directions, directly forcing the two to retreat. Wukuang's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Obviously, Lin Bin's words just now had already shocked him. He didn't know how to react at this time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170, Covering the Sun. Wukuang, think it through. You are a spy of your Luoyang, lurking in Luoyang from the beginning. Since Yanri already knows your true identity, he will definitely not let you go. Why do you help him? What? He might be the leader of your farm. Are you kidding? If he is really Shan Guang, then he is even more ruthless. He sent you to lurk in Luoyang, but he quietly entered Luoyang and became your boss, but he didn't tell you the news. He clearly regarded you as an abandoned child in public, and he may not be the leader of the heroes. I just put forward this possibility. Yanri was in deep thought. After today, even if you really saved him, he would definitely have a grudge against you, because you acted too late. Do you like to be a big victim? If so, you should have been excited when your wife hooked up with Shenki. Why are you so angry? These words were heartbreaking. Wukuang was sweating profusely, but he couldn't move the Hanshin sword in his hand. Yanri himself did not expect that the situation would come to this point. He and Wukuang teamed up, to find the murderer who killed Jingwei. Since he dared to come, he naturally had the confidence. Even if this person was stronger than Jingwei, Yanri was also fully confident that he could defeat the other party. In addition, there was a powerful killer of the Sha level, and Wukuang, whose actual combat power was already infinitely close to the Shan level, was protecting him. It was already a sure thing. But who could have expected that the other party had already prepared for their attack? In a few words, he was confused, and even Wukuang was confused. Unfortunately, he was limited by his identity and could not explain it clearly. This led to the other party's hesitation. The imagined 2-on-1 was still 2-on-1, but it was two of them against him, and the strength of either of these two people was enough to match him. Fighting alone, he was not afraid of either. If it was 1 against 2, Yanri's sword energy covered the sky, but it could only protect itself. But if he wanted to win, he needed a little help from outside forces. Just a little help from outside forces. But that outside force now. Wukuang, give me a hand. I promise that Luoyang will never settle accounts with you because of your identity in the future. Hurry up and kill him. The Jingwei sword will be assigned to you, and you will be Luoyang's new top level killer. With my strength, I'm on par with these two. Yanri cried out. His left arm had been directly cut by the Shuanglang demon shadow sword. In an instant, many distracting thoughts and fears emerged in his heart. Yanri's heart was as cold as iron. He was not afraid even in the face of any cruel scene, but just a wound made Yanri's long-dormant fear come back again. I will die. I will die. Relying on his tenacious character, he suppressed the fear. He continued to shout, as long as you help and break the deadlock, I can easily win. Despicable, you, a witch, actually attacked from behind. Who told you to brag so much? The three of them were indeed evenly matched at the beginning. But when Lin Bin took out the double dragon magic shadow sword, Yanri was already exhausted. The 8 swords of the King of Yu are indeed rare weapons. But more of them are the sharpness of the sword blade, plus the characteristics such as the light of the Yanri sword can block the sun. If it is in terms of level, naturally, it is far inferior to the double dragon magic shadow sword. This is a weapon that Tang Xian Heo has gone through a lot of hardships and carefully selected for his son. In addition to its extreme nature, the lethality is naturally needless to mention, especially the suppression of the double dragon magic shadow sword. How powerless this sword is against dark creatures like the Blood Clan, how terrible it is to these ordinary people. No matter how strong Yanri is, he is still a human being, and as a human being, he cannot resist the dark erosion of the double dragon magic shadow sword. Seeing that he had the upper hand, Qian Qian still had time to make jokes. Lin Bin was silent, just attacking. Die. He didn't give Wukuang too much time to hesitate. While Qian Qian was attacking and seriously injuring Yanri, the sword energy of the double dragon demon shadow sword burst out. A dark crescent-shaped sword energy was slashed out, as fast as lightning. Even if Yanri was as strong as he would lose his balance due to the serious injury, and it would be difficult to avoid this fatal attack. Seeing the life and death crisis, he only had time to turn sideways urgently. Lin Bin's sword slightly deflected his head, accompanied by a shrill scream. The right hand holding the sword was raised high and splashed into the sky with blood spurting up. Yanri's sword. I won't be polite. Seeing Yanri's broken arm, he still wanted to use his seriously injured left arm to catch the sword. But Lin Bin didn't give him a chance. He kicked Yanri hard and kicked him out. He reached out and held the Yanri sword. Damn it. Yanri cried out in pain. Seeing that even his weapon had been taken away, he turned around and fled without hesitation. Xiangxin, go after him. Understood. Xiangxin shouted delicately. She chased after Luoyang with a light figure. Lin Bin turned his head to look in Wukuang's direction and said, your time for hesitation is over. Yeah. Wukuang smiled bitterly. He was not really afraid, but Lin Bin's words that Yanri might be Shan Guang made him very confused. If this was true, then his decades of hiding would really be a joke. This was such a big blow to him that he couldn't help but want to see who Yanri would be if he really lost, or if the mask on his face was knocked off and his true face was revealed. But he didn't expect that Lin Bin and the other two were so strong, and Yanri's strength was beyond imagination. Even when facing the joint attack of the two, his reaction was extremely fast. He could even escape with the help of Lin Bin's power. Wu Kuang asked, "Are you going to kill me?" He had already seen it. Lin Bin's real strength is not inferior to Yanri, and naturally he is superior to him. In addition, his mysterious and unpredictable means. If he really wants to kill him, he has no chance. Whether to kill you or not is still uncertain. Right now, I want the Hanshin sword in your hand. Wu Kuanqi asked. What? Lin Bin said, the Hanshin sword belongs to Luoyang. Luoyang's sword is Luoyang's identity, and Luoyang is my enemy. As long as you abandon this sword, it is equivalent to abandoning Luoyang's identity. I may be able to spare your life temporarily. Of course, I may kill you one day in the future. After all, once you enter Luoyang, it is as deep as the sea, and you will never be innocent again. This was the idea that Lin Bin suddenly had when he was teasing Yanri's heart with words. His previous mission had been to destroy Sehungjing's He. But in fact, he destroyed Sehungjing's He, but he did not kill all the people in Sehungjing's He. At least, Shi Fixuan did not die. But even so, his mission was still judged to be completed. This means that to destroy an organization, it is not necessary to kill all the people in it, just like Sehungjing's He destroyed their sect headquarters. Luoyang has no headquarters, but the core of Luoyang lies in the sword. Just like the Jingwei sword was taken away by Jingwei for many years, and in all these years, the position of Jingwei has really been vacant. Is there no one qualified? Of course not. The real reason is that without the Jingwei sword, how can there be Jingwei? If that is the case, killing is a method, but in addition to killing, taking the sword is also a way to destroy Luoyang. And Wu Kuang in front of him is a good experimental subject. Anyway, there is plenty of time. If things really can't be done, just kill Wu Kuang at that time. No delay. Wu Kuang hesitated for a while, then smiled bitterly and said, "Forget it, my identity was originally just a joke. Now that Shan Mi's identity has been exposed, my innocence will naturally be cleared, and it's time for me to return to the farm. It's just that Yanri is likely to be the leader of the chivalrous. Don't worry, it doesn't matter who Yanri is, because he is dead." Lin Bin paused, and his extremely smart ears suddenly moved. He had heard a very crisp and delicate whistle. It was Kankan. "There is a strong enemy." Lin Bin shouted, "Another enemy, give me the sword quickly. I will temporarily spare your life today, otherwise I will kill you today." Wu Kuang's eyes also moved slightly when he heard this, but without too much thought, he threw the sword to Lin Bin directly. Lin Bin took it and put away the sword like a magic trick. Without hesitation, he turned around and ran in the direction of Kankan's whistle. He could hear clearly. Kankan encountered a strong enemy, otherwise, she would never ask him for help like this. Light and spirited boots plus ladder clouds. Lin Bin was much faster than Xiangxin. In a flash, Wu Kuang could no longer see his trace. Wu Kuang took a deep look at Lin Bin's departing back, sighed deeply, and thought it was time to meet his old friend. He turned and left dejectedly. Meanwhile, Lin Bin had already rushed to the place where Xiangxin had just made a sound. However, at this time, there were only sword marks and knife aura everywhere, but no trace of her and the enemy. Over there, Lin Bin's eyes were sharp, and he soon saw the position where the two were fighting and retreating, and rushed over quickly. But as he rushed, he could not help but be slightly stunned. It was midsummer, and the trees and grass in the forest were the most lush, full of vitality and green. But as he ran, the scene in front of him gradually changed to black and white. It felt like he was running from a color TV to a black and white TV. Even the extremely sharp five senses of the secret of immortality were suppressed. The ki exerted when performing Qigong also greatly increased. "Huh!" Lin Bin exclaimed in surprise and suddenly stopped. A solemn expression appeared on his face. Looking at the scene around him, that had completely turned into black and white, he was surprised and said, "The sky and the earth have lost their color?" Taoist Xiaomeng. He continued to walk forward. He could clearly feel that the deeper he went, the stronger the suppression around him became. But it was not unsolvable. As the surrounding air squeezed towards this side, even if he only observed with the naked eye, Lin Bin could see that as the pressure on his side increased, the surroundings were constantly weakening. So that's it. In just a short moment, Lin Bin had already understood the secret of this move. using one's own ki to form a field similar to the heavenly demon force field to suppress the enemy in all directions, speed, strength, reaction and even the use of ki. When the difference in strength between the two is too large, the enemy can even be directly suppressed to death. But if the enemy's strength is too strong, then more ki will be needed to suppress the enemy. It is also a great pressure on the caster. It is a fighting style that hurts both sides. Xiangxin. Linbin opened his mouth, gathered the immortal ki in his body, and shouted loudly. Although he had never practiced martial arts such as the lion's roar, he now had profound martial arts, and was full of vitality. With a loud shout, the trees and bushes within a radius of 100 meters around him shook and vibrated, and the silent black and white picture that was so calm that it seemed to be frozen also began to fluctuate. I'm here, witch, eat my sword. Suddenly, Xiangxin's delicate shouting sounded in the distance. Then there was a dense sound of weapons crossing. Linbin ran to the front. But he saw that Xiangxin seemed to have finally escaped the suppression of the world with the help of Linbin's shout. At this time, he used all his strength to display the heavenly demon force field and fought fiercely with a girl in a green skirt and white hair with the heavenly demon double blades. The two had a graceful figure, and their steps were like walking in a garden, quite like a fairy. On the other hand, Qian was agile, quiet as a virgin, moving like a mad rabbit, and switching between movement and stillness freely. Although she had just obtained the Mohist skills, and had not even had time to practice them in depth, they were of the same origin after all. It was just that her broadened horizons had allowed her to gradually control the powerful true energy in her body. With this advantage, even the green-clothed girl could not suppress it completely, or rather, Linbin's existence, as long as he stood in the area where the world was eclipsed, would consume most of her true energy that was originally used to deal with Qian. After fighting for a while, a hint of anger flashed in her eyes. While the magic weapon in her hand was fiercely fighting with Qian's double blades, the whole person suddenly took advantage of the momentum and dissipated into nothingness, and her figure had crossed a distance of dozens of meters out of thin air and came in front of Linbin. The magic weapon was forced to fall down. He shouted, "Watch out for the sword." Linbin raised the double dragon magic shadow sword. The sword was connected with the meaning of Teikai's circular rotation, but Xiao Meng seemed to have anticipated it. After the sword was out, before it came into contact with the Teikai sword, the Qi sword in her hand suddenly deviated. This sword that seemed to be sure to win was actually a feint, and she turned the feint into the real, and the feint and the real intertwined. The sword energy had passed through the sword circle of the Shuanglang magic shadow sword and was directly at Linbin's chest. Linbin did not bend his legs or push his feet, and his body suddenly moved horizontally for several meters to avoid the range of the sword energy. Xiangxin shouted in dissatisfaction, "Brother, this woman is blocking us. If it weren't for her, we would have definitely killed Yanri." "Don't worry, Yanri was injured by my Shuanglang magic shadow sword. There is no way to heal his wound in this world. He is dead. The difference is whether he dies in our hands or rots in a corner like a dead rat." Linbin raised his sword and pointed it at Xiaomeng, saying, "Master Xiaomeng, are you also from Luoyang?" "Me. Luoyang?" The figure who fought Xiangxin first, and then Linbin finally revealed his true appearance. He was tall and slender, but he didn't give people the slightest feeling of weakness, especially his unruly eyes, which were weakened a lot by the Taoist bun on his head, but still gave people the look of fighting at the slightest disagreement. Xiaomeng, the leader of the Taoist Xianzang. It was the first time that Linbin met someone who could see the secret flaws of Teikai sword in the first confrontation. Can we only say that he is worthy of being a Taoist? At this moment, she looked at Linbin with contempt in her eyes and sighed. "You are really going backwards, Linbin. If I answer yes, are you going to join forces with this woman to deal with me? If so, then come on, two of us together. What do I have to fear?" "Ah." Linbin's eyes also shrank suddenly. He said in surprise, "Do you recognize me?" Chapter 171. The pie that falls from the sky still has fillings. She knows me. Linbin's first feeling was astonishment. He has been in this world for only 4 or 5 days. In such a short time, what can be done is extremely limited. I'm afraid that Tang Shi and Heo may not be able to figure out the details of the Yin Yang family. but Lin Bin has already made great achievements in the war. He has successfully wiped out 2 Xianzi level assassins of Luoyang. What does that mean? The strength of Xianzi level assassins is so strong that, even if they are not as good as the leaders of the various schools of thought, they will never be much inferior. Especially Yanri, fighting alone, I'm afraid that he will never be inferior to any of the leaders of the various schools of thought. Although Qian Qian has been playing soy sauce by his side since she came here, but I have to admit that her fighting power is not much inferior to Lin Bin. She did not become the disciple of the leader of the Yunji Ui sect directly, but after experiencing a lot of competition, just like raising a gu, she stepped on the bodies of countless fellow sisters and brothers, and came to this point today. Even with the help of Xiangxin, who was barely as strong as him, he was able to achieve such an impressive record. It was also because the two of them were focused and never paid attention to other things. Being busy with the mission, he naturally had no communication with Xiaomeng, the Taoist troublemaker in front of him. But the other part is tone. Especially the method of breaking the Teikai sword before. Is it strange that I know you? Xiaomeng responded casually, snorted coldly, and put away the Kiuli sword in his hand. The attitude was still bad, but the previous hostility had disappeared. She glanced at Lin Bin leisurely and asked, how did your sword just now compare to yours? Lin Bin nodded and praised, yes, your skill is definitely not inferior to mine. Xiaomeng shook her head and said, you disappoint me. I haven't seen you for many years, and you have gone backwards. Lin Bin asked, what did you say? Why, as a reincarnation, are you shocked by such a small piece of news? I wanted to worship you as my master, but you refused. I was very angry at that time, but now it seems that being rejected by you is really the best thing. Xiaomeng turned around and walked back slowly, saying, Lin Bin, I really should thank you for not accepting me back then. You mean, I have seen you many years ago. Wait. Lin Bin suddenly reacted. In fact, he had already noticed the strange feeling before, but it was not too strong at that time, so he didn't take it to heart. Wei Zhuang is always arrogant and wanton. He truly regarded Jingli as his prey. In a sense, if anyone snatched his prey, he would really regard him as an enemy and kill him. But since I robbed his enemy, he only threatened me lightly. No, it was not even a threat, but a competitive mentality. And Gainey even called out Brother Bin. Lin Bin originally thought that it should be introduced by canon. But now that I think about it, why would canon introduce me to others for no reason? It can't be to sell me out, right? Then how did Gainey know my name? Could it be that I have been to a plane more than 10 years ago in this plane? No, not in the past, but in the past, that my future may enter this world? Could it be that the two worlds can also be connected? Lin Bin suddenly remembered what Bu Shuang said before. A normal space crack takes at least 3 months to form, but this space crack is formed very quickly, and it has been formed in just half a month. Is it because of this reason? Got it? It seems that your strength has declined a lot, but your brain is still there. Xiaomeng casually threw a bamboo scroll in the direction of Lin Bin and said, I have always kept in mind what I promised you. Keep the things. We are done with each other. After that, she seemed not to want to say anything more to Lin Bin. She walked leisurely, but she could walk several feet away in one step, and soon disappeared in the depths of the quiet jungle. She seems to have come to see you, brother. It was obviously just a disguise, but Qian Qian had already taken the opportunity to change her address to Lin Bin from Brother Bin to brother. However, considering the relationship between himself and Zhu Yuan, this sentence of brother sounds very exciting. Therefore, he did not refuse. She muttered, so, because she appeared near you, it was really just a coincidence that she bumped into her? What did she give you? Lin Bin flipped it open and took a look. He couldn't help but frown. He said, this is the martial arts of the Taoist Xianzang. And Qian Qian asked curiously, and what? And it also includes almost all the martial arts of the Xianzang, including those extremely powerful light body skills and light and dust, domain skills, and so on. Lin Bin originally wanted Qian Qian to go to the Tang Dynasty plane to collect all the skills and martial arts of the demon sect to improve his own strength, but he didn't expect to get something better here. You just want a running formula of Xian Dishishi. You said that this thing is very convenient to use against the enemy, but now I'm the head of the Taoist Xianzang. I'm grateful for your kindness in teaching Taikai. I will repay you for your kindness today. Don't say that I, the head of the Taoist sect, am stingy. The person had already gone far away, but the voice was still heard from afar. Lin Bin was a little confused. This is really a pie in the sky that hit him hard on the head. Not only was the pancake not poisonous, it was also stuffed with pork and green onions, 10 pounds of fat, 10 pounds of lean meat, 10 pounds of cartilage, and 1 green onion. Taoist Xianzang Gangfa? Nanan's saliva was almost flowing down. Looking at the bamboo slips in Lin Bin's hand with greed, she smiled sweetly and said, brother, you should get all the Mohist Gangfa first, and then I can exchange with you as appropriate. Lin Bin put away the bamboo slips, and his heart was also very pleasantly surprised. In terms of martial arts level, there is no doubt that the current plane is the highest level among all the martial arts planes he has come into contact with. Even the Tang Dynasty plane that can break the void is probably lower than this one. And the most advanced Taoist Xianzang Gangfa in this plane is of great help to him, which is beyond the understanding of ordinary people. I'm afraid that no one will believe it. Lin Bin, whose strength is infinitely close to that of a saint level reincarnation, has actually been working hard to consolidate his foundation. The secret of immortality is the foundation, Taikai is the foundation, and all martial arts are the foundation. During this period, he actually planned to exchange some other Taoist skills, but unfortunately most of them were Daozang. There was no suitable choice. The Xianzang skills undoubtedly made up for his biggest flaw at the moment. For example, the Hidwang Tangchen footwork is much faster than the Tianzang, and it can also blunt the sharpness, resolve the conflict, and be in harmony with the light and dust. With the blessing of this set of light body skills, the B-level optical camouflage cloak may be able to play the role of A-level. There is also the color of the world. If it can be combined with the Xian Mo force field, it can not only give the enemy various debuffs, but also tear their balance, so that their external force cannot be exerted. And if the Xianzang heart tactic is combined with the secret of immortality, maybe he doesn't have to wait for the immortal cultivation, and he can enter the Tao by martial arts. Lin Bin muttered, I understand a little bit. Why would I make such an excessive request to Xiao Meng? Qian was still puzzled and said, you understood it so quickly? Why don't people understand when you got involved with her? Okay, it's just to give myself an identity in this world. Just like you can now proudly declare that you are a member of the Mohist school, I can also confidently say that I'm an elder of the Taoist Xianzang. After all, the head of the Xianzang is willing to give me the skills, and he will definitely be willing to help me make up this lie. Lin Bin said, it's not too late to study the skills later. Don't forget the business. All of this is for the future. Xiao Meng didn't explain the details to him. If there is such a day in the future, he can just make a closed loop by himself. It's not a big problem. It's just an unexpected surprise. Wan woke up, as if from a dream and said, I have forgotten about Yanri. I will go and kill Yanri now. No need. His arm was cut off by my Shuanglang magic shadow sword. The negative state cannot be removed. He will bleed continuously and will not live long. Besides, the Yanri sword is already in our hands. Luo Wang's Yanri will no longer exist. Lin Bin said, the most important thing now is that my brother who must become the leader of the farmers clan. Based on his intelligence, the 6 elders of the farmers clan will probably not be happy. Unless the 6 old men have no other choice but him, I will go to help my brother who. Give me my props. Do you want it now? Wan blinked and looked at Lin Bin pleadingly. Give it to me. Oh. Wan pouted and handed the optical camouflage cloak to Lin Bin. The ability to conceal Yanri's tracks all depends on this optical camouflage cloak. Although this thing is only rated as B level, but Xiangxin has a good eye and can tell at a glance that this thing must be the most useful one even among B level ones. In other words, she really can't do anything about Lin Bin. Otherwise, if it were any other reincarnationist, she would act cute and coquettishly and would have to buy this thing. Go back to the Mo family. You spent so much effort to get only a mental method. Work harder. Don't you see that I have all the Taoist skills ready? I'm going to see brother who. You don't have to worry about that. Just wait for my contact at any time. After saying that, Lin Bin turned around and performed a light body skill and left. Cheyenne, who had been looking forward to it for a long time. There was no way. All those who could give him advice were spies of Luoyang. After they were killed, the ones left were even more confused than him. Lin Bin was the only one who could help him. Seeing Lin Bin coming back, he immediately asked anxiously, "How is it?" Lin Bin said modestly, "Fortunately, I have tried my best to convince Zhang Heng and Mo family to put aside their past grudges and persuaded ZHU family on my behalf. ZHU family is quite sensible and has agreed to the martial arts competition to determine the champion. Half a day, no, 3 hours later, we will compete in the Tomb of Six Sages." Cheyenne, who was overjoyed when he heard this, and said in surprise, "Oh, that's great. Brother Hu, are you sure?" Cheyenne, who said proudly, "Humph, apart from Zhang Heng, who can make me a little difficult, who else can be my Tiger Soul opponent? This." Even so, the ZHU family's acupoint pressing skills are still quite unique. I think it's more important for us to be cautious. After all, they are too scheming, and it is inevitable that they will have some conspiracy, right? Well, brother, you are right. Do you have any idea? Lin Bin smiled shyly and said, "There is no other solution. I have an inherited soft armor from my ancestors. When I wear it, I'm not only invulnerable to swords and spears, but if I'm touched with great force, I can also stab the opponent back. It is the nemesis of acupoint pressing kung fu. Big Brother's kung fu is far superior to that of the ZHU family. With this soft armor, our chances of winning are perfect. And to be on the safe side, I think it would be best if all the farmers knew about the martial arts competition. This way, it can also prevent the ZHU family from refusing to admit defeat after losing." Yes, brother, you make sense." Cheyenne, who smiled and said, "Brother, you still know me well. I, Cheyenne, who am a man of my word, but it's hard to say about the ZHU family." Lin Bin thought to himself, "I just want to make the ZHU family lose face in competing. By then, the 6th elder of the farmer family will have no other choice except you. Don't worry, brother. When I become the leader of the heroes, I will definitely grant you a position as the leader of the hall. With your wisdom and force, you are more than qualified to be the leader of the hall. Why would I help Brother Hu for a mere identity? Brother Hu, you underestimate me too much. Time is limited. Let's go quickly. By then, Zhang Heng and Mohist will be witnesses. Brother, you can fully exert your strength and let outsiders see the power of our farmer's hero." Okay. Lin Bin's words were all for his own good. Although there was a factor of contempt for his strength in it, it was also to be on the safe side. Cheyenne, who naturally had no reason to disobey, and Lin Bin had obviously thought it through. Without the identity of reincarnation, props cannot be used. But protective props such as soft hedgehog armor are different. When worn on the body, they are automatically activated. It is completely different from those active props. Even Cheyenne, who can use them. ZHU's strength is better than Cheyenne, who, but not much. But wearing soft hedgehog armor, ZHU's fingers will inevitably be injured as long as he points acupoints, and the strength of one is reduced while the other is reduced. At that time, defeat is only a matter of time. Lin Bin took a deep look at Cheyenne, who, thinking, Brother Hu, I have worked hard for you to win. You must give me some strength. After the Nang family is dealt with, it is equivalent to getting the most powerful force. At that time, let alone attacking Luoyang, even the other Yin Yang family will dare to force it. And you can also use the power of the Nang family to find the whereabouts of Tang Xian Heo. Tang Xian Heo is a saint level reincarnation. If there is no help from the local aborigines, it is really difficult to defeat him alone. As the reserve leader of the Nang family, isn't it reasonable for me to kill someone with the help of the Nang family? Go as soon as you say go. At that moment, Cheyenne, who immediately gathered all the people he could gather, told them about this, and then they rushed to the Six Sages' tomb. But this time, sure enough, Medi Sanyang was no longer among them. Obviously, with the death of Cheyenne Yan, she was no longer willing to support Cheyenne Hu, and the reason she used was also very normal. She wanted to deal with the young lady's body. Lin Bin smiled secretly in his heart. This way, I'm the only good brother around, Brother Hu. Steady. Chapter 172. I'm not here to destroy you, I'm here to join you. The tomb of the 6 sages of the Yan Emperor. As a sacred place for farmers, few people come here on weekdays. But today, thousands of people gathered here. The Mohists, Giguzanhang and others are all here as witnesses. Not only that, the remaining 1,000 people are important backbone figures in each hall of the farmers. Just as Lin been ordered, Cheyenne who was not worried that he would not be able to beat the ZHU family. What a joke. Except for the need to temporarily avoid the edge when facing Zanhang and the 2 of them, who else was he afraid of? But he had to worry that the ZHU family would not admit defeat if they lost. So the news spread to almost the entire farmers. When they learned that the farmers had a large number of Luoyang spies, and in order to stabilize the morale of the army as soon as possible, Xianhu and the ZHU family would use force to decide the real hero leader at the tomb of the 6 sages of the Yan Emperor. So, under his deliberate propaganda, almost the entire farmers knew about this matter, and everyone came to witness it. At this time, Wu Kuang and Chen Sheng were also among them. Xian Mi's death completely eliminated the rift between them. Good brothers, although they once pointed their swords at each other, the misunderstandings were resolved, and the Nazi woman was dead, so they naturally returned to their old ways. Seeing the scene deliberately arranged by Xianhu, the ZHU family was not surprised, and only sincerely praised that you are full of confidence. There is no need for any other nonsense. The 2 have been fighting openly and secretly for a long time. Now that they have reached a consensus, there is no need to be polite to each other. One of them drew out the tiger soul, and the other also turned out a red mask with blazing anger. They fought quickly in one place. One is the master of Chiao Hall, who is good at fighting and killing. His moves are open and closed, like a whirlwind tornado, and rocks collapse, and the ground cracks wherever he passes. One is the master of Shenam Hall. He never shows off his strength, but his strength is ranked among the best even among farmers. His offensive is agile and delicate, and ordinary people can't resist it at all. There has been resentment between the 2 sides for a long time, and they are unreserved in their attacks. For a moment, on the platform under the tomb of the 6 sages, wild sword energy was everywhere, and exquisite true energy splashed everywhere. Although the 2 sides had not yet decided the winner, those people with a discerning eye had already seen the clues. Gainey said in a deep voice, both of them are holding the mind of a quick battle, so this way, the battle will probably end soon. Wei Zhuang said, it seems that the ZHU family's master is better after all. It seems that they are evenly matched. Xianhu has gone all out, but the ZHU family still has some strength left. Not entirely true. Xianhu dared to propose a duel, so he must be quite confident. Gainey took a deep look at Lin Bin who was watching the battle from a distance, and said, and most importantly, this martial arts duel champion is really very much like that Abin, so Xianhu must have a trump card. Sure enough, the voice fell. Then he saw that ZHU Jia had taken advantage of the gap between Xianhu's old moves and his exposed back to point at the acupoint on his waist, and then he covered his fingers in pain and retreated repeatedly, with the mask on his face even more furious, shouting, Xianhu, we agreed to a fair duel, but you are wearing armor temporarily? As soon as this was said, everyone was in an uproar. Nonsense, I have had a body armor since I was a child, but for many years no one has been able to get within 3 feet of me, let alone hurt me, so naturally no one knows about this. Xianhu said arrogantly, why? I have Tiger Soul for attack and Soft Hedgehog for defense, both of which are my weapons. Do you think it's unfair? It's really not fair. I have weapons and you don't. Do you want me to take off my armor, put down Tiger Soul, and fight you barehanded to be fair? When everyone learned that Xianhu was wearing armor before, they were a little contemptuous in their hearts. But after hearing his words, they suddenly felt inexplicably, yes. If the competition is absolutely fair, then Xianhu can't even use his sword. Equipment is also part of strength. If the Xian Hall master has armor, it is not fair to take it off. Xianhu said proudly, but you can find that I'm wearing armor. ZHU Jia, you are proud enough. You. ZHU Jia was dumbfounded. For a moment, he didn't know how to refute. Ha, look at the sword. Xianhu's Tiger Soul sword was powerful, strangling ZHU Jia like a meat grinder. Zhu Jia's finger was injured, and half of his acupoint pressing skills were wasted. In addition, the enemy was wearing armor, which protected most of the important acupoints on his body, and the other half was wasted. Although Zhu Jia was strong, his advantage was wasted. Xianhu was also a real man, especially his moves were open and closed, and the attack range was even greater after abandoning defense. Zhu Jia could only retreat again and again, and retreat again and again, until he left the round platform panting. At this time, his 10 fingers were already bleeding. He had no strength to fight again. All the people of the Nang family are witnesses. This battle was won by me, Xianhu. Xianhu said proudly, the position of the chivalrous leader belongs to me, Xianhu. Don't worry, Luoyang has plotted against my Nang family. With me, Xianhu, in charge, I will definitely seek justice for my Nang family, and rebuild my Nang family's reputation, by destroying the entire Luoyang. Among all the schools of thought, the Nang family is the most respected. Among all the schools of thought, the Nang family is the most respected. Many disciples shouted in unison. It must be mentioned that Xianhu's brain is not very good. But he is tall and majestic, with a dignified appearance, and with the power of victory. It seems that he really has some chivalrous style. For a moment, the Nang family, who had been suffering from the lack of a chivalrous leader for a long time, seemed to have found their backbone in an instant, and even many disciples of Sheneng Hall followed and shouted. Xianhu laughed and said, please wait a moment, I will go to see the 6 elders now. Once I get their promise, I will be truly legitimate. After that, he walked in proudly. Lin Bin looked at Zhu Jia, who was wearing a mask with a lonely face, and thought that Zhu Jia had lost in public, so even if he was chosen as the hero again, it would be unfair. Among the remaining hall masters, Situ Wanli was a gambler. This time, a sure win. Sure enough, only half an hour had passed. An old man came out with Xianhu, and seeing this old man, many people from the Nang family showed respect on their faces at the same time. This man was the Bingsu, one of the 6 elders of the Nang family. He was in charge of killing and fighting, and was the strongest among the 6 elders. But for some reason, everyone always felt that his face was a little dark. At this time, he coughed heavily a few times and said, from today on, Xianhu, the Hall Master of Chiao Hall, is officially the hero of the Nang family. All people in the Nang family must obey his orders, and must not disobey. Xianhu then laughed triumphantly. Bingsu's face became even darker. He sighed, alas, talents are fading away, what can we do, what can we do? He turned around and left dejectedly. Xianhu laughed and said, okay, I will issue the first order now. From today on, anyone who is caught in the trap must be killed by the Nang family, regardless of the reason. We, the people of the Nang family, cannot allow ourselves to be bullied without knowing how to fight back. Zhu family, now there are 3 vacant positions at the head of the 6 halls of the Nang family. You must quickly list the candidates who are suitable to become the head of the hall, and I will select them. Zhu family, who was feeling depressed, was stunned. Even the mask on his face made his mouth shape into an O shape. He pointed at himself with a bloody finger and asked in shock, me? Aren't you going to deprive me of my position as the head of the Sheneng Hall? Nonsense. Xianhu said confidently, Xianzong and Xianmi are both spies. After their death, you are the one who thinks the fastest in the entire farm. You should do more work. I'm the leader of the heroes. Do you still expect me to do everything myself? Naturally, I have to know how to use people. If you are capable, you can do it. If you are not capable, I can deprive you of the position of the Hall Master. The Zhu family is willing to share the worries of the hero. Zhu Jia scratched his head a little confused. For a moment, he was really confused. He thought, is it the title of the hero you are fighting for? You don't care about specific rights and so on. If I had known earlier, I would have fought with you before. But even if he was confused, he still quickly agreed. He took a deep look at Lin Bin. He thought that this mentality might be related to this kid. However, Xianhu got the title of the hero, and from his tone, the real power fell into the hands of his Zhu family. It was not a bad result. I just don't know what Lin Bin is thinking. Is he trying to control the Nang family with the help of Xianhu? It seems that I have to be careful in the future. he said. Zaya Kui. According to reliable information, the Qin armored soldiers are already close at hand. Although the Nang family claims to have 100,000 disciples, it is not convenient to fight them head on. In my opinion, we should break up into small groups and hide in Days Mountain to make them return empty-handed. Xianhu said dissatisfiedly, running away before fighting? I don't agree. But if we fight to the death with the armored soldiers, even if we succeed, we will probably suffer heavy casualties. How can we deal with Luoyang then? I haven't considered this. Revenge on Luoyang is the most important thing. Okay, let's follow Zhu Jia's words and leave this matter to you. Yes. Zhu Jia suddenly felt that he seemed to have figured out how to communicate with the rough man in front of him. As a result, he suddenly felt that this man was much more pleasing to the eye. So cute. Lin Bin also nodded with satisfaction. In this way, the most powerful fighting force in the Qin dynasty plane was obtained. Although it had nothing to do with him, as long as he was dealing with Luoyang, the Nang family would be his most loyal backer and assistant. Half a day later, the soft hedgehog armor was returned. Lin Bin also formally said goodbye to Xianhu. This made the Zhu family, who had some dark thoughts about Lin Bin before, full of confusion. Was he really here to kill Luoyang? Was his goal really just Luoyang? Was he really not greedy for the power of the Nang family? Xianhu held Lin Bin's hand reluctantly and asked, Brother Abin, are you leaving so soon? Lin Bin sighed, I have no reconciliation with Luoyang. In fact, I should have left after the traitors of the Nang family were eradicated. It was just that I hit it off with you, Brother Hu, and delayed for a few days. Now that I see that the Nang family has not been infiltrated by Luoyang, I feel relieved. In the future, if there is any news about Luoyang, I can rest assured to tell you, Brother Hu, that your brother is someone that Luoyang cannot infiltrate. As long as it is related to Luoyang, even if there are thousands of mountains and rivers, your brother will never give up on him. Xianhu patted his chest and said, even if it has nothing to do with Luoyang, if you are bullied, tell your brother Hu that Brother Hu's tiger soul sword is not vegetarian. Then thank you in advance, Brother Hu. Lin Bin held Xianhu's hand gratefully, with a reluctant expression on his face. When he turned around, his expression immediately returned to normal. Riding on the horse, he looked back again, with a look of reluctance, and said excitedly, Brother Hu, see you in the rivers and lakes. Brother, come back to see me often. Yes. Lin Bin turned his head, his face was normal again, and he rode away on his horse. This trip to the farmer's house was very rewarding. Not only did he successfully kill 2 Xianzi level assassins, but he also got a great help from the farmer's family. He might need to personally cut off the top combat power of Luoyang, but if he wanted to destroy the entire Luoyang, the existence of the farmer's family was indispensable. And he also met Xiaomeng. The bamboo slips had been burned by him, and all the contents were memorized in his mind. Gongfa can be regarded as the most cost-effective thing in the reincarnation space. Although the exchange price is extremely high, if there is a way, how many reincarnation points can be saved by obtaining it in the secret realm, especially the Taoist Xianzang Gongfa? After remembering these contents, Lin Bin was almost certain that the value of this small bamboo slip was probably more precious than the 4B level merits he currently held. After all, skills like the lost color of the world and harmony with the light can be considered as B-level skills respectively. Theoretically, they need to pay B-level merits to exchange. But now it's a package. Earn a lot of money. Just thinking about it, the horse that was running under him sank slightly. A figure has landed behind Lin Bin. The soft and fragrant jade feels great. It's a pity that Wan is no longer the little demon girl in the Tang Dynasty plane. The bra and so on. The touch is really much worse than the bellband. Lin Bin complained in his heart. Behind him, Xiangxin chuckled and said, Brother, you are amazing. You recruited the farmers so quickly. Where are you going next? Lin Bin did not answer but asked, you are not staying in the Mo family? Didn't you say that they already regarded you as a disciple of the Mo family? Why would they let you go? Xiangxin sighed. She said that she was pregnant with your child. You want to leave? If she doesn't follow you, the child will be without a father. No matter how reluctant they are, they have to let her go. But they also scolded you a few words. speak human language. The Mo family has been squeezed dry by them. There is no use for them. Why should they stay there? Just find a reason to come out with you, brother. I haven't forgotten my mission. Xiangxin asked. By the way, brother, you haven't answered my question yet. Where are we going next? Sanghae. Why? Because our next target should be there, and if my guess is correct, Tang Xianhao and the others should also be there. After all, that is the main scene. Even if the saint level reincarnationists are far behind us, they should be catching up slowly now. What? Do we have to deal with Luoyang and Tang Xianhao at the same time? Although Kang Kan didn't know what the main scene meant, she still understood what Lin Bin meant, and said in surprise, "Senior brother, you are getting cocky." Nonsense. Lin Bin snorted lightly and said, "We are not going to destroy Luoyang, we are going to join Luoyang." What? No, it's better to say that we are actually considered people of Luoyang. After all, Luoyang is named after the sword. Lin Bin said, "From today on, you are Jingwei, and I'm Yanri, understand?" Kanwei said in surprise, "Are you giving the Jingwei sword to someone else? Borrow it temporarily, remember to return it to me." Stingy. Forget it, I'll complete the task myself. Don't. I want a high evaluation. If I can double my points this time, I can not only exchange for weapons, but also some other props. Then I'll be obedient. Yes, I'll be obedient. I'll do whatever you tell me to do, senior brother. Chapter 173 Frame up. Sanghae. The center of the current plot. Of course, it may have been overlooked by others. But in fact, Sanghae today is a gathering place of wind and clouds. Luoyang's 6 sword slaves and Zhao Gao are here. Yin Yang school has its roots here. Even the Confucian-based Xiao Shengxianzhuang is here. It can be imagined that no matter what Tang Xianhao's mission is, he is likely to be here. So after we get here, we must not show our true colors to others. Especially we must not let anyone find our tracks. Understand? Lin Bin and Kang Kan each changed into a uniform of Kin Army uniforms. With their faces covered with iron armor, no trace of the past can be seen from their figures or faces. Yes, Lord Yanri. Kang Kan spoke in a hoarse voice, holding the Jingwei sword, and knelt on one knee in front of Lin Bin. But inexplicably, the joke she made with Shifixuan in the past emerged in her mind. Kneeling and licking. She hurriedly stood up straight. Dissatisfied, he said, "It's unfair. We are both top-level killers, so why should I kneel to you? Because Yanri and Luoyang may be in a cooperative relationship, and Yanri's true identity may be equal to Luoyang's Lord Zhao Gao." Lin Bin said regretfully, "It's a pity that we didn't see Yanri's death with our own eyes. Otherwise, maybe we could know his true face. At that time, there would be more things we could do. But it's not bad to get the Yanri sword. You know, if I get Yanri, I'm Yanri. Who dares to say otherwise?" Zhao Gao is brave enough to hold a press conference and say that the Yanri was killed by someone. Am I, the Yanri, an imposter? Canon suggested, and people think that we can use Luoyang's identity to severely offend the Yin Yang family and then put the blame on Luoyang. In this way, wouldn't the Yin Yang family become our tool to deal with Luoyang? Good idea, let's go together, but now we have to go somewhere first. Where? Xiao Shengxian Manor. Lin Bin and Kang Kan were like patrolling Kin soldiers, walking and talking. But their mouths did not move, not even a sound came out. Heavenly sound transmission. Taoist secret technique can make your voice resound directly in the depths of the other person's heart. No one else can hear it except the recipient. And the method of cultivation is in the bamboo slips that Xiao Meng gave to Lin Bin before. After a few days of hard work, Lin Bin was not idle either. In addition to practicing with Kang Kan on horseback in order to improve their strength as soon as possible, he specially gave Kang Kan the luck method of heavenly sound transmission. Both of them can be called masters of their generation. As long as you figure out the trick of this method, you will soon be quite proficient. In this way, the two can communicate freely, no matter where they are, which is a lot more convenient. What are we going to do at Xiao Shengxianzhuang? Just like you said, we are going to cause trouble. Lin Bin said, Confucians are different from farmers. Farmers are generally stupid, and it is easy to get their help, but Confucians are different. There are a group of smart people in Confucianism. As long as you show a little flaw, they can deduce a lot of truth. So when facing them, you must fight quickly and decisively, and you can't linger, and you must not do too much. You must let them figure it out themselves. What do you plan to do? Assassinate directly as Luoyang? Lin Bin looked at Kanken and said, this is up to you. Remember, use the Jingwei sword, and do your best. Don't hold back. If you can really kill him, it would be great. Who do you want to kill? Lin Bin said word by word, Yan Lu. Kanken blinked and muttered, how dreamy. In the history books that I studied before, these people should all be people who are good at writing, but now they have all become martial arts masters. In the real history books, Confucius was a big man 8 feet tall. You couldn't win a quarrel with him, and you couldn't win a fight with him. Lin Bin said, okay, let's go check the information of Xiao Shengxi and Zhuang. Oh. After hearing this, Wan nodded obediently. She now showed signs of turning to Lin Bin's double red flower sticks, or after knowing Lin Bin's ability in the secret realm, she gave up thinking. Anyway, no matter how much she thought, Lin Bin had already thought of her proposal. In fact, Lin Bin's idea was far more than Wan thought. The previous owner of the Hanguang sword, Wu Ming, was once hunted by Luoyang, and Zhao Gao's psychological activities also admitted that Luoyang had been pursuing the Hanguang sword for many years. The Hanguang sword was not included in the 8 swords of the King of Yu, so Zhao Gao naturally could not have wanted to add another Xianzi level killer to Luoyang. The biggest possibility is that the Hanguang sword is likely to be related to the Blue Dragon 7 stars. After all, these two are the only things that Luoyang cares about. As a close disciple of Wu Ming, Yan Lu obviously knew this. So over the years, he had never shown his weapon. It was just that Li Si had previously plotted against the Confucianists. This forced him to expose the Hanguang sword. I think he also knew that the Hanguang sword was a must-have for Luoyang. In this case, it would be reasonable for Luoyang's Yanri and Jingli to join forces to seize the sword, right? As for whether Xiangxin would accidentally kill Yan Lu, Lin Bin didn't care. First, it was said that even Fu Nan would never be able to defeat Yan Lu. This guy was a real 50-50 in the Qin dynasty plane, no matter who he met. Second, even if Yan Lu really died at the hands of Xiangxin, it would only make the fight between the Confucianists and Luoyang even more intense. The mission was difficult. Even if innocent people were really affected, it would be too late. That night, Xiangxin first recuperated. Lin Bin wore an optical camouflage cloak and stepped on the Higuang Tangchen step. Although still unfamiliar, but at least he had to start with B-level footwork, and it might even be infinitely close to A level, which was much stronger than Tianzang. In addition, Lin Bin's extraordinary understanding of Taoist exercises allowed him to hide even the last part of his figure. Unless technological means were used, it would be basically impossible to find his trace by manpower alone. Lin Bin went in and out of Xiao Shengxi and Zhuang dozens of times, and no one could find his trace. In just half a day, he drew a map by hand, handed it to Qian, pointed to the red dot on the map and said, this is Yan Lu's range of activities. When I saw Yan Lu just now, I saw him send his disciples to an inn to get a few dishes of vegetarian dishes and a pot of steak. It seems that he plans to drink alone under the moon, which is just right for you to take action. Don't worry, leave it to him. Although he is not specialized in swordsmanship, his swordsmanship is not much inferior to Shi Fixun. Qian held the map with full confidence. It was night time. It was late. But in Xiao Shengxi and Zhuang, there were still clear sounds of reading. Among all the schools of thought, Confucianism was not the strongest, but it was definitely the most influential. Especially as a holy place of Confucianism, Xiao Shengxi and Zhuang had a strong learning atmosphere. Just like going to the gym and not exercising would make you unsociable. When they came here, they felt sorry for their hard study and meditation over the years if they didn't work hard. And it was at this time, when the moon was in the middle of the sky, Yan Lu, who was the most gentle among the 3 heroes of Qian Lu, rarely rested in the study. Instead, he drank a glass of fine wine in the pavilion in the center of the lake, accompanied by the gentle breeze and the bright moon in the sky. It was just that the lake was constantly rippling, just like his mood at the moment. Since the appearance of the Hanggang sword, he saw the greedy light in Zhaogao's eyes, understood the meaning behind Hanggang, and he understood it. Confucianism might not be able to escape the turmoil later, unless he left Confucianism. But leaving was not an option. If he left, relying on his own strength, he would never be able to defeat Luoyang, and the Hanggang sword would inevitably fall into Luoyang's hands. During this period of time, Yan Lu thought of a fairly reasonable method. He would leave the Hanggang sword behind, and leave to attract Luoyang's attention. With what he could do, he would never be able to defeat Luoyang. But it was not difficult to maintain a stalemate. As long as he kept his identity secret, and was not discovered by Luoyang, as long as he lived one more day, the Confucian family would be safe for one day. Even if he was captured, he could use some clues to mislead Luoyang, and make them mistakenly believe that he hid the Hanggang sword somewhere else instead of in the Confucian family. However, although the magic weapon was precious, Yan Lu valued the meaning behind it more. This was the weapon left to him by his master, and it was hard to give it up. So during this period of time, he had to drink to drown his sorrows every day. It was a pity that he had a lot of thoughts, but no one to tell them to. He could only confide them to the moon and the water and the moon and the sky. The ripples on the lake seemed to be pitying his troubled thoughts. Yan Lu, who was a little drunk, watched the ripples gradually expand, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He was about to talk more with Shu Zhangyu, but suddenly a warning sign came to his mind. This ripple is not right. Almost instinctively, the jade green hilt of the Hanggang sword was grasped in his palm. He raised his hand to block, and it had already been blocked by a slender and cold sword blade. Sparks flew in the fierce friction. From the water, an assassin dressed in kin soldier armor, whose gender was difficult to distinguish, rushed out of the lake. The first sword had already made Yan Lu walk through the gates of life and death. What shocked Yan Lu even more was the weapon in the assassin's hand, a weapon he had seen more than once in his childhood. Jing'an sword? He exclaimed and shouted, "Are you from Luoyang?" His heart couldn't help but sink. Did Jing'an still fall into Luoyang's hands? They came so quickly. He thought that he had just revealed the Hanggang, and now, with the influence of Confucianism in Qin, Zhaogao would be somewhat cautious, and would not dare to show his face there, and start to rob immediately. He would have to wait for a while. But who knew that they were so impatient? If you want to blame someone, blame you for taking something you shouldn't have taken. The voice was deliberately lowered. It was a female voice. Yan Lu's heart moved slightly, and invisible sword blades appeared on both sides of the Hanggang. He had been fighting with the Jingwei sword for more than 10 rounds. He fought and retreated, except for a little shock and panic at the beginning. He quickly calmed down. After that, no matter how fierce the Jingwei sword's attack was like a storm, it could not affect him at all. The sword energy was surging, and the lake's surface was covered with more chaotic ripples. The bleak air spread in all directions, and the originally elegant and quiet pavilion was quickly covered with a large number of dense sword marks. But no sword mark attacked Yan Lu. Even though Qian Qian followed Lin Bin's instructions perfectly, and attacked without mercy. The 2 sects of the Demon Sect and the 6 Paths have a vast number of martial arts. Qian Qian is also very talented, and has learned a lot of advanced swordsmanship. She said that her swordsmanship is as good as Master Fixun, and of course she is not bragging. But even though her skills are now as good as Zhu Yuan, she used all her strength, and attacked with more than 100 moves like a storm, almost cutting the surrounding pavilions into tatters, but she still couldn't touch the opponent's fingers. Qian Qian was secretly shocked. He is indeed a master. No wonder senior brother asked me not to hold back. I'm afraid that, even if I go all out and hide nothing, my chances of winning against this man will never be too high. Well, even if I have the right time, place, and people, it is at most only 50%, no more. But senior brother probably didn't expect me to achieve any results. I just need to show my power. Thinking of this, Qian Qian immediately let go of all her restraints, and her moves became more free and easy. Are you from the Mohist school? After more than 100 moves of sparring with Yan Lu, he soon realized that, although it seemed to be true, the skills used by Jingwei in front of him were actually the skills of the Mohist school. Is there a spy in the Mohist school? A very terrible thought suddenly emerged in his mind. While fighting and retreating, His back suddenly hit something. What? Yanlu was shocked. He was very familiar with the surrounding environment and could almost conclude that there was nothing around but this collision. He didn't have time to be shocked. His arms had been directly captured by someone with a very clever method. At this time, the enemy showed his figure. He laughed hoarsely and said, "You can be proud of yourself for allowing us to move at the same time, Yanlu. Let go." Yanlu hurriedly gathered his true energy, intending to escape from the enemy's control. But the enemy's methods were beyond his imagination. His hands were like vines. The two fought fiercely. Not only did he fail to break free from the enemy, but he was also tightly entangled by his arms. "I'll take your sword." Qian Qian laughed softly and snatched the Hanggang sword from Yanlu's hand. With a shock of true energy, Lin Bin behind him attacked at the same time. Yanlu cried out in pain and the magic weapon slipped out of his hand. The magic weapon was in hand. Qian Qian hesitated and glanced at Lin Bin. This Yanlu was extremely powerful, and he had no grudges against her. Qian Lei transmitted the voice. "Do you really want to kill him? Don't worry, what do you think I was doing before? I have already made arrangements. Kill." Qian Qian was relieved when she heard this and laughed softly. "It took us so many years to find the Hanggang sword. Yanlu, you deserve to die." The Jingwei sword was like a swimming dragon, piercing Yanlu's heart. The Confucian school was evenly matched, but in an instant, it was a life and death situation. Yanlu wanted to break free, but he had no chance. He could only close his eyes helplessly. He sighed at Luo Wang's lawlessness, daring to take action at this time. But at this moment, a loud shout was like thunder. The lake on both sides of the curved corridor suddenly surged with turbulent waves, and countless lake waters turned into tornadoes, sweeping towards Lin Bin and Qian Qian. "It's Funan!" Lin Bin shouted. "Now that Han Guang is in hand, it doesn't matter whether Yanlu lives or dies. Retreat." "Understood." The two of them flew away at the same time. Junior brother. At this time, the real head of the Confucian school, the Confucian Funan, was holding the Taiya divine sword and rushing towards this side with an angry face. Confucianism attaches great importance to nourishing qi, which can make him so angry. Obviously, Funan is really angry. Chapter 174, Divide the spoils in advance. When Zhang Liang got the news, it was already half an hour later. Knowing that his second senior brother had been assassinated, he immediately put down all the important tasks in his hands and rushed to see Yanlu. Fortunately, Yanlu's injuries were not very serious. Although he suffered some minor internal injuries, he would recover in a few days of recuperation. Zhang Liang was relieved and couldn't help but thankful. "It's good that he is fine." But Han Guang was taken away. Yanlu said bitterly, "Han Guang contains a great secret related to the survival of the 7 countries. This sword must not fall into the hands of Luoyang. I originally planned to leave the sword in Confucianism and then go out to attract Luoyang's attention to protect the safety of this sword, but I didn't expect the enemy to come so quickly and didn't give me a chance to use it at all." Zhang Liang was shocked when he heard this. As if he thought of something, he asked, "Who did it?" "Someone was able to take the weapon from you, second senior brother." He knew Yanlu's strength. His ability to force a 50-50 split. Even if Funan, the master of Confucianism, took action personally, he could not defeat him. "It's Luoyang." Yanlu smiled bitterly and said, "I had guessed that Luoyang would not give up the Hanggang sword so easily, but I didn't expect them to be so blatant. They just came as a guest and sent people to take away the weapon. They simply did not hide their ambitions." Luoyang? Zhang Liang was not surprised to hear the name of Luoyang. They had witnessed the terrifying strength of the 6 sword slaves with their own eyes. Almost no one in the world could compete with them alone. If it was really them who took action, it wasn't the 6 sword slaves who took action, but Jingwei and Yanri. Zhang Liang's pupils shrank when he heard that, and he asked in surprise, "Are you sure? If I hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid second junior brother would have lost his life. He was able to escape from my hands, and he was holding the Jingwei and Yanri swords. Hey, they are very blatant." Funan's voice was full of anger, and he said coldly, "Luoyang. Hey, what a lawless Luoyang. Do they really think that my Confucianism is a place where they can come and go as they please? Senior brother. This account will not be settled just like that. Funan reached out and patted Yanlu's shoulder gently. His tone became gentler again, and he said, "Junior brother, don't think too much, just rest assured. The Hangguang sword is your most precious thing. Even if I have to destroy Luoyang, I will definitely help you get it back. Senior brother, I have noticed your hesitation during this period of time. I wanted to talk to you after I was done with this, but we didn't expect Luoyang to act so quickly. It was my mistake. If I were there at that time, you and I would join forces and not let the enemy get away with it." Funan signaled Yanlu to have a good rest, turned to look at Zhang Liang, and said, "Third junior brother, follow me. I have something important to discuss with you." Yes. Zhang Liang understood what it was. Over the years, because of the existence of a close friend, he has been targeting the Yin Yang school and even wanted to make the Confucian school do the same. It's just that Funan has many concerns, but because of his existence, the Confucian school is indeed somewhat hostile to the Yin Yang school. But now Luoyang has taken the initiative to jump out. Go to a quiet room. Funan took the initiative to ask, "Junior brother, what have you been busy with recently?" Zhang Liang replied, "I heard that during this period, there were several extremely powerful masters targeting the Yin Yang family, so I wanted to try to see if I could find their traces. If we can make friends, maybe we can help each other." After saying that, he paused and said, "But for now, senior brother Yanlu's affairs are naturally the priority. Luoyang has bullied our Confucianism, and we Confucianism naturally have no reason to avoid it. The affairs of the Yin Yang family will be put aside for the time being. At present, Luoyang should be the priority. After all, we don't know the secret of the Blue Dragon 7 stars, but this matter is of great importance. We must not let this secret fall into the hands of ambitious people like Luoyang. It's rare that you have this intention, junior brother." Funan sighed. He also knew what his junior brother's not against the Yin Yang family was. Patting him on the shoulder, he said, "You and I, brothers, should work together. After we take back Hangguang, your brother and I will not turn a blind eye to your affairs." "I understand. Things have their priorities. My affairs are not urgent." Zhang Liang said, "I will immediately send someone to investigate the whereabouts of Luoyang." "Okay." The few of them quickly agreed on a plan. Lin Bin had no idea that his attempt to lure the Confucianists to deal with Luoyang would instead cause Tang Shai and Heo to lose a huge helper. At this time, the two had already changed their clothes, and Kan disguised them as an ordinary couple and lived in the inn. Just after entering, Kan couldn't help but cheered. Holding the emerald green hilt, the sharp sword was invisible, and with a few sounds of ha, the originally square table had several corners cut off. She looked at the Hangguang sword and couldn't let it go. This kind of carefully crafted weapon, and it also carries ancient legends. If it is brought back to the Tang dynasty plane, it will definitely make anyone who knows the origin of this sword drool with envy. Especially although Shifixan already has the color void sword. But there is no doubt that compared to this invisible sword of light, the color void sword is inferior. This sword belongs to someone else. Xiangxin cheered, but her eyes never left Lin Bin. This cheer was more of a test than joy. Although the two of them are equal teammates, it's just like she joked at the beginning. Team S is really starting to become Team SM, and she is the M. Although the sword was taken by her, if Lin Bin said he wanted it, she would only reluctantly give the sword to Lin Bin, and then say a few fierce words. She would never dare to show her claws. "I'll give it to you." Lin Bin was quite generous and said, "This sword is not only a magic weapon, but also contains a huge secret. It is not impossible to give it to you, but we have to distribute it in advance. I want all the 8 swords of King Yu." "Why?" Lin Bin said, "For use." "Are you an octopus?" Cannon complained, but didn't say much. She was not greedy. Having the sword of light was enough. She asked, "Is that enough for Confucianism?" "Enough." Lin Bin said, "Didn't I say it? The more you do, the more mistakes you make, and the less you do, the fewer mistakes you make." We seized the sword because Luoyang wanted it very much, and Yanlu himself was very clear about this matter. So if any one of Yanri Jingniu took action, it might be a frame up, but if both of them take action together, they will only think that Luoyang is determined to get it. At that time, they will naturally target Luoyang. If you don't believe it, just wait for 2 days and you will know. Okay, then let's wait for 2 days. Hearing this, Won knelt on the bed and laughed. But brother, the night is long. It would be boring if we don't do something, right? Especially since we are playing a couple. Sleeping in separate rooms will arouse even more suspicion. Hearing this, Lin Bin took out the evil emperor's relic and said with a scolding, "Can you leave some for your master?" "Humph, my master's skills are so high that he doesn't need it anymore." Lin Bin thought to himself, just talk nonsense. If I hadn't seen your master eating with a smile on his face, I might have been fooled by you. That night, the two practiced together, and the Confucianists really took action very quickly. The strength of the Confucianists was not as direct as that of the farmers, but their disciples were all over the world. Even Han Fei, the former legalist, and Li Si, the current prime minister, had studied under the Confucianists. Therefore, the Confucianists had a wide range of channels and information. And the Confucianists could not stand alone among the hundreds of schools of thought, and it was naturally impossible for them to rely solely on Funayan and the other three. Especially now that the Confucianists have not been castrated, they strictly believe in the saying that repaying evil with virtue is not a good thing. The enemy came to slap them in the face. How could they bear it? So, almost all the people in Luoyang who were still active within hundreds of miles of the entire Shanghai were directly wiped out. Their intelligence system is extremely developed, and they are decisive. They will act immediately after finding any traces. No mercy. This move can also be regarded as a severe warning to the people of Luoyang, letting them know that the Confucianists are not so easy to deal with. That is to say, they knew that Luoyang's strength was no longer something that any of the various schools of thought could contend with, especially since the 6 sword slaves were too strong and Luoyang had a large number of people. If they wanted to win, they had to first eliminate their manpower. Therefore, for the time being, they could only use this method to show Luoyang that they were not easy to bully. If you touch one of us, we will touch 100 of you. In particular, the Confucianists were very polite in their actions, trying not to alarm the innocent people. Therefore, the only people who knew that the Confucianists suddenly attacked Luoyang were probably those who had ulterior motives, and the victims. The ulterior motives were Lin Bin and Kankan. After they learned that the Confucianists had officially declared war on Luoyang, Kankan happily kicked her legs on the bed for a long time, and then forced Lin Bin to practice dual cultivation for a long time to celebrate. Then she began to study the Mohist school, intending to integrate it into the heavenly demonic law. After practicing till now, she had discovered that the demonic school was probably born out of the Mohist school, but the heavenly demonic law was not as simple as she had imagined. At least, it was indeed of the same origin as the Mohist school, but it was definitely not limited to the Mohist school. It should be based on the Mohist school, but it also mixed with other schools of thought. However, the Mohist school alone was enough for her to break through the 18th level of the heavenly demonic law. Especially with the help of a large amount of true essence. In just a few days, the cultivation of Kai Qian was said to have made great progress, and Lin Bin made even faster progress. Before, his eyebrows and eyes were crystal clear, and his blood and essence were full. He looked very fragrant and delicious at first glance. Those vampires could smell his fragrance, even if they were 10 miles away from the wind. But now, almost 80% of the essence in the evil emperor's relics was absorbed. The essence of several evil emperors' hard work throughout their lives has become Lin Bin's foundation. After being filled to the extreme, it returns to its original state and recovers to be no different from a normal person. But Lin Bin once tried to break his finger, and the blood that oozed out was crystal clear, like red amber, and even exuded a faint fragrance. In the words of Kankan, it's so appetizing. And the improvement in cultivation is also great. Now, the improvement of the secret of immortality has reached 86%. In just over a year, it is almost to cultivate the secret of immortality to the normal stage of great success. The help of the evil emperor's relic may be greater than that of the Heshibi. The Heshibi raised his upper limit, while the evil emperor's relic deepened his foundation. The two, one up and one down, constitute the current Linbin. In addition, the intensive study of the Taoist Xianzang method during this period of time has made him progress even more. Linbin is fully confident that, if he fights Yanri alone again, perhaps he can successfully kill him alone, instead of having to rely on Kankan's help. Of course, there is a price. Linbin found that he had begun to change towards Tang Monk. His flesh and blood were fragrant. If he met a female demon in the future, she would probably want to suck him dry. The people with ulterior motives pointed to Kan and Linbin. As for the victim, it was naturally Zhao Gao and Li Si, who was not nominally in charge of Luoyang, but was in charge of Zhao Gao, the leader of Luoyang. Shanghai, in a large and magnificent mansion. Li Si drank tea slowly while saying, "You seem to be very busy during this period." Zhao Gao whispered, "Luoyang is in some trouble." "Oh, Luoyang can still be in trouble? It's not a big trouble, but the Nong family. We have completely cut off contact, and the Nong family's chivalrous leader has been decided." The first thing Shan Hu did when he took office was to target Luoyang. Zhao Gao actually suspected that something unexpected had happened. But thinking about Yanri's identity, it seemed that everything could be under control. He said, and the Confucianists suddenly targeted Luoyang, hunting down Luoyang's assassins around Shanghai, and even issued a manifesto saying that Luoyang's crimes were unforgivable and should be wiped out. Were they targeted by both the Nongxia and the Confucianists at the same time? And the experts sent to target the Nongxia were also cut off from contact? Li Si said, "It might be a coincidence if it happened alone, but it happened twice in a row. Luoyang was targeted by someone with ulterior motives." "Yes, I think so too, so I have sent out all my subordinates to find out what happened." "Don't worry, sir. It's just the Nongxia and the Confucianists that can give me a headache, but as long as we cut off the thief's head, we can't move the root." Li Si looked at Zhao Gao deeply and said, "I'm worried that the enemy thinks the same way. Let's wait for news first. Find out who the enemy is, send out the 6 sword slaves, and behead them directly." Luoyang is known to be omnipresent, so news naturally comes very quickly, especially their spies are almost everywhere in the 100 schools of thought. So, soon, the real news was already on the desks of Zhao Gao and Li Si. Yanri and Jingwei attacked the Confucian Yanlu and took away the Hanguang sword. When Zhao Gao got the news, his pupils suddenly shrank. For a moment, even with his deep wisdom, he didn't know whether to be angry first that the Hanguang sword was taken away by someone first, or to be angry at the death of his most capable Yanri and Jingwei, 2 top-level assassins. It seems that the enemy's strength is even beyond imagination. Even Yanri died in the hands of the enemy. No, he is definitely not dead. Maybe just his sword was taken away. Thinking of Yanri's true identity, Zhao Gao really didn't think he would die so easily. Both things are big, and we were completely unaware of them before. It seems that we have been framed by someone with ulterior motives. Li Si sighed. "Do you want to explain?" "No, how should I explain? Say that 2 of our Luoyang's top-level killers were killed, and their weapons were taken away. I don't think they will believe it." "No, these are not 2 things, this is 1 thing." Zhao Gao said, "Yanri, Jingwei and Hanguang are now in the hands of the same person. At least if we kill him, all the weapons will come back. This is basically the same thing. It's time for the 6 sword slaves to take action again." Chapter 175, a patch. Luoyang is indeed a huge organization spanning 7 countries. When they really used all their resources, soon, a lot of useful information was retrieved. Especially after they used the deepest nail buried in the Mohist school, some extremely important news was known to Luoyang. Jingwei is indeed dead, died at the hands of an unknown master, and the Nong family's plan was destroyed, which was also done by that person. He helped Shan Hu ascend to the position of the Nong family, and the condition was that the Nong family must fight to the death with Luoyang. He was able to kill Yanri and Jingwei at the same time, and he was so obsessed with us. It seems that we have encountered an unprecedented enemy. Zhao Gao and Li Si sat opposite each other, drinking tea and drinking. Zhao Gao said in a gentle tone, "The identity of the unknown master is unknown, but he has a companion who practices the Mohist school skills. This master is also suspected to have some connection with the Mohist school, As he said, he handed over the two portraits in his hand. The man in the portrait is extremely handsome, and the woman is pretty and lovely. They are clearly Lin Bin and Kankan. It seems that these two people pretended to be Yanri Jingwei and seized the Hanggang sword. It just so happens that Jingwei and Yanri are also a man and a woman. Li Si said, now they must have arrived in Shanghai. Can we find them, based on this portrait? Zhao Gao shook his head and said, since they dared to come, they must have disguised themselves. I'm afraid it will be difficult to find their traces, even if we search the entire Shanghai, based on this portrait. Then what do you plan to do? I estimated the time. It takes about 4 days to travel from Nongxia to Shanghai. At that time, they have not been exposed to the eyes of our Luolang, and their actions will not be too meticulous. If we push forward 1 day and push back 1 day, there are a total of 3,222 people who entered Shanghai during this period. Among them, there are 113 couples, 211 pairs of brothers and sisters, and 325 pairs of fathers and daughters and mothers and sons. Zhao Gao said seriously, they must be among them. How to find them? Zhao Gao said, the other party seized the Hanggang sword, not because of the Hanggang sword itself, but because the Hanggang sword belongs to Confucianism. Their intention has been exposed. They intend to mobilize the power of all schools of thought to fight against Luolang. Now the Mohist school and Gigu are already enemies of Luolang, and the agricultural school and Confucianism are instigated by him. Who will be next? Li Si's pupils moved slightly when he heard this. He didn't say much, just turned his head and looked into the distance. Even though there were high walls and deep courtyards, he could still see the huge ship, Mirage. A huge warship that gathered all the knowledge of the Yin-Yang school and the resources of the Qin Empire. In this era, this warship is invincible. He said slowly, you are playing with fire. The fire has already burned us. As I said before, the enemy is using our identities to mess around. With the two swords of covering the sun and shocking the newt, it is easy for the dirty water to be thrown on us. In this case, we might as well sit back and wait. Zhao Gao smiled and said, I have asked the 6 sword slaves to prepare to lurk in the mirage. They will definitely fall into our trap. By then, we will kill them and take back the 2 swords. Even if we have already had a conflict with the Yin-Yang school, as long as you, the Prime Minister, can make a statement, we will serve the Empire and naturally turn hostility into friendship. You have a good plan. Li Si frowned and said, but whether they will follow your steps is hard to say. I didn't alert the enemy because I didn't want them to know that I already knew of their existence. Zhao Gao shook his head and said, otherwise, Luolang is notorious. What else do we need to worry about? I will send all of Luoang's killers to kill these people. I would rather kill 3,000 by mistake than let them go. Luolang belongs to you. You can do whatever you want. Li Si said no more. Zhao Gao's reaction speed was impeccable, as he was able to obtain so much information in just 2 days, and arrange the subsequent plan of waiting for the rabbit. No matter how strong the enemy is, when they are exposed, how can 2 people compete with Luolang? Zhao Gao looked at a shadow in the distance. On weekdays, the 6 sword slaves would be on standby there, but now, they are all gone. Obviously, they have gone in the direction of the mirage. At this time, Shanghai. A handsome young man in white clothes was walking on the streets of Shanghai. He was handsome and tall. There was a gentle smile on his lips. Fusu, the prince of the Qin Empire. His pampered life and noble status made him yearn for the fireworks of the world. Therefore, he rarely left the palace and came to this place full of people. It's just that his status is noble. Once there is any mistake, just like the crisis last time, it will cause several guards to lose their heads. It was clearly his fault, but others had to bear the punishment. This also caused him not to go out for several days. Until recently, after ensuring the safety of the surrounding area, he specially brought a few guards to disguise themselves as ordinary people and went out for an outing. Along the way, he saw that the people of Shanghai lived and worked in peace and contentment. He could not hide his relief on his face, but as he walked, he was attracted by the hustle and bustle in front of him. There were so many people gathering in one place, accompanied by occasional exclamations. I couldn't see what happened inside. I could only see a piece of white cloth hanging on a bamboo pole above, with 4 big characters written on it, fairy pointing the way. Fortune telling? Fusu immediately became interested. Sir, there are so many people, just in case there is a fraud. A guard beside him reminded. It doesn't matter, the terrain here is open and the vision is clear. Even if there is a killer, you can protect your safety in time. After Fusu said this, he took the initiative to move over. Seeing that he was dressed in luxurious clothes, people did not dare to squeeze with him, and gave up their seats one after another. At this time, inside, at a small stall, an elderly farmer stood up from his seat with gratitude, and threw a copper coin to the side. Fusu was surprised and said, "1 copper coin can tell fortunes? Isn't this too cheap?" Especially when he saw the young man sitting on the other side. He had an elegant face and a gentle demeanor, which made people feel good at first sight. An old farmer next to him laughed and said, "No, this fortune teller only charges 10% of the amount in the money bag for reading people's fortunes. The more you bring, the more you charge, and the less you bring, the less you charge. But people are really accurate in their fortune telling. The causes and consequences, and the troubles are all clearly judged." At this time, the fortune teller looked up at Fusu and said with a smile, "Sir, do you want to come? I see you have a distinguished look, so you can cut in line. Then I won't be polite." Fusu smiled and said, "I didn't bring any money today, so 10% of my purse. 10% of 0 is still 0. The fortune teller smiled and asked, "It's free this time. What do you want to see?" "Future." "Okay, please give me your hand." Fusu held out his hand. The fortune teller looked at it carefully for a while, shook his head and sighed. "Young master's fortune is invaluable, but unfortunately you are destined to have a calamity." "Calamity? What calamity?" "A calamity of life and death, and starting from the young master's calamity, it will trigger a catastrophe that will harm the future generations. A calamity that will last for thousands of years." Fusu joked. "Could it be that you are angry that I do it for free, so you deliberately said something harsh? Anyway, it's free, and I won't accept it even if you pay, so I might as well say it, and you might as well listen. If you believe it, think about it seriously. If you don't believe it, just laugh it off, and treat it as a pastime. Okay, how can this calamity that will last for thousands of years be resolved?" "It can only be delayed. It cannot be resolved." Fusu asked, "How to delay it?" "I don't know." The fortune teller sighed. "Please forgive my lack of knowledge and talent. I can see that I can't solve it. Besides, the general trend of the world is that after a long period of division, there will be unity, and after a long period of unity, there will be division. This is a certainty. Even if you can solve this disaster, you will definitely encounter other disasters in the future. But today is a good opportunity. All my knowledge is in this book. I will give this book to you. You can study it yourself. Maybe you can find a way to break the disaster." After saying that, he left a book in Fusu's hand. Then, he stood up and walked out. "Sir, please wait." Fusu was stunned. He saw that the surroundings were still bustling, but the fortune teller with the mysterious face just now had disappeared. A guard with a discerning eye whispered, "It's the Taoist Hegwon Tangchen body technique. This person is from the Taoist Xianzang, and he's probably coming for you." "Xianzang?" Hearing the word Xianzang, Fusu felt relieved. Xianzang Xiaomeng had a close relationship with Dakin. If this person was really Xianzang, at least he could be determined to have no ill intentions. He lowered his head and looked at the book in his hand. He whispered, 5,000 years of Chinese history? He flipped it open and took a look, but didn't notice anything. But after flipping through it carefully for a while, his pupils suddenly shrank. His expression immediately became extremely solemn, and he shouted, "Go back to the palace quickly and make arrangements. I want to go back to Xianyang." Yes. The subordinates didn't understand what he meant, but they didn't have any doubts, and immediately followed his instructions respectfully. And here, Xiang Shilin been returned to the inn. "How is it?" Xiangxin asked curiously. How did Fusu react when he saw the book? She couldn't help but be curious. You know, although Lin Bin was the orthodox time traveler, Xiangxin had learned better in terms of history. The first half of the content was almost entirely written by Xiangxin, and only Lin Bin wrote the second half. Hearing her question, Lin Bin smiled and said, "Don't worry. Li Shimin couldn't resist my trick at the beginning. The same would be true for Aang Zeng. The more emperor he is, the more arrogant and conceited he is. He will not accept his fate after seeing history. After he changes his policy, maybe the Qin Empire will last forever." Kankan asked curiously, "Then why didn't you cooperate with Aang Zeng at first, but went to find the various schools of thought? Wouldn't it be enough to let Aang Zeng kill Luo Wang directly? I'm not surprised that Aang Zeng can kill Luo Wang, but don't forget, Aang Zeng sent a large army to hunt down Gaini, but couldn't catch his trace for several months. Luo Wang has many masters, and there are not a few who can fight Gaini. Do you really think Aang Zeng can destroy Luo Wang within 3 months?" Su Wei shook his head and said, "I'm just patching this mission. After all, we can deal with masters, but we can't deal with small fish, and in order to prevent small fish from escaping, we must gather all the forces we can. Then what do we do next?" The battle between Confucianism and Luoyang has become increasingly intense, and it's time for us to move. Wan also hesitated, and said with great ambition, "Which one should we go after next?" Lin Bin said, "The 100 schools of thought sound very impressive, but in fact, most of them are of mixed quality, just like the Gongsun school is just there to make up the numbers. The truly powerful ones are only the Taoists, Confucianists, Giguzi, Mohists, agriculturalists, Yin-Yang school, etc. Do you see that ship?" Wan turned her head and looked at the mirage in the distance. "As long as you are on the Sanghay Sea, you will definitely see this ship." She nodded and said, "The ship was built by Yin-Yang family in cooperation with the Great Qin Empire. Let's go. Next, we should go to Yin-Yang family. If we continue to stay here, once Luoyang finds our tracks, we will be finished. And we must speed up our pace. Don't forget that the mission is secondary. If we really fail, it will only deduct reincarnation points. But if we can't kill Tang Shai and Heo in this plane, then we will have an extra poisonous snake behind us in the real world, which will always threaten our lives. This is the real worry." "That's right." Speaking of Tang Shai and Heo, Kian was full of fighting spirit again. Thinking of her little demon girl who always takes advantage of others, how can she not fight back after being tricked by others? Now directly fighting back against their leader is naturally very much to her taste. Lin Bin said, "Come on, help me put on my clothes first, and then I will help you put on." "Hey, come on." Kian's face showed excitement. Of course, they were not wearing normal clothes, but armor. Both of them were handicapped, so they could only help each other put on clothes. And what she likes most is this kind of insidious method of framing others. Originally, Kian wanted to check out, but for the sake of safety, Lin Bin did not let her check out. What was the point of keeping that little money? I always feel that this girl has shown signs of turning into a money grubber since she came to the real world. Lin Bin held the sword alone and walked towards the mirage. Kian followed him with an optical camouflage cloak. When the cooldown was about to end, she ran away and came back again after the cooldown was over. Make sure that the two of them are in contact with each other, but not known to others. Lin Bin has never underestimated the enemy. Luoyang can fight against all schools of thought with the strength of an organization at the same time. Even the destruction of the 6 countries has their shadow in it. Its power is by no means ordinary. They are jumping up and down like this, and I'm afraid they have been noticed by them. If the two act together again, it will be easy for the enemy to catch the clue. In this case, it is always right to be careful in everything. Especially, Xiangxin didn't mind the trouble. She liked the optical camouflage cloak very much, so she knew that she could wear it even when walking. She was very happy to take the initiative to take on this glorious and arduous task until she arrived at the bottom of the mirage. At this point, the defense has become extremely strict. At the same time, it is no longer limited to Qin soldiers, but also Yin-Yang school disciples are stationed here. It is not easy to get past these people and enter the mirage, but this is naturally not difficult for Lin Bin and Xiangxin. Xiangxin walked up directly, and Lin Bin tried his best to display the light and dust. Each step was several feet away. In addition, the sharp 5 senses given to him by the secret of immortality can easily avoid everyone's eyes and ears. It was just a matter of time before he got on the ship. Lin Bin's keen perception noticed something strange. He moved his eyes to the left and saw a deep hole on the deck. Bullet marks. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.